Welcome to a new kind of tension all across the alien nation, where everything isn't meant to be okay. Television dreams of tomorrow, we're not the ones they're meant to follow. There, that's enough to argue. Welcome back to another episode of Ash and Their Fantastic
You're
Friends.
not
in which
bald.
Ash talks to their fantastic friends about a wide variety of pop culture
I am
stuff.
not bald.
Hell yeah. Just a regular haircut.
I lost my phone.
I'm never getting my haircut again.
How am I supposed to announce to the people that we're
I haven't
live?
gotten my haircut.
You should do that before we're live, by the way.
I'm stupid, okay?
Like when I got it, when I got it done, it like you can't see it because the lighting's all. Hold on. But like I was going for more of like a 90s boy thing going.
A 90s boy?
You know how it be.
What did boys look like in the 90s?
You know how Stack's hair looked like right after the haircut that he got?
Did you show the person a picture of Stack?
No, but like it's in that same vein.
I do miss that haircut.
Like, make me look like this blonde lesbian. And you're just like, I'll do my best, guy.
And that's why
you're not wrong, because I showed the hairdresser a picture of Leonardo DiCaprio on the Titanic, which was a boy in the 90s.
Yeah. And so that's why I'm allowed in on Lesbian Visibility episode.
Because Leonardo DiCaprio on Titanic
I was telling them that
I've decided that I'm not allowed on Lesbian Visibility.
You silenced the only lesbian here? Wow.
What? I can't believe it.
I can't believe this. Oh. Welcome back, lesbian.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be visible finally, Ayaan?
Yeah, finally. I've been waiting so long. I was joking with them. I was joking with them like pre-show where I was saying, guys, for me to be on the stream, I need to be ordained by a lesbian real quick.
The lesbian
master of all lesbians here is Daystar.
Why?
Daystar's
Why am I?
Daystar's been a lesbian the longest.
Don't put that on me. Yeah, I'm the first lesbian. The first one that ever existed.
All right.
No, you are the first one on the podcast, so technically.
Well, we're waiting for.
I don't know how true that is. I don't think that's how it works.
For the.
Can I just do the regular part?
Can I just say, I stumbled on the DC Wiki like Power Girl's first solo, and her outfit makes so much more sense in the 80s. How did we go backwards?
Oh,
Yeah, it was completely covered up.
Well, it wasn't completely. It was still like a deep, like plunging neckline.
But it was better.
But it was like not a boob hole.
The truest lesbian, Dear Daniel.
Everyone vote for Dear Daniel. He's the truest lesbian.
I thought you were going to say like the truest lesbian Power Girl.
She could be.
League of Legends?
What?
What's the title mean?
All right, so you know how the thumbnail is you know how the thumbnail is Booster and Ted, but it's the Love Lives Bleeding.
I thought that was a fucking joke. Is that really the thumbnail? Okay, I'm gonna leave. Bye.
We lost him. We lost.
Damn. Anyway,
now we're dragging them back here.
All right,
get on top, lesbian.
I don't approve
of in the Sanrio voting.
I don't approve of things my co-stars say in the thumbnails.
I feel thick for myself.
Do you want to go change your?
Gonna be honest, like the thumbnail was a last minute thing because like we usually do these like a day ahead of schedule, and so like Ash said we need a thumbnail.
The original plan for this stream was I was gonna force everyone to listen to a Mountain Goats album, but I'm pretty sure Daystar is the only one that listened to an album, and then Squid wasn't gonna be here, and I came up with that idea because I wanted to force Squid to listen to a very specific album.
Every week, someone says we should do this, but they don't give like a time for it. They just say like we should do this in the near future, and then I
This
get
is what
told
should have been the thumbnail.
Yeah.
I feel like we can't rape women. That's unkind.
All right, let's
I'm not
rate.
ranking anybody.
Let us rate.
That's not
these
what's happening here.
But like,
That's not what's happening.
You're dyslexic. Stop reading.
I'll keep it on a tier of 1 to 10.
I keep on getting told midway through the week that the random idea someone had like 2 seconds in that we didn't discuss is now what we're doing.
That's fair.
Next
week we're gonna listen to
I said nothing about rating. I said rawing.
That is my bad. I'm dyslexic. It looked like ranking to me. I'm so sorry.
Are we doing my presentation first? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I buy time so that we could get more viewers in for it.
Yeah, and it'll make it easier for Squid to find in the live when he goes to rewatching it.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, I can't do this when Squid's here because it's gonna end up being the whole thing because Squid's gonna have to give so much extra context that I don't have information on.
All right.
So I started watching WWE's Raw, and I'm gonna do a little recap of all the storylines that have happened so far. Here's the ladies. Here they are. Okay, disclaimers. I'm not doing the rest of the triangle area, which is like WWE has 3 shows. I just watched Raw because that's the one that is on Netflix, and I have a Netflix account.
What's this about triangle
not doing
area?
any. Yeah, the WWE has a triangle era right now where they split the whole thing across 3 shows, and I'm like, that's too much. I can't do all of this. Yeah, I'm not doing any of the men's storylines because I didn't watch any of them and I don't care about them. I'm not caught up. Not caught up. This is not the whole thing. All right. And also, it's all fake. I'm sure some of these ladies, they seem chill in real life. They're doing a little bit. They're doing a show. They're all coworkers. Pretty sure they like each other. I say this because we are going to be very mean to at least one of these ladies.
Yeah, fuck Liv.
The person that she plays on TV is a real bitch, but she seems chill in real life. So, putting that out there. All right. We're starting. The first match that we have is Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan. This is old beef, right? They started out as best friends, and maybe a little bit more than that. Who's to say? Right now, they hate each other's guts.
Oh. Is Liv the one that Rhea like broke someone's arm when we all first started hearing about wrestling for Squid?
Here's what happened with that. Here's what's happened with that. Okay, so the two of them, they were like tag team partners. They were thick as thieves, super close, until they started losing a lot. And then Rhea was like, actually, fuck you. And they broke up, right? And then they had this rivalry going between the two of them. And Rhea broke Viv's arm, like kind of like she like put her arm in a chair and like stomped on it and like broke her arm for fake. So then she was out for a few months, like doing rehab on her arm. And then when they came back, they were doing a segment, and then Liv broke Rhea's for real, like on accident. So then she really did have to be out of the show for a while, like in real life. So that's what happened there. So they've played into it.
Doesn't this also start a trend of Liv using bigger lesbians to fight for her?
Well, that was what her style was with Rhea, like the two of them when they were teaming up, is a style that she kind of does with Raquel now, you know.
Yeah.
So this is old. This is like a long time beef that the two of them had. One of the things that has happened recently is that Liv has stolen Rhea's boyfriend. He was cheating on her with Liv, and now he's with Liv. This is Dominic. So Liv comes out with her team, Raquel and Dirty Dom, and the two of them are all super cuddly, and they're doing all this right in front of Rhea.
Oh my
because she
God.
knows that it fucks with her that she stole her man, you know? So Dom's kind of like a prop in this scenario. Like, this is not about him. This is all about Rhea.
Love
This
that.
is all
right.
about getting in Rhea's head.
Now,
Yeah, Ayaan, you.
now, when it comes to rating these two women, I'd say
we're
out of
not-
1
No,
out of
I
10.
misread it. I'm so sorry for even bringing anyone's mind. All women are 11 out of 10.
I give these women both a 10.
All of the girls that we're going to be talking about today are very, very hot, and that's part of the fun. Okay. So she brings out her whole team, and they're doing their thing. They start fighting. This is a dirty fight. The thing about Liv is she knows that she knows deep down that she's not going to win a fair fight because she's the weakest fighter out there. So she makes sure that she's never in a fair fight. So she is cheating the whole time. Dom and Raquel are helping her, but ultimately Rhea does get the win. And when she gets the champion, she steals it from Liv, right? So now she has the women's championship. Dom sneaks in the ring, right?
Oh,
Comes up and it's just like, baby, you know what? We should work it out. We should get back together. To
I hope
Rhea,
she fucking
right?
killed him.
Well, she does decline his offer. She does decline his offer immediately.
Yeah.
Really just lets him have it.
I'm sorry.
So she says, we're gonna be doing that for a bit. So she says no, and then the Undertaker comes out. For some reason, does a lap around the ring on his motorcycle, and then Rhea leaves with him. So I don't know what that's about.
That's
I
her
guess they're
dad. Her
friends.
dad just came to pick her up.
Yeah, that's her dad.
That's
Her dad
Is
picked
that
her up from her
actually
mom.
her dad?
no.
No, but people
No.
people know the similarities between like Rhea's style and like the Undertaker's, and it is very similar. Like their stage presence is pretty similar. So
I think they should give Rhea more like supernatural storylines. Like they should let her do weird shit.
I
think
think
it'd be
the
funny.
only reason that they haven't is because like WWE is no longer in that era. You know.
Yeah, they're not.
Else they would have.
Oh man, I really miss Vince McMahon. You know, if there's one thing that
I need Triple H is also a terrible man. I need Vince's daughter to be back in there.
Mhm. They're not
she's also
interested
not
in
great.
pretending that it's real anymore, so they kind of just are like,
They kind of need to do the supernatural weird shit again.
yeah.
Because that's what like the
Yeah.
first era.
I
I
need
think it was real.
I
was the
need
supernatural.
Rhea Ripley to kidnap Liv Morgan and threaten to sacrifice her to the underworld. Like, you know,
That would be so fun. You know,
like Undertaker tried to sacrifice Stephanie McMahon, and like that was like episode 1 of Raw. Like, you can see that on Peacock.
Okay. That was week 1. We're moving on to the next week. Okay. We have backstage, we see that Liv is pissed at Dominic. He's trying to apologize. He brings her flowers. It doesn't really work. She is so fucking pissed at him. This is funny because this relationship is very intriguing to me because they're both kind of using each other for clout, but also, is there something there? Who knows? Does she just like him because it's Rhea's ex?
I do like this dynamic though. I like the messiness of it.
They're very messy, yeah. Okay, so our first fight is between Lyra Valkyrie and Dakota Kai. The bird girl, she's here. So this is the final fight for a new title that they've made called the Intercontinental Women's title. And this is the final, for some reason, it's like the second show that they do on the Raw Netflix thing. So they fight. They have a good, clean, fair fight. Oh, by the way, Dakota Kai is best friends with Io Sky. So they come out together. So her and Dakota are besties. She just like comes out with her in the beginning, but it's really a fight between these two ladies. Lyra Bird Girl wins, but they're
I like
cool.
the bird.
They're cool about it. Dakota like reaches out, for her. She like limps over, like reaches out to grab her. They hug it out. They're having they're chill. Like they had a good clean fight and everybody had a good time. There's no dudes doing it raw, Nemesis. No dudes are here tonight.
There's only women doing it raw.
Raw women.
Raw women. Pure and uncut.
Just rawing women right now.
Okay. So, and then we have later on, Mommy comes out.
Aura.
I don't call that's not me calling her that. That's what her nickname is.
No, that's her actual title.
Really?
Yeah, she's
Mommy.
It's Mommy like M-A-M-I, not Mommy like
strange.
Mommy.
Yeah, strange because she's Australian, but like
yeah. Well, Dom's the one who gave her the nickname.
Nah,
Dom is just getting passed around like a fucking blunt.
Like a chicken tender slut.
That's where he should be.
So she comes out, she's bragging about winning, right? She's like, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm so fucking cool, I'm Rhea Ripley. And then she gets interrupted. Who comes out but Nia Jax? She comes out talking mad shit to both Rhea and a girl who's in the crowd, Bailey, until Bailey comes out and the two of them start having a screaming match, right? And Rhea's fucking face. She's just like, oh, this is, I don't know about all this. And then this is when the shoving starts. She shoves over Bailey. She shoves over Rhea. The two of them are on the ground. They turn around. They get up. They team up. Beat her ass out of the ring. She goes rolling. Friendship secured here, right? This is all setting up the fight for next week, by the way. So, I think I'm looking at my notes. Yeah. I did take notes.
And I'd rate these lovely women a 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Okay. Oh, these were some fun signs that I saw for when Rhea was coming out. See, her name's Mommy. I didn't call her that. Everybody else did. Just saying.
They got weird nicknames.
Yeah, next week. So we know that the fight is going to be between Bailey, that purple hair girl from earlier, and Nia, right? That's going to be the fight today. But first they show us this like behind the scenes clip from earlier when Rhea is like coming into the arena, and they show this clip earlier tonight, right? So she's coming in. She's just like, hey guys, what's up? When out of nowhere, who comes flying in but Nia and jumps her ass.
I love this.
She's hitting her. She's choking her out. It's rough. It's messy. They have to like drag her away. They're like, Nia, no, get off her. And Rhea's just like flat out on the ground. Like she's in rough shape, right? Cut back.
I will say,
yes.
Like the guys in suits are so much less interesting ever since like the era ended. Like I don't care who these guys are.
Well, they're just here to like make sure everybody stays in line.
No.
Right? Okay. So this is the fight that's going to be happening right now. Now, for some reason in the fight, there's this girl, Roxanne, who is from one of the other shows. Her and Bailey
that little boy, that scared little boy in the crowd.
He's about to get an eyeful, this kid, because, okay, so they just start screaming at each other. They've been, like, yelling the whole time. Bailey jumps out of the ring in the middle of the fight. He tries to slap her, and then Bailey decides, you know what, fuck you, and knocks her ass out. And then she tries to, like, jump over the barricade and get in, so security has to come, like, drag her out. And Bailey's just like, fuck you, you loser. And so she like gets back into the ring and she's all like frazzled. So then Nia ends up winning, and this is her finishing move, which is so fucking funny.
He just sits on her.
He just sits on her. It's great. So Nia wins. Nia's just like, hell yeah, I won, celebrating. Then we hear it. Rhea Ripley's music starts playing, and Nia knows she's fucked.
Every frame of painting.
The Undertaker.
Yeah, she's kind of giving Undertaker. You hear it start, and he was like, "Oh fuck!" Rhea Ripley comes sprinting in, runs up to the ring, and the two of them start going at it. All of these guys are jumping in, trying to pull them apart, and they keep getting back into the fight and getting pulled apart again. They end up flying out of the ring. She's like smashing her on the table, ripping the table apart, throwing it at the other guys. They all jump on her. They all jump on her. They restrain her. Rhea jumps up on the table, runs, flips, just totally demolishes all of these dudes and Nia. They're all just on the ground.
Bowling ball.
Like a fucking bowling ball.
She knocks all of their asses on the ground. She jumps up on the table. She grabs a mic, jumps on the table, says, "You know what? Fuck you, Nia. You and me, Saturday night, one-on-one, let's go." And Nia's just like, okay, whatever. So the two of them have beef, and that fight we don't see because that's on the other show. Raw's on Monday nights. So did not see
that's on the other show.
Did not see the rest of this particular beef, but okay. All right, what's my next thing? All right, we get the behind the scenes. Liv is still furious with Dom. This is her mad face. This is just kind of what she always looks like.
I kind of love that for her, actually.
Kind of love it.
Yeah, she's a great villain.
Just to tell how fake this is, Dom does have like a whole ass wife. It's completely separate from all of this.
Yeah,
he has a whole ass husband.
Look, we're talking about wrestling. We're not talking about the real.
One of the hard.
We're not talking about real sling. We're talking about wrestling.
I see. Okay.
So Hardy Brothers was like the John Cena era of wrestling, or like slightly before the John Cena era. More like late stage Undertaker.
I know Liv is like a terrible like.
Also, yeah, they wrestled with.
I know Liv is like supposed to be the super villain here, but she's just so goddamn entertaining to me.
She's such a fun villain. You love to hate her.
It's like
I do want to send her face into a table, but like in a loving way.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw people were fan casting her as Harley Quinn.
I could see that.
I could get behind that.
Okay,
here's DC. I know you've already. Hold on. I know DC. You've already cast Aquaman to play Lobo, but hear me out. Crush and Lobo miniseries. Rhea Ripley and Undertaker. That's Lobo. I think it would be good.
Crush is like 16.
Crush is like 16, but like I wouldn't mind aging up Crush to do it.
We look at Rhea Ripley and we say, 16-year-old girl.
I don't know if I would. I've been thinking about like how much these women look like superheroes and would probably be good as superheroes. It'd be much more fun than the kind of guys that they get now. That don't really.
I do think that we have such success with John Cena and Peacemaker and Dave Bautista in everything he's been doing. Why doesn't that same stuff happen with the female wrestlers?
Well, I think it depends on what they want. I don't know if they're actively in Hollywood right now. From what it looks like, Rhea Ripley is kind of going big right now with commercials, with Clash of Clans and other stuff that's going on, specifically what's tied with the WWE. I don't know what it says in their contracts currently, so I think Squid would be a lot more knowledgeable about this is.
Squid is dink. Squid is
drink.
Squid's drunk.
Wedding going good. Here's the thing about this wedding.
Squid's having a good.
We don't know whose wedding it is.
We don't. We're pretty sure it's not Squid's wedding.
I feel like Squid would tell us if it's Squid's wedding.
Squid would tell us.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
No, but remember when we kind of soft launched our relationship.
I don't know about Rhea Ripley as Big Barda. I don't think about.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Squid was like, I want to know what happens in my friend's life.
I think Rhea Ripley has a very specific personality that I don't think I don't think applies to Big Barda in this situation.
I don't think she's. I want
Rhea
someone.
Is not tall enough.
I want someone big to be Big Barda.
Yeah.
All of these women
maybe
are so
Raquel.
short that Rhea looks tall.
How tall is Bianca? Wait, how tall is Bianca right now?
Ooh. Right now? It's just a thing. I was
That was
thinking,
funny.
I was thinking Bianca Belair is like Wonder Woman. Like every time I see her, I'm just like, oh my gosh, she's so Wonder Woman.
She could hold on. Let me get it. I gotta look
You
at
can
it.
play Wonder Woman, or she could play Nubia.
Yeah.
Who knows? She's
Who's
5'7".
also Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Both Wonder Woman.
Oh, I guess they do share the title. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Here's your girl, Eco.
Yeah, the lasso of truth could be the hair. She uses that thing as a whip.
That's what I'm saying. She's got that. She spins it around. It's so good.
We saw a Bianca Belair figure in stores. Daystar, do you want it?
I'm okay. I'll just watch her on TV. Okay, so we have our next. We're doing a tag team match. It is Eco Sky and Dakota Kai versus these other ladies from a team called Pure Fusion Collective, who don't come up again. I don't know what happens to them. I don't really have much context on who they are. They're just kind of like meanies. They're bad guys, I guess.
Were these the ones who jumped from last Raw?
No, I don't know. I didn't.
And I rate these
No, it's not.
women 10 out of 10.
So they play dirty. They like get Dakota. Dakota has this thing where she's got like a bad knee. So there will be people that like play dirty who will like try to injure her knee more, you know? And so she's desperately fucking poor Eco's just has to stand in despair on the sidelines while she gets her ass beat.
Oh
But-
no!
But they end up pulling it out. Eco, she takes her down. They win. She's so excited. Look how happy she is.
I love the little like excited like thing that she does.
She's so cute. I love her.
She goes like this. She's like every time she does anything cool. So they win. They're having a good time. Yay. All right. Next week, we're moving on up. Here's a good one. Tag team match between Naomi and Bianca and Liv and Raquel Rodriguez. This is a good one. This is a good juicy one. Okay.
The girls are fighting.
So we're gonna do another frame by frame. Here we go. We're gonna do a frame by frame. Doing a frame by frame of Liv getting her ass beat. Here we go. Ready? Boom, boom. On the ground. They're in the air. They're on Liv. Liv's down. Liv's in a bad way. It's not great for Liv.
Lives in pain.
Where's Rhea in this situation? Is she
Rhea's
letting
not-
it happen?
Rhea's
No,
not the
this-
tag team partner.
Oh wait,
You know-
Reagan.
this-
Reagan. Sorry, I missed her.
Raquel. This
Raquel.
is very Harley Quinn looking image, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. So Liv's great at faces. We love the faces.
She should. You know what? She should play Harley Quinn.
Okay, so
Bianca's
I'll-
poison ivy.
Like,
Bianca's poison.
so at this point, it's going in Bianca and Naomi's favor, but who comes out?
is it Rhea Ripley again?
No, it's Dominic.
But dumbass Dominic.
Tender.
He shows up.
Chicken tender ass motherfucker.
He's fucking with the ref. Bianca had Liv in like the winning hold, but the ref was distracted by Dominic, so she didn't notice. So it didn't count. So now Bianca is pissed that she just like was about to win and now is like back in the thing. So she's pissed at Dom. So she decides she's gonna go beat his ass. She jumps out of the ring, slams his ass. And so she's fighting Dom on the ground now, right? But that means that Naomi is still in the ring and Raquel and Liv are in there and they like 2-on-1 take her out, pin her, they lose the match, right?
This is how
No,
they
but
got
I
Becky Lynch.
understand at least.
This is how
Like
they
if I
just
was
took out
Bianca,
Becky
yeah, I
Lynch.
would beat up him.
And there he
They
is.
need
They
more
ruined
little,
everything.
little guys.
Now that we're in Becky Lynch heel era, this is the same thing that just happened to her.
Yeah.
She was beating the
So-
shit out of that poor bird.
Dumbass back here. He's so proud of himself. Anyway, so Bianca, of course, feels bad. She's like, oh, damn it. I can't believe it just happened. All right. Here we go. Next week. I don't know what was going on here. This lady was out here talking, and Rhea came out and just started being like, pick me, please pick me, please. I don't know what that was all about. Moving on.
Lesbianism, I guess.
Okay. Io, here we go. Lock in, everybody. Io and Rhea have this moment backstage of like I see you, like maybe I'll see you at WrestleMania, like mutual respect happens, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
Io has a match next coming up against Liv, right? So she's getting ready, she's stretching, she's doing all this stuff, and what happens? Out of nowhere, a fucking blonde streak comes in.
I love her. She's evil.
Sucker punches Io from behind. Starts just like kicking her over and over and over again. Rhea hears this. She comes over. She screams, "No, get off of her!" And she comes in. Liv sees this. Liv's gone. Liv takes off.
Mommy saved her. For real.
Mommy saved her. Mommy goes to check on Io. She's just like, "Oh my God, are you okay? That was crazy. What's going on?" And when Rhea's back is turned, who comes out? Fucking Raquel. Knocks her ass out. She's gone too, right? Liv comes back. The two of them laugh in Io's face as she's just laying on the ground, and the two of them are just like left to wallow in hatred.
This is like Batman and Cassandra Cain right now.
Yeah.
This frame specifically is Batman and Cassandra Cain.
What does that make them?
That is Harley Quinn and the Joker.
Oh my God.
That's Raquel. Raquel's better than the Joker.
And Lady Shiva, maybe?
Lady Shiva.
Okay, so here we go. Next match, Liv Morgan, Io Sky. Io, shoulders all fucked up from getting jumped earlier. So she's working on like an injury, like going into the match, right? So they're fighting and she's giving it her all, but she's already like at a disadvantage. So they're kind of like evenly matched at this point. And then who comes in? Who has to come in at this point? They're both laid out on the ground. It's
Dominic.
not Dom.
Oh.
It's Rhea. Rhea comes out. She jumps Raquel on the side of the ring for like knocking her out earlier. The two of them are fighting. She's stomping on Raquel. And as she's like
Converse too.
In the Converse, she's not dressed for a fight right now. She's dressed for chilling backstage. Rhea Ripley as Batman would be good, actually. Let her be Bruce. I'd be all right with that. Okay. And then while she's there, Liv grabs her by the hair and starts like punching her in the head, right? So Rhea like just turns around on instinct and clocks Liv. And this, I should have added to my disclaimer that I don't understand the rules or how this sport is played at all. Don't know why, but for some reason
there are no rules.
This
Well,
ends.
sometimes there's rules.
This like cancels out the fight, and it what do you call it? It disqualifies Io, which means that Liv wins the fight just by automatically. So Liv wins. Rhea's just like, oh fuck, because she fucked it up.
The mom in the back is also frying me there.
Wait. She's like, oh shit. Io is so upset. She's just like crying to Rhea in Japanese, just like, oh my god. And Rhea's trying to, she's only speaking Japanese. She doesn't speak a word of English right now. But Rhea's just like, I'm sorry, I was trying to help. I thought I was helping and apologizing, but Io's not hearing any of it. She leaves. She's like, fuck you. I can't believe you ruined this. All in Japanese.
Typical Batman and Cass moment.
Yeah. And Rhea's just like left there to wallow in shame of what she just did.
This sport has stupid rules.
The rules
don't matter.
That's not the
rules
point.
don't matter.
Okay. We're moving on. Next week, Io's pissed. She's pissed at Rhea, and she lets her know it, okay? But here...
Looks so adorable when she's angry.
I love the little side eye she's always doing. It's very cute.
She's the best.
She's great.
All right,
So
now,
this is her
which
best
hero-
Dakota.
now, which hero is Dakota? Is she Stephanie Brown?
Well, yes.
Stephanie Brown. Okay. So it's a good thing that she's pissed because who is her next match team with Dakota? But our girls Liv and Raquel.
Oh shit.
They're such cartoony villains. They're like they're like the Mean Girl villains in like a girls like superhero show.
Yeah, I should also note that like Liv's like little jacket there is I can't tell, it is the same. It is Dom's.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was the same jacket or if they just had matching jackets.
Yeah, like did he give her his jacket, or is it like I got
think
you? It looks like mine, babe.
I think she's fully wearing his jacket.
All I could think about is the Scott Pilgrim bit where it's like, "You're incorrigible. I don't even know the meaning of the word." He really doesn't. Like,
You mean the Princess Bride?
no, it's a different bit. It was with Brandon Routh and Brie Larson in that movie.
I didn't watch the movie, I don't think. Okay. I also think it's funny that Liv, they come out, Liv's just like doing spins and like hair flips and stuff, and Raquel's just like marching in.
All right.
They're very funny.
All right, Liv Morgan's Harley Quinn, Raquel. I'm trying to think who's like a tank type character in Gotham's villains.
Killer Croc.
All right, we'll go with that.
So this fight is so fucking fun. It's so sick and twisted because Io is pissed as hell. She has a great time beating Liv.
Liv really sucks.
Raquel
Like,
is
not like as a
babe.
person, she really sucks at
Yeah.
wrestling.
Raquel is Bane.
So she has a great time beating the shit out of Liv for sure. Wait, where we go back?
Oh, my favorite.
Liv and Raquel play a dirty game as usual. They like get her in the corner and they're like beating her, like double teaming. It's sick and twisted. We're gonna do another slow-mo recap. Here we go. Ready?
Oh hell yeah. Oh hell
Here we
yeah.
go.
Oh hell
Another
yeah.
slow-mo of Liv getting her ass. Here we go. Boom. She's jumping up. We're getting airborne, right? We're airborne. We're in the air.
She
We're
is
connected.
so far in the air.
Oh,
We've connected to Liv's face. Liv's gone. Liv's a tumbleweed.
I like Io just lying there.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
She is that girl.
Yeah. So Io, she wins. She gets the pin on Liv. They have a great time. She's so fucking excited.
It's actually Goku versus General Blue from OG Dragon Ball.
For sure. Yeah.
We
you
all
don't
know
know.
what you're talking
Liv
about.
Morgan is gay.
No, I'm saying that she's
What?
blonde.
She's fun. Okay. Our next match is between Bird Girl and Purple Hair Girl, Lee and Lyra. They're gonna fight. And this is a very wholesome fight compared to the last one. They're having a good time. Lyra's like new to the roster, so they do this whole thing where she's just like, yeah, like I idolized you. I thought you were really cool, Bailey. And they have like a good fight. Bailey wins. They hug it out at the end. Like there's no bad blood. She gives her a little pat on the head. It's very cute.
I like their
Okay.
fashion. Very JoJo's
good
Bizarre
outfits.
Adventure.
I love all of the fashions. That's like one of my favorite parts of this whole thing. We're going backstage, and Rhea, I feel like this is kind of Rhea apologizing for fucking over Io in that other fight. She challenges her to a championship match for her title. So she's kind of like, I feel bad. this is my peace offering, a chance to win my title and also beat my ass.
Yeah,
and Io's kind of like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Io is kind of like Goku. She seems like someone who's like really interested in fighting.
Mhm.
Io Sky is just there for the fighting. She does not care
She's
about
there for the love of the game.
So she accepts, and I think that she's on a high from beating Liv earlier, so I think she's kind of like open to be like, yeah, I forgive what you did. It could be there's a little bit something there, but she's not as pissed as she was before. Okay, next week, right? We get a clip of stuff that I didn't see. It happened earlier, where this girl Jade, who was friends with Naomi and Bianca, got duped, and apparently it was bad. And this guy, I don't know who he is, some kind of producer or something, executive, shows them like surveillance video of people who look suspiciously like Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez leaving the scene of the crime, right? And so they're like, those little bitches. And then we get an interview clip from Liv and Raquel, like, that's totally not us. That's not us at all. I don't know why y'all would say that. Do that.
What are they being accused of again?
They're being accused of jumping this other wrestler Jade earlier. So
I love Jade Cargill.
Jade's cool. I don't see any of Jade because that happened in a different show.
Yeah.
So okay. So we get our first fight. It is Dakota versus this girl, Ivy Nile, who is like, she is a major asshole. She plays super dirty. Dakota ends up winning though, and they're competing for a chance to fight Lyra for her title. So whoever was gonna win was gonna have to fight the Bird Girl. So they had her just sitting there the whole time.
Conniving little face.
They just had her sitting there watching the whole time. I think it's very funny. So
I love the cinematography for this show.
Dakota ends up winning. So the two of them are going to rematch for the title like they did before. So, and I think that they're cool with it because they were chill from before. So the next match we have is Roxanne, who was that girl who was in the audience that was fighting that other girl, and Raquel Rodriguez, who was Liv's henchwoman. But I think she kind of holds her own. I think she's very fun on her own as well. I don't think she just has to be Liv's partner. Like, this is a very fun fight to watch for sure because they're both kind of a little slimy. They both fight a little dirty, and it's great. Yeah.
This is a deeper cut Dragon Ball thing, but I'm thinking Mira and Toa from the Dragon Ball Xenoverse games.
Stop talking.
This is Toa on his own.
Hang on,
cool.
I'm gonna mute the man in chat.
Raquel's cool. I think Raquel's underrated. I think she's pretty cool on her own.
Ayaan, do you have something to say?
I rate these women.
It's only one woman on screen.
I rate this one a 10 out of 10.
It's okay.
No men.
A 10 out of 10.
Okay. So they're fighting, right? Everybody's having a great time. What do we hear? What's that? Oh, it's what happened? It's Bianca's intro music. And Liv and Raquel are like, oh fuck. Right? Bianca comes out, she starts cussing out Liv. Liv goes
uniform. That is adorable. I fucking love Bianca's costuming.
Liv goes to run away. Who is behind her? Naomi. They're here. They're here. They grab her.
To beat this white bitch's ass.
They grab her.
Just get dressed up. They got dressed up as characters from a movie that's inherent message is fuck white people. To go beat up this blonde girl.
It's great. Raquel's watching the whole time, by the way. In just despair. They get her. They ram her ass into the barrier. She gets, she's gone. Good night, Liv.
Once again, Liv Morgan is out.
Raquel is completely distracted by this whole situation. So Roxanne takes the opportunity to jump her, get the pin, and win the match. So now Raquel is not going to be going to the elimination match that they were fighting for in. Roxanne's going to go instead of her. So she's excited. She's just like, ha ha, you lost, bitch. Raquel's humiliated. She's so upset. And she has to go save Liv's dumbass. It's great. Anyway.
Love everything about that.
Does this fandom have fan art?
Yeah.
Probably.
Anyway, they don't really say anything in this interview. I just thought they looked cute, so.
They do look so cute.
They basically just say, watch your ass, Liv. So they're on the warpath, these two girls.
Well, their top say EST Glow. Are they supposed to be switched around to say Glowis? Or is it
her thing is like the Glow Queen, I think. Is like her Glow something. And
is
then
her
hers she always says EST. I'm not sure what that is, but that's like her thing.
established? Wow.
What was her name again?
Naomi or Bianca?
Bianca's the one with the beautiful hair.
Yeah, Bianca. I'm trying
They both have beautiful hair.
Bianca.
The long braid. That I'm obsessed with.
Hold
Her
on.
most recent WrestleMania.
I have to go pee. Pause.
The Rose one
The rose one. Pull up the rose one.
is so good. Okay, let me just.
Pull up the
Alright.
rose one real fast while Ash takes a bathroom break real fast.
Yeah. Oh, I looked it up. She uses the nickname the Est of WWE, which describes as the fastest, the strongest, and the quickest, the roughest, and the toughest. So Est.
Love.
Rose. I should just say WrestleMania. Images. Oh, she wears roses a lot, huh?
Hold on. I have one from the recent. Oh, it's not high quality. Never mind. Hold on. Let me find.
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
There she is.
Like,
And she made it.
she
She made it. She posted it on her TikTok. She posted like a making of video. Like her and her family were like spray painting glitter on these fucking every individual rose, and she was gluing them all to the coat. And she made all the like hardware. She made like all of the suit too. And I was just like, oh my god, she's so good and talented.
I hate the men of wrestling because they are not showing up this cunty.
All right, tell that to
Men who
Ric
do
Flair.
wrestling are the most like they do tend to have fun outfits.
All right,
But
first
they
of
are
all,
not doing it like the women, and the women are not getting the attention they deserve because, oh my god!
all right, first of all, Ric Flair. Second of all, this is a beautiful
Ric
outfit.
Flair's not doing this.
I don't know who the fuck Ric Flair is, but I don't care. Anyway.
Like,
Back to win.
I saw a clip where like
for like a decade.
yeah, I saw a clip where like Bianca, like I show Speed met her and like he started getting whipped by her.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm afraid to say too much. Anyway, moving on to the PowerPoint.
Okay. Next, moving on to next week. Io and Rhea, they do a little promo for their fight that's coming up next week. They've been hyping this up for a while. But she's doing the face again. And here's the thing that they say too is that they've fought several times before, the two of them, and Rhea's never beat Io before. Io's completely undefeated against Rhea Ripley, which is what the interviewer is like asking her about. But Rhea's like, that's true that she's always beat my ass like every time we fought, but it's also true that we haven't fought in 5 years, and I'm a much different fighter than I was back then, and I think I can do it this time. So
Goku versus Piccolo, I think.
I don't know what Dragon Ball is. You keep saying Dragon Ball things.
Rena gets it.
Rena, does that make any sense?
I would say it's more like Super era Vegeta, but yeah.
I'd say Goku versus Piccolo is apt.
I mean, I guess like in the Raditz era, where he's like, "I'll kill you next."
Okay. So, Lyra, the Bird Girl, and Dakota are doing their rematch for the Intercontinental title. It goes well. Lyra wins again. She keeps the title, and the two of them are still hugging it out. However, as soon as Dakota leaves, she goes to leave the ring, and she gets jumped by that blonde bitch from earlier that was fucking up her shit for this title. She jumps her, she knocks her out. She runs up into the ring while Lyra, the Bird Girl, is distracted. She's like, she's holding the belt up. She's like, yeah, I still have my thing. And she's partying with the crowd. Pulls her off of the thing. She just starts like punching her in the head, right? Taking her out. And she goes over, grabs the belt, holds it up, and is just like, this is going to be mine. I'm going to take it. Oh my God. She's so nasty and bad.
Damn.
She beat that bird.
No longer have one bottle of pinky.
Animal abuse.
Animal abuse. Okay. And then we get the flashback to 3 months ago, more context to why Bianca and Naomi hate Liv and Raquel so much. And we see what they did to Jade. And like, yeah, that's yeah, Liv and Raquel gotta die, I think. That's not good.
Is Jade dead?
That's Jade. Jade has been she had to go to the hospital. Like it was like had the ambulance come in. It's bad. I think whatever they do to them is completely justified.
She looked like it was almost like the Family Guy death pose.
They had her like they had this up on the screen while Bianca was like in a fight. They put this up on the prompter and they like ran out to go like help her, and she jumped in the ambulance with her and everything. It was super dramatic. And I was like, okay, no, for sure this is bad. So here is the good news that we get is the next tag team up is Naomi and Bianca versus Al and Liv. And it's like, oh my God, it's so good. This is such a fun fight to watch because there's so much hatred. There's so much seething hatred. We have on one side, we have like Raquel and Liv they fight so dirty. They're going to do whatever it takes to win. But then also we got Naomi and Bianca who are just running on like pure revenge and rage. And they're just like
the little boys,
kill him.
the little boy in the corner's face.
I like this in particular too. This guy signed, I don't know what's going on, but I'm excited. Well, Liv Morgan is about to be fucking crucified.
Me too, guy with sign. Me too.
Oh God.
No, deserve.
So, can't be too good for too long. Who shows his ass again?
All right.
Dumbass, dirty dog.
Ass motherfucker.
Comes back out, fucking with the ref again, messing them up. He does this shit where he like throws. She's pinned and he throws Liv's foot over the rope, and then he's just like, "Oh, her foot's over the rope. It's out. Like it doesn't count." And the ref's just like, "Okay, it's out. It's not good." So, yet again, Bianca has to put the fear of God in this man. She jumps out of the ring.
That is such a long braid.
Yeah, that's her.
She uses
Her
it
whole,
as a weapon.
her whole is so fun because she's got the long ass braid, and she like. Sometimes people will like grab it and use it again. She'll also just like whip people with it, and it literally cracks like a whip. It's really fun.
Yeah, from what I like
Very great.
in the ice show speed bit when he was in with it, it was like, "Ow! Why does that actually hurt? What's in there?"
There's a clip that I saw of like Liv Morgan. She was in like a classroom with a bunch of kids, and she was just chatting with them. and they were talking about Bianca, and she was just like, oh my God. And she was talking about her hair. She's like, yeah, she whipped me really hard. She's like, I had this scar across my stomach that was huge. And she's just like talking up Bianca about how cool her hair whip is. And she's just like, yeah, it was awesome.
Oh God.
What?
Nothing.
Dinner.
So
once again,
she
I'm going to
goes-
hold my tongue.
she goes to put the fear of God in this
White
man.
boy's ass.
But unfortunately, Raquel has her number and she goes and she knocks her out first. So she gets knocked out into the announcement table and she is out, which means yet again, Naomi is alone in the ring against 3 this time, and she's able to take out Liv with her ass. That's great. She takes out Dom with a foot to the face. He's out, but Raquel gets her, slams her head in the beam. She hits the mat, and Liv is able to just like crawl her ass over and just sort of flop on top of her and get the pin and win the match.
It's so illegal. It's a 3-on-1. Come on, ref.
Ref, do
They're
something.
actually there to ref. They're there to like make sure that no one's dead.
They're there to talk to Dominic, I guess, because that seems to be what they do whenever he shows up. So then they won, and they celebrate, and they're so happy, and Bianca's just in her shame.
You gotta stop falling for the bait.
They got
I
her
don't
again.
know. No, I understand the need to beat that white boy's ass whenever he shows up on screen.
I don't think he's
Yeah,
white.
he's not- yeah.
He's
He's
not
white.
right.
He's
He's
Rey Mysterio.
pale.
He's Rey Mysterio and or Eddie Guerrero's child.
Who's to say?
Who's to say? Who's to say? Actually, no. Technically, in the storyline of WWE, he is Eddie Guerrero's son.
Yeah.
But
I feel
Dominic
so
Mysterio or Rey Mysterio has custody.
I feel so bad for Bianca.
Yeah. Bianca's just has to accept that she fell for it a second time.
Girl, stand up.
So we're moving on to the next week. We have the blonde Elle from earlier is going to fight the bird girl for the
Kind of
title.
looks like JoJo Siwa.
She's so cool. Her entrance is so fucking cool. She comes in, the smoke machines are going, the lightning is going. She's got the feathers and everything. She just like, she's so badass and cool. I think she's awesome. Her thing also too is she's based on like an Irish folk legend called the Morrigan, I think. It's like a bird, it's a bird of war. So that's like her whole aesthetic. So they fight. She beats that girl's ass. Dirty fight, but she beats her ass. She gets to keep the title again. So good for her. So now we get to Bianca shows up and she gets a little interview with she gets an interview about the elimination match that they were talking about earlier, which happened on the other show that she won, I guess. And she also on that show broke up with Jade, who showed up to that show, and Naomi. So now she's just sort of like her own entity. She's been separated from the girls. And she looks great.
Oh yeah, Jade and Bianca did. Oh wait, no. Never mind.
They need to go do the WNBA where everyone's dating each other.
So it's time. It's time for Rhea and Io to fight for the Women's World Championship. But first, they have Bianca come out and do her little intro, and she looks so great because so she's going to be fighting whoever wins. So they're doing it again where they're giving her like a little wheelie chair to sit at the edge of the ring to just watch. Just gonna fight for the.
I would like to be in that chair, but only if that chair involves someone flying at my face.
So she's here, and she looks great.
What did you say? I would like to be in the chair, but only if that chair involves someone flying at my face.
So here is our team up, or not team up, our
Matchup.
Our fighters, Io Sky and Rhea Ripley, and their entrances, they both look so fucking cool. They look great. This match is gonna be so and awesome. This is where I left off, and that's as far as I got. So I didn't actually watch the fight yet. I have to tune back in.
Really
So,
edged us there.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Right at the
We have to,
like,
don't watch that later.
Do not drink that LaCroix.
So
You need to answer for your shame.
Maybe I'll
Stack is
finish
drinking
next
a
week.
Penny's drink.
Ash is shaming me for drinking a LaCroix. Let's take a brief intermission. They have a new flavor. The flavor is sunshine.
The flavor is the
doesn't-
same as every other LaCroix flavor.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good.
It tastes okay. I say this as a good thing. It tastes like they put a fresh, clean penny into this LaCroix can.
Fresh, clean what?
Penny.
Like the coin.
And yet you don't like my Sakura soda.
I'm just trying to find the.
Fine. Mine just has like the hint of flowers in it.
I just
That
Was this
tastes
the whole
like a
PowerPoint?
penny.
I need water.
There's the whole PowerPoint. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, that was the whole PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need an update when you catch up on Raw, like next week.
Okay.
The Daystar.
I'll do another
wrestling
recap.
I think
Right.
as Daystar slowly goes through Raw, we just need to have Daystar continuously recap the episodes.
Daystar becomes so. You know what's funny? There is like a YouTuber who like started watching wrestling a year ago, and has kind of been like really welcomed into the community, like very widely. Got invited to different podcasts and everything, and became like a known YouTuber within the wrestling community. Daystar, you know, you could.
It sounds like that path has already been taken by somebody.
Hey man, you can go ahead.
This is it. I just wanted to share. I had a great time watching Raw.
Sounds
You
good.
like those women going Raw.
Yeah, I like to watch
Wow.
women Raw.
I love
I
watching.
like it. The least fun part is like having to scrub through all of the men fighting to get to the parts that I want to watch. Just like, where are they? Where are they? Got them.
The girls are fighting.
Thank you, baby.
Yes, I should.
They're hot.
It's
Don't
such
put them
a
in your mouth
fun
yet.
storytelling format, and it's cool that like all of this, like, there's no other than Dom, there's no dudes involved, and Dom's mostly just there like a prop. Like
He
doesn't matter.
He's a little plot device.
You could replace Dom with like a cat, you know?
An annoying cat. Yeah.
Where's the like image of like the custody battle of Dom, but it's edited to be Liv and Rhea?
Did
That-
Dom get sexy lamped?
Yes,
Yeah,
Dom
he's
is
sexy lamping.
sexy lamped in this in the women's
He's a-
storyline.
He's a mustached lamp.
He's a little
I've been all right. I've been getting more into wrestling. There was the stuff we watched with Squid, but like I have not been watching full matches. I've just been watching TikTok edits to kind of get the general idea of
Wow.
stories.
Oh my god.
I
That's
made
how
at
You're
it.
like one of those people who reads like comic book recaps and then acts like they read the comic. But for wrestling.
I'm not gonna act like I know
I think
anything,
it's
but
the
like
thing with
I
the,
like.
the recap is it's hard to do justice to the actual fights because some of the actual fights are so fun to watch. Like they all have their own little style of fighting. That's fun.
I'm getting broad strokes of story. Like everything I know about Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio and Dominic is mostly from a like him edit.
Girl, you
Whoa.
gotta just watch
No,
it.
they did a ladder match about it to see who would
Yeah.
get custody of Dom.
It's so
and,
fun.
like,
It's so fun that they did about a
like
real
seeing,
little boy.
Yeah, I like seeing like the unreality parts where like you kind of like get like I like watching the interviews that they do completely separate from the WWE, and apparently like Eddie Guerrero would just like hang out at Dom's house, like he would just be there in the morning when they were having breakfast.
Hmm.
So I think that's just funny given the context of the storyline.
Yeah.
Really, my
I
dad?
think it's really fun because like Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero really do seem like they're good friends. I like in watching all these edits, I getting caught up in WWE lore. There was a one bit where Randy Orton said to Rey Mysterio is like, "Oh, you're praying up, like looking up for Eddie. Eddie's not up there. Eddie's down there." It's like, why the fuck would that be a line? Like, why would you imply that your colleague is in hell? Your actual friend who died. And all the comments were saying like, "Who? Vince wrote this script. I'm sure." Like,
Yeah. It's gonna be fun in like the next couple years or so, or maybe like maybe another decade. But like soon, like we're gonna have Dominic retire Ray, and I think this might be one of the first instances where we have like a son retiring a father. You know?
Yeah. Like you have Luke Skywalker, and
That's not. They didn't wrestle.
They had in the first match. They had like a bit where when she was fighting Rhea, where they had her do his move, which is the Three Amigos, and the announcers were talking about how like, yeah, she's using his old moves, but it's just like she's like bastardizing it, like it's being used to just to like make a mockery of the guy's legacy. And I'm just like, oh, there's a lot going on here. These ladies. She's so too. Like she's just scrolling around all the time.
And like Ray and Dominic aren't like the first like family like legacy in the WWE, but they're like the first ones where like the company still likes the older one. Because like there's the Cody Rhodes, there's the whole Rhodes family, but like with a lot of the Rhodes family, the WWE actively hates them. Like they hated Cody and I'm gonna call him Gold Dust. That's not his name. That was his stage name. But they hated their father, the American Dream, because he would not sell to the WWE for the longest time. And then when he did, they made a mockery of him. And then they made a mockery of Cody's older brother, who is later called Gold Dust. He did like a drag persona. It's a very fun persona, but like it destroyed him emotionally. And then when Cody came to the company, they did the same thing with him.
Huh.
Why can't I can't play videos for some reason. That sucks.
Do you guys want to see the gif of Rhea and Liv kissing again?
Yes.
Okay.
Just play that on loop in the background.
Okay.
Do we want to keep talking about wrestling for a little bit?
We don't need.
You guys
Can
can
we
talk about
do
boy
this?
wrestling, I guess.
I don't want to talk about boy wrestling. I want to talk
I
about
could have seen Maki and Danhausen this weekend. I'm kind of sad I didn't, but
All the way.
also it would have been like too much to drive down.
We'll leave that on there, and we'll talk about something else like comics.
Yeah.
I was gonna pull up a tier list for you guys, and I want to know how you feel about it. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen. So it is
Okay.
Lesbian Visibility Day.
Mm-hmm.
How do we feel about ranking DC characters based off of if they're lesbians or not a lesbian, and he, she, her, or he, him, and in the middle is they, them? That's not how pronouns work, but it is for this
The
tier list.
pronoun scale.
The pronoun scale. Pronouns exist on a scale.
Yeah.
Okay, put Scott in he, him, lesbian, and put
We
Barda.
have to start with a woman first.
I'm moving on to that. Barda,
Can we start? Can we start
Okay.
with a lesbian?
Well, I've already clicked Barda, so we're gonna put Barda in to feel pretty confident in she, her.
Put her more further down to lesbian, more towards the middle for she, her.
Oh, okay.
This is also
All right,
everyone
let's get
exists on
it.
the
Let's
scale
get an
for
actual
lesbian and
lesbian in here.
non-lesbian
Let's
as
see
well.
if I can find one.
I did compile a list of every lesbian at DC that has more than 50 appearances and isn't involved in law enforcement or the military in some way. Guess how many are on that list?
There's Poison
rough.
Ivy. There's Poison Ivy at the bottom next to Perry White.
Poison Ivy's not a
Okay, we're
lesbian.
not getting into that discourse.
Isn't it just, like,
The answer
Crush,
is
like,
2.
Natasha?
It's Crush and
Yeah.
Natasha. It's 2.
They should date.
Are they the same
Yeah.
All
age?
right, where's
I wouldn't put that on Natasha.
I don't know.
Wait,
They should. They're gonna make Natasha a cop. Mark my words.
Natasha,
She's not a cop. She's not a cop. The
If they-
Power Company, which is the next book she's gonna be in, is inherently anti-cop.
Is
oh my
Natasha
God.
Irons not on this list? I'm looking at the K's.
Look at the
Is it
S.
Steel?
What's her superhero name before she was Steel?
Did she one? I
She's
thought she
only
was
been
always
Steel.
Steel. Yeah, I think she's only been Steel.
Hmm. Take the regular Steel and just put him.
We'll just say that's Steel.
So John Henry Irons. Here's regular Steel.
Nope, that's Natasha for sure.
That's for Tasha, yeah. That's
That's
Natasha.
her.
Yep.
Judd, you think we should just use a she, her?
Do you think she's full she her?
Yeah.
I would put her a little bit closer to they, them.
Why?
She, they.
Engineer.
Engineer. Okay, you can make a compelling point.
A little bit
I think
trans.
it's a bit-
Gotta be a little bit trans to be an engineer.
So Diana
Yeah.
Prince, Wonder Woman.
If you're a lesbian and a
Put her
woman
in the middle.
engineering,
I think she's in the middle line because she's bisexual.
I think
Well,
she should be
If
like
you're bisexual, you're still a non-lesbian.
she's one of those bisexuals that's just like, I would be a lesbian except for my husband. That she's one of those.
Oh no, that's so mean. You're right
We
though.
should put Poison Ivy in lesbian just to piss people off.
Okay.
They're gonna
I'm gonna
get
put
us.
Wonder Woman in full she, her, but put her in the middle of non-lesbian.
I think she's more into girls than boys.
I would put her on the line.
On the line.
Like it's really just Steve.
It's really just Steve. And Steve is actually a butch no, he's not. I don't think
An
he's-
absolute he is.
I mean, there was also Agent
No, he's
Tressel,
not.
or Agent Tresher, or whatever his name was in the 2006 run.
No, I don't think so.
Who's
I
Agent?
don't think that's true.
Yeah, that's a lie.
that man was more into Steve.
I think his agent name was Nemesis.
That's a terrible name for a good guy.
All right, now hear me out. Cassie Sandsmark says he had lesbian.
Yes,
Sure.
you're objectively right.
Can we
I'm
get
willing to compromise on a.
No. Mm-mm.
he might
Go
throw a
with
they in
that.
there every once in a while, but can we get Eat a Candy on the board?
Is she on here?
Yeah, I see her.
Oh, there she is. Well, let's see. I think she's full lesbian. Probably also
Put her-
full she.
Put her full she her just because it pisses me off that they're like, oh, she's a lesbian. We gotta make her super butch and in the military now. I'm just like, no,
Like,
it'll be a-
no, not every
it'll be
butch
a Girl
has,
Scout.
not every lesbian has to be involved in law enforcement.
She
and
should look
military.
like a little woman wrestler.
and not every black woman
No,
has to have
she
a
should
mullet.
look like She
Yeah.
should look like
Not mullet, a
No,
mohawk.
I'm saying like a WWE wrestler.
No.
Cheetah.
She should just be fat. Like she should just be fat.
Cheetah's under Barbara and Minerva.
When I
I
was
like
trying to
her-
do this, I did find out that Cheetah
Girl.
isn't a lesbian. I thought that she was. I was told that by the internet. They lied to me.
She dated a boy.
Sad, but I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
we're gonna-
I'm trying to remember. Who did she date? It's on the.
Steve
Put
Shepard.
Barbara Gordon and they them lesbian.
Okay. They then lesbian Barbara Gordon. I'll move her up a little bit, unfortunately, because Dick Grayson was
No.
no.
I'm trying to.
Everybody makes mistakes, okay?
I'm trying to think of who Barbara Minerva slept with, but I just can't put
Damian
my finger
Wayne.
on
He,
it.
him,
Oh,
lesbian.
Ayaan, we don't care.
It's never gone.
Damian Wayne, he, him, lesbian. I'm appeasing the Flatline and Damian fans right now.
Okay. Bruce Wayne.
Oh, that's a he/him lesbian if I've ever seen one.
He, him, bisexual.
People are gonna find this
Name a
vibe
man that he likes.
out of context.
Ghost.
Two-Face.
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 Here's Damian.
I like how I was right with that one.
Now, this is why I didn't want to put Barbara that far down. Because
That's more fair.
True
Carol
lesbian.
Ferris,
A Daystar
unfortunately,
skin.
No, hey.
No.
Actions do not dictate identity.
No.
okay, we're not to put Barbara that low. Yeah, no.
Put her a little bit higher on the top.
Just put her on the
You
line.
know,
No way that
put her on the
Carol.
lesbian line.
No. You're not going to tell
Here's the
me.
thing.
You're not going to tell me that
Canonically-
Carol Ferris.
Canonically
Carol-
by gender, put her in the middle on the lesbian line.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to tell me Carol Ferris
No,
more
Carol
lesbian
should be
than
like
Diana
smack
Prince.
dab in the middle.
Okay.
Carol is the basis that we're working
Perfect
on
middle.
in all directions.
Schrodinger's lesbian.
All right. Ash has requested he, him, lesbian Damian Wayne.
This feels
I
right.
think
You
Carol
can't
Ferris.
just
My,
have men.
my
I
argument
think
for
Damian
lesbian
can just
Carol
be a
Ferris.
really good boy.
My argument for lesbian Carol Ferris.
No,
the only
it's I'm
guy-
accusing the flatline.
Wait, I'm
fans.
trying to hear Rena's argument for lesbian Carol Ferris.
is that the only guy she shows like consistent interest in is Hal Jordan, and we know she doesn't actually like him.
Yeah.
And also, Hal Jordan does become a woman briefly. So
It doesn't matter.
Doomsday. I think that's a they/them lesbian.
Who?
Okay, no, we're not doing that.
Doomsday is actually common misconception. Doomsday is actually a they them bisexual.
Where's Flatline?
Where's Doomsday?
Oh, Flatline.
Doom. Like I'm just thinking about monster voice. Like,
Yeah.
Doomsday does not like biphobia.
Where are we
Is
putting
Flatline not on here?
It's entirely
Hold on.
possible.
No, because they used the new Damien suit. That's why I'm like,
Who else
how is
we got?
Flatline not
Well,
on?
what's her real name?
Can we lesbian Hippolyta? Who can stop us?
Lesbian Hippolyta is real.
Hmm.
Hold on, we gotta put Poison Ivy on the board real fast.
Uh-oh.
She's a lesbian, we know this, but how we feel?
Be careful.
I know discourse. Where is she on the pronoun spectrum?
I think she they.
She they?
No, put her more down towards lesbian. I think she would. Yeah. No, like right next to Natasha. Yeah.
Anyway.
No, Natasha should be more they them.
No.
Okay, Maxwell Lord.
That's a man. That's a
Yeah,
gay
no,
man.
no.
We're
Not a
putting-
lesbian.
Max is not
Yeah.
on board. Now, on the other hand, Jimmy Olsen.
okay.
Jimmy Olsen.
Hold on, I want to find Flatline real quick.
As the Superman expert here.
Classic and fumbler over here. Jimmy
I
Olsen.
don't think
Yeah.
Flatline's on here.
That is a Rizless trans
Flatline is
girl.
in the first row.
Scroll
Oh,
up.
I'm not thinking about Flatline. I was thinking Punchline, not Flatline.
Yeah,
Never-
that's Punchline. Punchline.
Where's Jimmy Olsen?
Not a lesbian. She, her.
Oh, here's Jimmy Olsen. Okay. Ayaan makes a compelling argument.
A
What did
Rizless
Ayaan say?
trans- I said a Rizless trans girl.
Rizless trans girl.
I see. Interesting.
I think the reason she's Rizless is because she's pre-transition, of course. The question is, post-transition.
I think
I
she
think
still-
it's still.
I think that Jimmy Olsen luck still makes her the fumbler.
Yeah, I don't think estrogen can save her.
Ayaan, how much do you relate to Jimmy Olsen?
I don't relate to Jimmy Olsen.
Okay.
I relate to
On
Superman.
the
more.
line does not mean bisexual, by the way, because bisexuals are also non-lesbians.
Wait, why is Damien
No.
a non-lesbian? Him.
He's just a boy.
No.
He's just a good boy. We
No,
have to
he's
have some
not.
good boys.
No, no. If
Yay.
any of Bruce's sons is a lesbian, it's Damon.
You just don't want us.
Arguably, it might be all of them except for Jason, but it is definitely at least Damien.
All right. All right, let me see. Let me take a crack at some of these on my own. Let me see if I can make a judgment
Okay,
call.
yeah, I want to hear Ayaan.
Yeah, give Ayaan the reins here for a minute.
All right.
Everybody else quiet.
All right, let me get a look at the character roster here. The Anti-Monitor. I'm gonna have to say that is a they them. Sexuality wise, embracing entropy and like wanting complete anti like nothingness in the universe.
What are you saying?
That's the Anti-Monitor.
Ion's doing a bit. Ion.
No, hold on.
Okay, so you're making the argument that the anti-monitor might be asexual. Where does that fall on the lesbian to non-lesbian scale, Ayaan?
I think that exists
I think
on
asexual. Yeah.
We're making Ion do ace discourse right now.
Yeah, Ayaan, do ace discourse for us.
All right. So Anti-Monitor, asexual, not even romantic in the slightest with anyone. So like full on no love. There's no love in his heart. So no one.
That's what asexuals are like. No love.
No. No. I'm not doing that.
That's separate, but it's definitely not.
But like that's to the Anti-Monitor. Guys, don't do this to me. Guys,
Ooh, real lesbian. Real alert.
No, you have
Get
love in
Anissa
your
Prince
heart.
on the
It has
board.
nothing to
Get her
do
up
with
there.
being asexual.
Get Anissa in there.
It has to do with the anti-monitor. It's okay.
Stack.
It's okay.
Stack. Real lesbian alert. Get her on the board. Anissa. First row.
Anissa
Get her
Pierce,
up there.
right next to Antiope.
Anissa is a lesbian. Is she a lesbian?
Yes.
Because people told me Nubia was a lesbian, and then you told me Nubia was
Anissa's
bisexual.
only dated women.
Okay.
She
That
is
doesn't
listed
mean
as a
anything.
lesbian.
That doesn't mean
She's a
anything for
lesbian.
DC, but
She
she's
is. She
closer.
was on the Wikipedia list.
Anissa isn't in law enforcement or in the military.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell
but she doesn't have more than 50 appearances.
Guys,
What?
all right. Before I speak anything,
I'm
what's the
talking about
general-
like the new the reboot era.
So
Because it's
She was
over
lesbian
two.
before
So
that.
what do we think
Heart-
Anissa's pronouns are? We're leaning towards she, her.
I say she her.
She, her,
Yeah, I
but
say
I
she.
don't think. Yeah, she, her.
Okay. So
Grace Troy
now,
on the
how
list?
do we
Grace Troy?
how do we feel about Harvey Dent?
That's a gay man. That's a
gender
bi-
I don't feel
man. A bi-gender bisexual man.
anything. I don't feel anything about Harvey Dent.
Okay, but because I only say this because his wife is
Here-
on
here
this
she is.
tier list too.
She's a.
Gilda
she's
Dent.
Okay.
She uses they them?
Yeah.
Okay, so walk me through your thought process here, Ash.
Grace Troy is a butch.
If
Yeah.
you say so.
no, this is canon.
Okay.
She is.
She is a butch.
Do
Do you
we
not know who
consider-
Grace Troy is?
Do we consider Tamaranians omnisexuals?
Wait,
What does that mean?
Stack
I
not know
don't-
who Grace Troy is? Because I think you need to get into
Yeah,
that.
Steph, do you not know who Grace Troy
I
is?
What is
consider
she?
them cat
She's in
people.
Birds of Prey, the most recent one.
Okay. I'm
She's
not
also
reading
been
that.
in Black Lightning. She is dating Anissa Pierce right now.
Oh, okay.
She has not ever been seen dating a man, but she has not been openly stated as lesbian.
Yeah.
Mm.
But she is a butch, though. That.
Alright.
You
All right.
can't
So for
deny that.
the Tamaranians, do we consider them omnisexual?
No.
For Starfire specifically, she's definitely bisexual.
Mm.
Maybe even straight.
No,
No.
no.
Donna Troy.
Guys, we are forgetting what Tamaranian culture is. we know what they're about.
The fact that she does little
Tamaranian
fashion
culture is
shit
fucking
for
Donna
Donna
Troy.
specifically.
Okay, where is Starfire?
She's right next to her sister Commander as Coriander.
There's two. There's
next
a
to
lot
Kyle.
of people on there.
She's next to
Right next
Kyle,
to
who I
Kyle
wasn't gonna
Rayner.
mention. I wasn't gonna mention him, but
There
we can leave him out of this.
Now, where do we put her sister Commander?
We don't need.
I
to.
don't want it.
You don't.
I think she's obscure enough. We don't need to. put her on.
Got it. Straight girl.
Sure.
Who else do we have?
Okay, so unfortunately, at some point, we do need to get Kate Kane and Renee Montoya on the board.
Where are they?
Unfortunately, we have to put actual lesbians on here. Is what you're saying.
Unfortunately, we have to respect.
Unfortunately, we have to put actual cops on here.
The cops-bians.
So Kate Kane, canonically a lesbian. I feel like she does not have a lot of gender fuckery going on, unfortunately.
She
Well,
seems like
she
a
is
second-
butch sometimes.
Hey,
Well,
But she's not new gender.
oh wait, is that
fucking.
Kate Kane?
Yeah.
No, I put
It
Kate
can be.
Kane on she her. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing about Renee. Renee is Renee likes making the mystery between the two questions even more. Like she'll answer to he.
Yeah.
She'll play with the big stage legacy. Okay.
Yeah, she likes to.
What,
She's
I don't know why, but like
a little closer to Eddie.
it
But
was a weird thing to think. Like, you guys think like Kate Kane might be a little turfy? Just like,
I
like not,
wouldn't be surprised.
Knowing her, yeah.
Next tier list, we decide who is the most turf to least turf.
Yeah, we're just gonna do a regular list.
yeah. I feel like Kate, because she's older, she tries to like put in jokes that just won't fly. I think.
Can we throw
Yeah.
Donna Troy in here?
Yeah, that.
Donna Troy, lesbian.
No.
She her.
She her
No.
Whoa, hey.
Hey, no,
Hey.
no.
Unfortunately,
you have had too much
We have
alcohol.
guys. Wally West, Roy Harper, that other guy.
It
That
just
doesn't matter.
It does not mean not attracted to women. It just means not a lesbian. She's bisexual. But
No,
not
she should not
lesbian.
be.
She's
She
she's
should not be. All those
bisexual.
relationships.
Look,
No, 'cause
if
all
you
those
actively
relationships
choose
with
Roy
men-
Harper, then that's a you
She
thing.
she makes mistakes. Every lesbian makes
No,
mistakes
all her
sometimes.
relationships with men are because male writers get a hold of her and they just
You
pair
can't
her
make
with
that.
weird men.
You can't let
No,
that be the
that
deciding
is
factor.
actually what Phil
Guys,
Jimenez does.
literally every moment that she has been on panel has been out of character. Just trust me.
Oh yeah, every
She
time.
doesn't- She doesn't like a single dude that she's ever dated. She
Oh,
only likes.
So
She
the
has
only
never
one,
liked a single dude that she's ever dated.
Ash, the only one that counts is what you're saying. The only one that counts is the Devin Grayson run. That is what
The
you're
reason
saying
why
right
you do,
now.
actually.
The Devin Grayson
No,
run,
I'm saying
and
the
that
real-
put her with Roy Harper.
I'm saying the actual like original Teen Titans run where she's besties with Donna all the time, and they're like crying over each other, and Corey wants to
Yeah, they
fucking kill her
were
husband and
very
everything.
gay
It's
about
great.
it.
Okay.
I
Donna
don't
and
doubt that she's
Coriander are
attracted
very-
to women. I just don't
Donna
think she's a
Troy is
lesbian.
not attracted to women. I'm saying she's bisexual.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Name
getting
a
at.
man that she's
She could be a
attracted to.
lesbian.
Roy
It's not her
Harper.
husband. It's not her boyfriends. It's
Roy
not Roy
Harper.
Harper. It's not
Roy
Roy
Harper.
Harper. It's not Roy
It is
Harper.
He does not like
Roy
Roy
Harper.
Harper either.
Roy-
I like Roy Harper. I don't see why anyone would ever be attracted to that man.
Donna saw it.
Well,
Cheshire-
Donna's,
Cheshire
Donna doesn't
has
know
the
what
issue.
Donna needs or wants.
Donna still is attracted to her
choose.
husband.
You can't choose for Donna.
Yes, I can. I was assuming that we were like the scale of everybody existed on the scale of lesbian to non-lesbian.
Yeah. But non-lesbians includes bisexuals.
Yeah, but that's just like the most extreme is like anti-lesbian.
All right, now Jade Nugent, Roy Cheshire Cat.
The opposite of a lesbian is a gay man.
Yes, that's why Alan Scott's up here.
Sure,
So
yeah.
Donna shouldn't be at the top. Donna should be like further down.
And speaking of opposite of lesbians,
Hal Jordan.
We're gonna put Booster Gold up here.
Are there any other ugly blonde men you want to just throw up there while we're here?
Let's throw up Ted Cord.
No, there's an
Not
idea I've
blonde,
never
but
seen
alright.
thrown around. That's an idea I've never seen thrown around. Ted Cord, or not Ted Cord, Booster Gold and Alan Scott interacting.
I guess they could. There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah, he's just like Alan sees him at the Pride Parade, and Alan isn't as flashy as Booster is. And
Alan's
he's
letting
like,
him lock eyes across while they're at Pride, and they're like, and Alan's like, I saw you in the fucking war, man. What happened?
yeah, Alan
I
sees Booster. Alan sees Booster at the Pride Parades, but like Booster's like peak rainbow capitalism. He has like brands all over his costume.
I do
He's
think
passing
that,
out
like,
pens from the bank.
I realize I don't think Booster is queer, because if he was queer, he would have come out by now.
Like, I do think he would come out as a stunt.
Yeah.
He's still planning his
Yeah,
come out
like,
party.
even if Booster wasn't queer, he would have come out by now.
He would have
Yeah,
he would have accidentally implied he was queer and then have to like backtrack on Twitter and post like an apology about how he's straight.
I think he would baby no money.
Yeah.
I think he would baby no money it, where he's like, I'm letting y'all think. Y'all can guess whatever you want.
If DC was brave and knew how to be funny about gay people, they would let Booster Gold be a little fruity in like an influencer annoying way.
But let him queerbait like Beast that one time.
No, I was gonna say like baby no money, how he's treating it, because like no one knows the answer for certain what baby no money is.
No, he's straight.
Who is Baby No Money?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
You
don't
know
worry
that-
about it. Don't worry about it.
He does a bunch of TikTok songs that get famous.
Famous.
Is that like Young Gravy?
No,
Yeah.
but I think they have collaborated.
Yes, it's like Young Gravy.
You know the guy who did the what's that? You know
They
that Czech
posted a
song?
video of them kissing and everybody won't shut up about him.
ITBOYBO
BB and no dollar sign.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Do you know?
Don't worry about
never
it.
been so proud of being old.
They dressed up like the gay dudes from Arcane and made out on TikTok, and everybody won't shut up about them.
All right, so the Joker.
No, can we not
No.
read the list?
I'm they. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think what
We
that
need,
is.
we need a straight girl. We need a I guess punchline. Punchline can be our.
Hold
or
on. Let me
Anchor.
get a good look at this roster and determine who's the straight girl.
We're putting big money on the sides. We're not playing in the middle space very much.
Yeah.
No,
Everybody's full.
wanna
Everybody's
take
full
a-
she, her, or full he, him.
I want to take a gander at the roster to see who's the straightest girl here.
okay, who's the straightest girl here?
Okay,
Gary Allen.
hold on. No.
Mary Ellen is funny.
Granny Goodness, cause fascism. I think. Hold on. We got rid of a lot of the girls. I'm seeing a lot of guys here.
Yeah, I've
Jessica
mostly
Cruz?
put women on the board.
Can I suggest Power Girl like middle of non-lesbian lesbian and all the way on cheer?
and got no non-binaries.
Power Girl
Karen.
might be the straightest.
I don't think she's straight because Hella will know Wayne exists.
You always have to remind me of that.
Put her next to Kara Danvers. That's where I would put her.
All right,
Okay.
Icon. What would happen if you asked Icon his pronouns?
I really want to. I really want to ask Icon what his pronouns are.
It'd be really funny if he just goes, I mean, like, as a human, it's he, him, but like, like on the alien level.
Just has like a really long, rambling answer. We're like, it's not a hard question.
My
But...
name
He has at least listed like 5 pronouns.
Wait, where's Icon on this list? Am I blind?
It's
Yes,
Augustus, so he should be in the A's.
Oh, okay.
Side is
He's in the
straight.
top corner on the right.
Yep.
Oh wait, you don't get to control it. Okay. Icon, we're putting he, him. Like over
No, okay. So move him up on non-lesbian and move him more to the side on him.
like
So
right
that-
here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Questionable area because he is an alien. I don't know what the rules are there.
Alien does not mean queer.
He still
He's a
lives here.
shape-shifting alien. Like
It
what?
could
That
be-
doesn't
it could
mean
be
queer.
All
He
right.
does-
Just because that's the only way they ever portray genderqueer people doesn't mean that that's what that means.
He's
No,
not
I
even
mean,
a
no, I
character.
mean like from a sci-fi thing. This is where my brain usually goes. Like, where would we put Martian Manhunt? Oh yeah, right, Manhunter.
Martian Manhunter actually turns into women. Okay.
I love that comic.
I don't know if he necessarily has a great time doing it though.
I mean, we've seen what Martian Manhunter looks like when he's fucking. So
I do think it's notable that Martian Manhunter does feel dysphoria as a woman, and we
Yeah.
should.
We should respect that. Yeah.
yeah,
He's a man.
him.
What if we get an Iron Snoopy to cook in our food?
Where
That was
Did they
crazy.
Lois-
Discourse.
Lois
Oh.
Lane is her. I think Lois Lane's straight, ish.
This is true.
Catwoman.
Well, you know.
Are you about to say Tom King?
Look,
Well-
if, every once in a while he'll say someone's kind of gay, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. Like Broken Clock, you know.
Wasn't that explained as like Batman like being tortured or something? And that was just his mind going to a happier place?
No,
Or am I thinking of something else?
there's something else. Don't worry about
I
that.
think Lois Lane is very confident in her gender.
Her dad's a military man.
Therefore, she is lesbian by descent.
No. Also, it was funny in the early 2000s. There was a comic that implied she may have been conservative for a bit.
Yeah, but we ignore
Yeah.
that. She's a reporter. You can't be a conservative reporter in this
I
day
mean,
and age.
Carol
brother.
Ferris is a Republican. We know this.
Yeah, we know this for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta get someone who is non-binary on this.
All right. Okay, so let me get a good look at this roster. Edward Nygma.
Mm.
Yeah, why not?
Riddle me this, Batman. What's not a man and not a woman either?
Well, he's questioning, so he's on the he's
Questioning,
in the
so we'll put him right in the middle.
I would assume that's still question.
acronym. Dun, dun.
Oh yeah,
put,
let's get
put him in question right in the middle. Double up. Is
Wait.
Vic on this list?
They have Vic Stone. No, they don't have.
No, Mr. Freeze,
still
that's a
no
lesbian.
question.
Yeah, it kind of got frozen off, so
Damn.
It's not.
Yara Floor. Remember when we thought she was the industry plant, and then we met the
Yeah.
true plant?
yeah. You ever-
Industry
It's one of the. It really is one of those like perhaps I was too harsh on you, little one moments. Because like, how do you make a worse Wonder Girl than the one that has racist Brazilian representation?
It's pretty bad.
How do you make a worse Wonder Girl origin story than Donna Troy, who has a multiple choice origin?
Okay, to be fair, it's like the old Greek myths. That's why Donna Troy is like that.
No, it's not. It's because they didn't.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
All right, Robert Dubois. That's
Yeah.
Bloodsport.
Yara Floor. Where are we putting her?
No, we're not.
Fine.
We're not putting her.
How's Jimmy Olsen is more she/her than Catwoman? I do love that.
Gotta-
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, she
Yeah.
gets a little butch with it sometimes, which I think she should
You
be
can't
do
just
more.
call butches like.
She does sometimes. She used to in the past a lot, and I wish she would go back to it.
Bane, he, him, lesbian. No.
I can.
Are
butcher that
we-
for anyone.
I think we got a good amount here. Do we need any more?
I think there are a
Uh,
few funny ones we can knock out.
Let's
Okay,
go
what
down
are
on the
some-
list. No, what about about Dinah? Can we get her on the board?
Lex Luthor.
Because I don't
What
think
happens-
she likes that man.
What happens if you Lex Luthor's pronouns?
I think he'd shoot you.
I do think he would fake being gay so that he could be like Superman hates gay people.
The thing is, like depending on the characterization, Lex Luthor is like a billionaire who pays his workers living wages, but he is someone who's like, if you even slightly inconvenience him once, he will kill you. like there was a bit in the Death of Superman. In the Death of Superman story, in the Death of Superman story, there was a thing where Lex Luthor had a martial arts training assistant, and she beat him in a fight, and so he just murdered her in the locker room and then covered it up, and it was like that was just like out of nowhere.
All right, there we go. That's where we're putting Lex. Dinah. Okay.
Leslie Willis.
I don't think she likes that man.
Oh, wait, I found Crush.
Oh, well, Crush is a lesbian.
Yeah, she's under the name Leslie Willis.
That's her name?
What?
Sure.
No, it's right next to Lobo, Leslie Willis.
I hate that.
Wait, is that Livewire? Am I tripping?
It might be Livewire. That's Livewire for sure.
That's Livewire.
We'll just pretend.
All right, so we think.
Okay, all right, this is where I'm putting Livewire, but I would put Crush here.
Wow. I feel like she's way more lesbian than Cassandra Cain.
Fine.
Well, no, you keep Cass down there.
Yeah, just move the other two up. Move Barbara and Carol up.
Whoa.
Yeah. There.
No. Switch Cassandra.
No, I think that works. I think Sojourner should be closer to the lesbian side because she's a cop.
All right. Away from
she's a gay man now. Look what you've done.
All right.
I'm right, and you know it.
Okay, Clayface.
No.
Okay. Sissy King Jones.
Lady Clayface.
Connor Kent, I do think, is a good one.
Sissy King Jones, I think they.
Rank Connor Kent, come on.
Connor Kent.
There's too many names being thrown around.
We're saying the same name multiple times.
Okay. I have to look for them, though.
No, the reason why we're saying is because you're right on top of him.
Connor? That's a tricky one. Because I think non-lesbian. I don't know what that boy is.
Or Connor Hawk.
Connor Kent.
I would put her right in the middle in terms of gender. And then
you saw how angry he got when people were calling him Superboy.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
He would not be angry if they called him Supergirl.
His first line was, "Don't call me Superboy."
Let's see. Who else?
One of Bertinelli's life goal is to be Pope, and you know what you have to be Pope?
Catholic?
Straight.
No and no. You have to be Catholic. Italian, yeah. Pretty much.
I mean, the last Pope wasn't Italian.
Yeah, and he was the first in quite a while.
They should.
Actually, he was Italian. He was just born in Argentina.
And wait, an Italian Argentinian worries me.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
this is our
as far as
list.
popes go, he was chill for a pope, but he was of Italian. His parents were from Italy, and they moved to Argentina.
When did they move to Argentina?
Probably a bajillion years ago, because he was born in Argentina and lived there his whole life, and he's died at 88.
I did. Hold on.
Right.
So 2025 Mine is 88.
Ash, you plagiarist.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Twitter post that you just cited with the Donna Troy multiple origins thing on screen right
Yeah. Yeah.
You.
Wait, scroll up. I need to see it.
I
I
Down.
think
Scroll down.
you keep on
Scroll
scrolling
down.
past it.
Scroll down. You
keep on-
passed it.
where?
It's
You're
the one.
really
Yeah, that one.
okay. And then the
Ash-
one right above it. I need to
Ash
see the
just said this to me.
I want to see the other Tumblr post. Scroll up.
Jesus. It's discourse. Don't worry about it.
I think this is for Teal Glazers.
This is niche. I don't want to put this artist on blast. I don't
Oh,
want to.
actually, I actually do like Mark II's ship art that he did. Hold on.
Let's get off Twitter. I think it's unhealthy to be on Twitter.
It's on Twitter
Ayaan,
now.
you're talking
Okay,
about
we're on
chip
Twitter
art
going right now.
for Bruce and Jason.
No, hold on. He did Tim Con. Hold on. I think like compared to Dan Mora, I think Marcus too really understood the sauce by like drawing chemistry alongside it. Because he was the artist for Red Robin for a little bit. And so when it came to like pairing them together, he wasn't just drawing them kissing. He was drawing them being intimate. And that's something that's missing in the Dan Mora art, if I'm being honest. Like there's chemistry in the art. You see that they really do like each other. They were just like smushing faces together.
I've never seen Daystar more uninterested.
Sorry. Oh,
Even-
whoa. Oh, God. What do you want from me?
Get the
He
boys
even-
out of here. It's about lesbians.
all right,
No!
all right. He even makes the black shirt look decent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will agree on that.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
You really hate Connell.
I don't care about him. I nothing him.
Hold on. Let me see which.
He's a bitch to cast that one time though. I don't appreciate that.
Let me see if the random comic button will land me on a lesbian comic.
Good luck, girl.
All right.
We're not doing random comic button. We
Perhaps.
Ooh,
Perhaps.
figure out something to talk about without needing to resort to random comics immediately. Come on.
I was
like
gonna
random
pull up.
comics.
Sabrina Carpenter just dropped new merch and I'm broke. God damn it.
Is it good
Sabrina.
merch? Computer,
Yeah,
show me
it's
Sabrina
new.
Carpenter merch. Computer.
All right. Hold on. I'm computer
I
right now.
like the mug. She made a cute mug where a bow is the handle. God fucking damn it. And she's making merch with Dolly Parton.
I don't know why you said Bo, and I thought like, why would she put Obama's dog on her merch? And I don't know why. is my-
Can you
I
scroll
don't
up
know
real
why
quick?
that's where my mind went, but it is.
I don't know if the red lingerie tee is genius or lazy. I think it's lazy.
I think it's kind of funny. It does have a back, so I respect that, you know?
It's like the
a lot of
bikini
her merch
t-shirt.
is more funny than anything.
I'm working late because I'm a singer.
I
The
do
horny
kind of
ones
want
one.
the Dolly Parton one.
Who is getting a shirt that a hoodie just says horny on it?
That looks terrible. $85. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I can understand Chapel Rowan's
I'm
like
so-
merch and how much it is, because like she has publicly stated she's like, yeah, I'm going through like independent like I'm not doing fast fashion here.
Hold on.
Anyways,
Oh my god, there's a femininomenon. Femininomenon.
stop looking at something
Sabrina's
that's gonna make you upset.
Femininomenon.
What are you talking about?
Femininomenon. Femininomenon.
Who's upset about?
Talking about
Femininomenon?
Well, because Ash is clearly upset they can't afford the things that they want.
No, I can afford it next week when I get paid.
No,
Don't-
we're just window shopping.
Okay. I've never heard so much distress in window shopping.
When I was at the dollar store recently, I found a Dolly Parton thing. Hold on.
Pull up Dolly. Get
The
out of
Star-
3 real quick.
Wait,
Dolly's
what
on
was
screen.
that?
Make Ayaan big. I want to look at Dolly.
Oh, wait, make an eye on big.
Ooh,
How do I make?
I got it.
I kind of want that Midwest.
No.
God damn it!
I said I got it.
I got it.
I have the Midwest Princess.
Dolly.
Yeah.
Do you think
I
you
hold
really
this.
spent that?
I hold this like that one Wolverine meme, just as a bit.
It's like
All right,
caressing.
I'm putting this back on screen. Why isn't it?
There we go.
Okay, what are we
Okay,
doing?
so I wanted to check. Okay, so here we have this many works in DC Comics.
Wait,
Okay.
did you just tell me that was the DC, the Star City School for Gifted Youngsters?
That I don't want to make fun of anyone in particular, but like I wanted to show this is how many works there are that are specifically tagged as Fem Slash.
I'm sorry, it's just such an evil title.
I know.
Like
Anyway.
we really mixed together the Arrowverse and
All
X-Men.
right. Now,
So the top Fem Slash ship is Poison
Harley
Ivy and
Ivy.
Harley Quinn. And then
Kinda
it's Stephanie
Ivy.
Caps, also makes sense. And then it's Selena and Ruth.
okay.
That's true to me, actually. That was me. My bad.
Daystar did that one. And then
And then we're in the sort of situation of they're probably in the background or they have lesbians in the background, so they're fixed.
I'm
And then you have
surprised.
Aaron Danvers and Lena Luthor. Someone mistagged their CW as comics.
Well, like ECU, right? Not DC Comics.
It is comics. If you go to just like the general DC tag, they are the main ship.
No.
Yeah. The CW fandom was really into them. And you know what?
Have they even met in canon? I feel like if they
Is
have,
there a Lena Luthor in the comics?
it's really funny.
There it is.
It's really funny about that is that I remember making a skit when that Superman A Dawn of DC book came out, and Lex Luthor was like, I'm giving control of LexCorp over to you. It is now called SuperCorp. And I've made a
We
skit
go-
about that
we go
because
back to the
SuperCorp is the name of their ship.
Tags?
SuperCorp is the name of Supergirl and Lena's ship.
I'm looking it up.
Can you
So
go back to
Lena
the
Luthor,
relationships? I want to talk about one of them.
Lena Luthor does predate the Supergirl show by like a year, and she also like isn't real. I think they recently made her a Supergirl character because of the TV show, but she was like a normal Superman character. Who had
I
no-
know that Lex Luthor does have a niece. I remember seeing her in All-Star Superman.
Well, no, he has a sister that like had a deadly illness or whatever.
Yeah, she had cancer. Lex Luthor cured it, and then he took the cure away. Because he's just evil.
It always blows my mind. Every time I go to see fan fiction, I just see like just a wall of Danny Phantom, and I have to leave. I'm just like, why? Like
don't
this
know.
ghost boy and everything.
Because he has black hair.
I'm looking for specifically gender bending Batman or Bruce Wayne.
Yeah,
So
it's not. That's not why it's here.
I know, but I want it to be.
Bruce Wayne is Danny Phantom's biological parent. Okay.
You can try to look up female Bruce Wayne or something like that.
I could try that.
Fem Wayne.
I think she has a name. Bryce Wayne? No, that's not it.
That's not a.
That's less of a female like name.
Well, we're just gonna search the actual tag now. Come
What is
on,
that? Anything?
don't fuck with me right now.
It is
I don't
wild
think-
how someone as like capable and like knowledgeable about AO3
Do
as
just Fem without the Emmy in the end.
still fucks up
Bruce Wayne is a femme fatale. Bruce is a slut for informational purposes.
This isn't what I want.
Catholic imagery.
I think you spelled femme in like the third least popular way.
Okay, try Bryce Wayne.
Bryce
Okay,
is
here we
not
go. Okay.
Brianna Wayne.
Brianna.
Bruce
I'm
Wayne.
Because I'm a singer. Well,
Diana, making Bruce Wayne a
Di-
woman. And
Diana
then
and Femme Bruce Wayne is interesting to me. Okay, what do we got? Anything?
God, now we
now check
Now-
the tag for Batman is a girl.
Click filter words if you have it. It's a canonical tag. Yeah, just click the filter words button.
Brace, I'm not like other girls, Wayne.
All right, now look up Selena Bruce Wayne.
Okay.
do any of us really know how to use?
Is
Usually I'm pretty good at it.
that
Okay.
female Bruce Wayne just getting ran through by the by the whole roster?
$1 million. Batman is still Batman.
Is
I
it
did tell
really?
you to Bryce.
I fucking told you.
Bryce Wayne is just lost her son. Oh, rip.
Oh wait, you could have also just searched Earth 11.
That's not.
Yeah,
That's
but that's like
Rena.
a very
That's not
specific
how it
thing.
works, Ayaan.
Also, that's technically Kate Kane.
It's Elena is the
Oh, her name's Helena Wayne.
Anyway.
I mean that's who ends up being like the Batman equivalent.
All right, I'll come back to this later. But for now,
Yeah.
we're gonna go back to.
I don't think they ever really explain.
All right,
what
now
her
look for a
make
femme
is.
Superman.
All right, we can do that.
Can you look up Lois Superman and just search the tag?
Oh,
Search for the pegging
Oh.
tag. I just want to see something real quick.
Oh yeah, we can do that.
Get a number count on that one. I don't think a lot of people are writing
Yeah, like
straight fan fiction.
I mean, ever
I
since
do think
Adventures
that's
of Lois.
That's
Yeah,
fandom. What am I typing here?
I think after Adventures of my Adventure with Superman, I think that jumped up Lois.
Yeah,
and
it's
Clark's
gonna be
popularity.
that's gonna be what we get. Is just based on that cartoon, but you can use your imagination and pretend it's somebody else.
Erase every
The most-
interesting about Jessica Cruz. Y'all ready for that?
No,
Okay.
you know what? I want to
Okay.
keep everything. I want to keep it all. when
Okay, so
searching.
when you look up Clark Kent / Lois Lane on AO3, there's 5,000 words, which is pretty good. The most popular fandom is Smallville.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
Batman.
Yeah, goddamn right.
And then you got the general ones, but like Batman being the third is crazy. Anyway,
Get awesome couple, evil horse, evil intimidating horse.
well, why is
Uh,
Bruce
Not
here?
nothing.
God, why is hey?
Look,
Hey.
look. Bruce Wayne's gonna show up to the party no
Oh,
matter
wait,
what we
Get him out of here! All right. Wait. Was that
Any of
Pa
them not
Kent in
have
that
Bruce
one?
in 'em.
Hold on. Was that Pa Kent? Scroll back up.
Go
No,
with that.
no. It's just Clark has a meaningful relationship with his father, not in a
okay.
sexual way.
He has a
That-
meaningful relationship with his father, and he gets pegged, unrelated.
All right. Okay.
The and on AO3 means like a platonic or familiar.
No, I know this.
relationship.
I just misread it.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Clark, Lois.
Wait, no, that was one. Wait. You're skipping some that are just them.
All right.
Yeah, these are cute. The reason I'm skipping over them is there's nothing to comment on.
God damn it! The Bat Boys are back. And why is Dick in it?
Why is Dick involved here?
Why is Dick in a story about pegging?
Yeah.
Not that kind of Dick.
Okay, well here we
All
got
right, now this is the
Diana,
fourth one.
Bruce,
I'm not
Clark,
mad at
Lois
this.
Lane.
The quadrilogy.
Listen, if it means that we get Lois Lane and Diana in some fashion, I can get behind it.
Of course.
Take what you get and don't get upset.
What do you think? Do you think that they just texted her like, "Hey, you can't invite Steve. He's gonna push the vibe."
Steve can't handle all of this, and she's like, Lois and Bruce get to come though, and they're like, Lois and Bruce can't handle it.
Lois proves herself as a warrior to Wonder Woman that night.
Yeah, for sure. Steve doesn't know what to do with all that.
Like at the end of it, Wonder Woman just gives her like a warrior's handshake, as like, "You did well, sister."
Selena can take all of it. She just happened to be busy that night. She had something else to do.
Yeah, she really just wants Bruce to herself. She's very strictly like, she's like, I don't want to be involved with everyone.
Like the idea with Superman was tempting, because there was that one comic where she was interested in Superman for a bit.
Okay, let's check up.
She went and had a hot date with somebody else. She's more of a one-on-one kind of girl.
The interview with the vampire fanfic being tagged as cuck chair is very good.
All right,
That just makes sense.
Yeah,
Some things just make sense, you know.
Cuck chair character.
So does the chair talk?
I don't. Only one way to find out.
So the cuck chair
Be
is
a
a
little
character,
esoteric.
or a character is the cuck chair?
How many things are tagged cuck chair?
It's I guess
You
it
just
doesn't
click-
say because it's a.
I mean,
It's not a filtered tag yet.
I mean,
but assume
Nemesis-
there's 20 on this page.
Nemesis, if you think about it, any married couple's chair in their room is the cuck chair, because they're doing it in front of the chair. And so the chair is
That's not how anything works. There's probably around 30 works titled Cuck Chair. Oh hell yeah, I love this. I love this.
Where's Persephone?
What
Mm,
wouldn't
yeah,
it work
yeah,
with
Get them
a
out of
video
here.
game?
Get them out of here.
Wouldn't cucking be its own like term?
Yeah,
There's-
but
cucking is in
Cuck Chair is
there.
a specific thing that people wanted to let you
Was
know.
that
Do you want
double-
to look up cucking? Is that what you want to do, Ash?
Yes.
Okay.
all right. Now look up
First
DC
cucking?
Comics, and then cucking.
Okay.
What's the most popular result?
Do you think there's more cucking fics than there are lesbian fics?
What's the top?
Probably.
I gotta go to DC.
Tim and Talia.
Don't.
Don't think about it, Daystar. It's gonna only upset you.
Things are flying past me real fast, and I'm just getting snippets.
I just need to get to DC the general tag so that so it'll give me numbers.
I'm working late because I'm a singer.
All right. Now sort by kudos.
Oh, kudos. Usually with smut, hits is a little bit better. Ugh,
All right.
it's one of those giant.
Oh no.
One of those everything bagels.
It's one of those everything bagels.
One of those everything bagels, but it starts with incest.
Well, I mean, it's an everything bagel. It's gonna have everything in it, you know.
All right. All right. Now,
Okay.
who's getting cuckolded here?
I guess
There's only one ship, so
Oh, it just says kinda cuckolded.
for who? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to read.
What are the Teen Wolf boys doing here?
It's gone.
They're in fucking everything.
Why is Bucky Barnes here?
He's in fucking everything.
So who's getting cucked here?
Bucky Barnes.
I think they're playing with the identity, like
Oh, they're doing like the
secret
they're doing like
identity
the
thing.
superhero.
Kent?
It's
No, Clark Kent is getting cucked by Superman. That's really good.
that's
Fun.
funny.
That's actually fun.
Saving.
Bruce loves his husband more than anyone in the world, but Clark just can't meet his needs. Superman can't. It's so good.
That's
Do you
a
think
funny.
do you think they're role playing, or do you think he's just fucking two dudes?
Let me go check real fast.
We gotta get in here.
I'm not letting y'all. I'm not
that-
showing.
that was one of my. That was a funny bit that I saw. Like
Oh,
when
it's
people
also
were
a
making,
Megaverse.
when people were making jokes about. I think it was like Lois Lane and Superman. Whenever it was like,
role play.
Oh, it does say role play.
Yeah,
What am I doing reading this?
that's
whole
fun
thing?
though. That's still fun.
Okay,
not-
is it cheating to date someone in your alternative identity?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
you
Hal
love pina
Jordan.
coladas,
However,
caught in the
the
rain.
person, if like one person is like, if Bruce Wayne is dating Superman and Clark Kent, that's not cheating.
Yeah, that's not what I meant.
Yeah,
No,
like
but they're
you know,
they're
you know
just
the
role
Kate
playing.
Bush, you know the Kate Bush song "Babushka."
Running up the hill.
Would it be weird to be like, two superheroes be like, we're not having an open relationship except in our secret identities?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fun way to get kinky with it, I guess.
You have to have the suit on if you want to.
Isn't that basically what Dom is doing in wrestling?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna filter out some
I
things
do notice that they don't kiss. I mean, they kissed one time, but like most of the time when they kiss, it's just like they just do like the nose kiss thing.
Yeah. Also, like Dom's wife, he's been with since he was like 14. He's not getting out of that relationship unless he wants out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Who
they're
is
playing
Dom's
characters.
wife?
It's like I looked it up. It's like a girl that he's been dating since they were in middle school or something.
I'm confused. Why was Dom dating Rhea in the thing?
It's part of the
Because
story.
it's fiction.
It's part of the story.
Yeah. He was dating Rhea. Rhea went kind of crazy and evil. And so he was like with her for a while and she was kind of bad. And then he cheated on her with Liv. That was like the whole thing.
Shout out to this person who's just done an entire series of like Bruce Wayne is cheating on Clark Kent with Superman. That's funny as fuck. And you're real for that.
It's cool.
No, thank you.
If you're gonna do what's it called? Super Bat? If you're gonna do Super Bat, have some fun.
Yeah.
Oh no.
What other kind of sex can Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne have other than gay sex?
Wait, what the hell?
Wait, what happening?
They can't have straight sex.
Lois.
Fuck you.
Wait, why is one of the tags, is it cheating if your wife told you to do it?
Well,
What I was trying to say is, I get
Lois just wants to negotiate
I
out.
understand the idea, like, oh, he cheated on Rhea with this person, but why was he dating Rhea in the first place?
Because they were on a team together.
Yeah. People speculated that it's
Dom
because
has like an evil wrestler team.
Yeah, people speculated because like they were kind of reminiscent of Eddie Guerrero and China. Like their relationship dynamic was reminiscent of that relationship. Hold on, let me pull up Eddie Guerrero and China.
She gave him the nickname Daddy Dom. That was his name, and she was Mommy.
That's funny.
And then Liv started calling him Daddy Dom, and then he went by Dirty Dom. But I think like he just changed it back to Dominic Mysterio.
I think it's because he might retire as dad soon.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta like remind the audience, like, yeah,
I saw people refer to them as the Gomez and Morticia of wrestling, and I really like that. I've been seeing the clips of them on TikTok.
Now pull up Liv and Dom from when they were dating.
Pull up Dominic Mysterio chicken fingers.
That clip is so fucking funny to me. She's just like, you're a chicken tender slut. And he's just like he looks so devastated.
It's really funny because that man just loves chicken tenders.
This is Liv.
This is like an out of character thing. He's just really like
You told me that.
Oh,
look
Rhea.
at Dominic
Rhea and
Mysterio chicken tenders.
Who do you think he loves more? Rhea, Liv, or chicken tenders?
Chicken tenders.
It's the one thing we've ever agreed on as a podcast. Yeah. They had a whole thing, and he was like, Rhea was kind of the bad guy in the whole situation because she was kind of manipulating him, and he was a bit of a sweet boy. But now he's gone evil.
Yeah, now he's evil, so he deserved it all along, actually.
All men are evil.
Yeah, I do want to try
He did
and look.
cheat on her. So
I do want to look more into this relationship because the TikTok edits I've seen have been really cute about it.
Okay, but like go back, look up Dominic Mysterio chicken tenders.
What?
Just
He's a
look
chicken-
it up.
he's a chicken tender slut. Play the clip of Rhea Ripley calling him a chicken tender slut.
See, look, he does love chicken tenders more than he loves women.
I see him happier here than I saw him when he was getting his face licked by Rhea Ripley. And
Do you know when he got his? Do you know when that clip is from though?
Hold on, I
That
just
clip
saw
is from-
Nemesis's comment, and I just want to say, JD Vance, we know that's you.
JD
All right,
Vance,
just wanted to
gotcha.
make that joke real fast.
This is like right after Liv came out and was just like, tell everybody that we're in love. Tell everyone right here, right now. And Dom's just like, no, fuck you, Liv. I hate you. And she runs off crying. And then this was Rhea, like, this was her claiming him right after that. And then, like, the next week is when he, like, jumps Liv and kisses her after a match and breaks up with Rhea live on stage. Now there she is.
I still think it's crazy that that man loves chicken fingers more than he loves women.
Pull up Rhea calling him a chicken finger slut. Because
oh, hold on, you put that.
No,
you put
we can't play that. We can't play that.
Oh,
Why
can we?
not?
Oh, that's true.
The WWE might take us down.
Can we just play the audio?
No, fortunately, I don't
That's
think.
I'll
probably
play it off my phone. That'll be too garbled for them to notice.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's close enough. Ayaan just pulled it up.
Yeah, I posted
All
it.
you'll be left with is your little chicken tender slut.
A key aspect to that is also the fact that he makes the most devastated face I've ever seen the man.
wait, hold up. We can put Ayaan. Oh no, fuck. There, Ayaan, hold it up.
The face of a truly devastated man.
The face of a chicken tender slut.
Yeah. What they look like. He knows
I
it's
hope-
true is the thing. It like really hit home.
That should become his new nickname, not the Goodbye Dirty Dom.
The chicken tender slut. I think it might have hit too real to the real Dominic. It might have
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
true. It was too real. It was out of
Are
the
we
bit.
watching Ayaan eat fries?
How old are those fries?
Don't
We've
worry
been
about
going
it.
for 2 hours. Those 2-hour-old fries?
They may have been ordered around 7
Did you
or
get-
8.
Did you get fries delivered and we didn't notice? Wow.
I was
sneaky.
eating a whole fish burger, and you guys were talking about lesbians.
Oh,
Huh.
I
Fitty.
got you while you were distracted.
Tends to be the theme.
can you get my water?
All
Fish
right.
sandwich slut.
No, I'm my bad.
Okay. All right. Slut's a big word. It's one of the only things I can get from Checkers. It's the only thing I can get from Checkers.
Then
I
why
like
do you
fish
go to
sandwich.
Checkers?
Cheap.
Go somewhere else. Arby's is cheap, and
I
they
like
that's
fish
the only
sandwiches.
fucking way he can get
I'm gonna be-
anything from Arby's.
Gonna be honest.
Not halal.
I'm gonna be honest. That wasn't even a good fish sandwich. They didn't put enough tartar sauce in it, and it was really dry going down. I had to. If you play the footage back, you'll see me like taking a sip every time I take a bite.
Do you think the only way food needs to be not halal is
Like, computer, play the footage back of me eating while these guys were talking about lesbians.
to make me halal?
Eating a fish sandwich while we talk about
Probably
lesbians. I think that
all.
might be offensive,
No,
actually.
she's not.
Can we get out the other
Is
kind of
it offensive or is it supportive?
Who's to
Oh,
say?
this is a master
Sign off in the
grade.
comments.
Why is it taking me so long?
All right.
You want to do Gundams together?
I kind of want to do Gundams, but I need like all this to go away.
Okay.
All right. First thing I pulled, the next thing I pulled up on the random comic generator is a G. Willow Wilson comic.
What is it?
It's a Sandman universe thing.
Oh no.
Let her write Wonder Woman again. DC, if you can hear me.
We were
DC,
talking about this. We
please.
had a long conversation about how like I wish DC like I'd literally rather have Trinity stick around and DC finally like fucking lock in and have their Wonder Woman things like matter. Like rather than constantly rebooting
Trinity would be the point where they decided to just
That
actually
would-
keep around a civilian character.
That would I would hate that so much that we draw the line at the little Tom King OC. I would. Oh,
Do you think
Oh.
Julia Wilson could fix her?
I think if G. Willow Wilson, I don't know, because like the inception is bad, but I feel like if we get a good enough writer who could like take that basis and reframe it and work around it and like make the relation like develop a relationship at least with the Wonder Woman baby and her mother and not focus so much on Batman and Superman.
Yeah, like I
We
feel
need
like
to-
Trinity
We need to
would
Viv
be
vision her.
but if
Yeah.
anyone other than Tom King did it.
Like I'm somewhat against Trinity existing as she is. I don't think Wonder Woman should have the baby the same way the way she was born. I
I
think
think that's the only way you can let her have a baby.
I
Like,
do
let's
that's
kind of
hacky.
think,
say
I
origin
do kind
baby.
of think turning the most important female superhero ever into a mother is kind of like okay.
We got her.
We got her. Yeah, like if the only thing you can think of to make a female superhero interesting is to make her a mother, I'm just going to assume that you hate her.
Yeah. Like what was if Tom King, his big like, oh, I'm gonna change Wonder Woman comics forever, and that was his response. Fucking hell. Like I wonder what he would have done if this was like a 12-issue miniseries where he got to do like a little Wonder Woman mini like out of character arc. What would he
Could've been a
do?
war criminal.
Yeah. Like, all right, here's Wonder Woman talking about how cool and awesome the Iraq War was. I don't know.
He did that for Superman in the Jenny Sparks book.
I hate every time. Like, there was a period of time before those books came out where I was like, Tom King, controversial writer. There's a lot of stuff about him that I really dislike. And like a lot of stuff that he did like actively within the Iraq War that I cannot stand by at all. But at the very least, some of his writing had this sort of like human element to it that I thought like, oh, this is someone who's pouring his soul into his work, and I find that aspect of it interesting. Now
I just
he's
don't like his soul.
yeah. Yeah. It's like with Mr. Miracle, the reason why that one got so popular is because there were a lot of people who related to Scott's anxieties and depression. There's a lot of people who like related to that aspect of Scott Free, of like growing to be a father, like that story of him becoming a father and everything that resonated with an audience, and that's why it became so popular.
You know what's crazy is how much people will praise his depiction of PTSD in that book as if Barda, who goes through all of the exact same things that Scott does, and like maybe even
Absolutely
worse because she was like actually part of the thing, is just like treated like she's just a brick wall in that book.
I mean, yeah.
Borderline abusive to Scott, and it's just like he like gave none of the depth to her at all. Like it's just about
It's just Scott's perspective, and I understand that. Like the way the story was told, it was told specifically in a way where we're trapped in Scott Free's mind, and when you're in that sort of depressive state, you kind of block out a lot of the people close to you. So there were only a few sweeter.
And there was no time to work in any of that for Barda.
Yeah, but that's because he thought when he was writing Mr. Miracle, he was writing only Mr. Miracle. Everyone else came secondary, and that's
Barda was
something.
in it.
Yeah,
And, like,
that's
Light Ray got a lot of depth.
The problem is like it on one hand it is interesting to see like just Mr. Miracle and really focus in on that character, but on the other hand a lot of people have only met Mr. Miracle and Big Barda through Tom King's book, so they think like Big Barda is a bitch and evil because of that fucking
No, they
story.
think that Big Barda is his like like sort of cold but like badass hot wife, and that's like all.
Yeah,
people
and that's
think-
because
that's
she's not
her
dead.
fantasy that Tom
And
King wants.
I hate this idea that like Barda is some like she's like mean and that's just like her true spirit
Yeah,
and not something that
that's
she
so
hates about
stupid.
herself and is trying to change constantly.
Like the Jack Kirby run, the original Jack Kirby era of how Barda was characterized, I thought that was really nice because she was rough and like out there, but she still had like a softer like side to her. She was still like emotional about it. She still loved Scott. She's still
That's because like Big Bird is based off of
Roz Kirby. Yeah,
off of Roz Kirby, and Tom King is bitchless. Tom King
he has
does
a
have
wife.
He has a wife.
He has a wife, and I think
he has a
children.
wife that I assume he doesn't like very much.
Yeah,
based on
I
the
don't
way that
think he
writes
likes his
wives.
Look, if
Based
we,
off of
I'm gonna hold
everything-
my tongue on that. I'm gonna hold my tongue on that. We're just
I
gonna have
won't.
to see.
We can call Tom King a war criminal, but we draw the line at not like.
Okay, because that involves someone else in his life.
We can't call him a misogynist. That's too far.
I'm not saying we can't call him a misogynist. I'm just saying like that involves like knowing his wife, and we don't.
Virginia, Barda,
I will go find
whatever
his wife.
Adam Strange, whatever his wife's name
And, like,
was.
This is something specifically because I think his wife also got death threats over his writing in Batman. So it's like, I think we ought to leave her out of this.
It
She's
is
been-
wild that like Tom King,
Catwoman. I forgot
Tom
about
King in the
Catwoman.
most literal way cannot write women. Like in the I could not give Catwoman lines, so I made her meow away. Like literally, like physically could not write women. And they gave him the most important female character.
Gun to his head, can't do it at all.
Yeah, and then they like because that Supergirl book did so well, they thought we'll give Tom give Tom a shot at the main championship title.
Apparently, that was all Steve Orlando just whispering in his ear.
It was Steve Orlando. It was also so people forget that Superwoman or
Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow.
It has a co-writer on it.
Does
Yeah.
it?
And that's what
co-wrote it.
stings me the most because is she going to be a part of that movie that he's
No,
writing?
she is not. Fun
Yeah.
fact, she's not.
Yeah. Is she going to be like credited in any way over that movie?
She has not been.
Because like James Gunn, fucking James Gunn, his hard on for Tom King's work is what like
Really?
really
We say James Gunn doesn't like women either.
It's
Look.
straight. Oh yes, James Gunn.
I don't
doesn't
think
like
he likes his wife.
He does not
actually
like his
no,
wife.
he really does like his wife. It seems.
I don't think he likes his wife, who is significantly younger than him.
I think he likes her. He keeps putting her in stuff. I will say I think James Gunn is a more compassionate person than Tom King. I don't know what's down truly in their hearts of both Tom King or James Gunn. I do know James Gunn hasn't been involved with hasn't been complicit in the death of over 1 million Iraqi women and children. So he's got that going for him.
I think
That
it's a
one
low
thing
bar
going
on
for
that.
We
It
don't
is
know
a low
that.
bar, but we can
That
say
is what we're working for. You.
All
Yeah.
he's got is a shitty like early 2000s internet presence.
Well, he is now like one of the main boys in the propaganda machine. So
Yeah.
He might
like,
be
big
complicit.
picture, he might be involved in a couple things.
Look, I think James. That's what really stings because like we're making a lot of assumptions on things that I don't think we can fully grasp on. I don't know how.
Assumptions.
Based off of the art these individuals create, we can say that they do damage to women.
Yeah.
I think that is a fair thing to say.
Yeah,
And
I don't think.
also,
I think James Gunn gives me more Robert Kirkman vibes than he does Joss Whedon, if I'm being honest. If that makes sense.
Not the audience to say that too, Ayaan. I'm probably the only one who gets what you're saying.
Kinda
I get-
gets it too.
yeah, I've read Robert Kirkman. I like Invincible.
Yeah.
We all have a cross to bear, and mine is enjoying Invincible.
Yeah. Like James, like the thing that I appreciate about James Gunn is that he does like comics on a variety scale. He's not Zack Snydering it, where he's like, man, I really like Alan Moore and Frank Miller alone. James Gunn has.
He told everybody to go out and buy Warren Ellis's book. Who else was on the list? Like he was like, buy all of these terrible people's books. Authority was one of them. I forget what the other writers were, but they were all like the worst.
Well, obviously one of them was Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas. Can we just replace Tom King with Tom Taylor? Like Tom Taylor might not be a good writer, but like
you know what?
Tom Taylor
my theory is,
but he is better.
My theory on Tom Taylor is that a lot of the hate that he gets is from people that don't know, they mix up the tops.
That is funny.
That funny.
I had to make a video explaining the differences. Where it was like, all right, Tom Taylor, Australian.
Like I see that conversation happen a lot where somebody's just like, oh, there's two men named Tom.
Yeah, so fun fact. There is a Thomas R. King who tried to make it in the comic book industry, but I'm pretty sure he is not able to because of Tom King. Like, people keep on getting them mixed up.
Imagine?
We missed out.
Change your name to Tom Queen, man, and then get in here and save us.
Tom Duke. Tom Lord. Tom President.
I've read precisely one Tom King story.
I've read
whatever happens, we can't let him get to Batwoman.
Oh,
it's gonna be so bad.
Oh.
Can we this is a bigger one DC where it's like, rather than like just giving a woman a book, they will try and find the perfect man to give women to. Like,
yeah.
And it's like it's never better than just putting a woman on a book.
It's this like they all right.
Monkey's Paw, you're gonna end up with Gail Simone.
Joss Whedon.
Monkey's Paw, you end up with Leah Williams.
That's the actual Monkey's Paw. Like, Joss Whedon would have never happened if rather than trying to find like a good feminist director, they just supported more women in the industry.
Yeah, and same thing with Dan Schneider in that same vein, where the way that he treated a lot of his female staff, like writing for a girl show where where Amanda Bynes is like the main lead, and he's the one behind the scenes saying he doesn't think women are funny. Very telling of what the politics were in TV at the time in the 90s, and kind of reflective of somewhat of now.
There was a point a few months ago where Tom King had more like current titles coming out than all of the women working for DC had combined.
What? No, that's still true.
Yeah.
No, they have more women now, and a lot of his series have ended.
Jenny Sparks ended, but at the same time, Power Girl just ended.
Yeah, but they've given more women titles since then.
Yeah.
Mr. Six.
When's Jadzia Axelrod getting a new book?
Never.
DC, give me a book. Let me write for Booster Gold. Please, please, please.
Jadzia had trouble getting books back when being woke was okay. Like,
let me write books. DC, let me write books. I'll write unwoke comics for you. Look at me. Dave Chappelle is my favorite comedian. Look, I'm trying to warm up to that.
Stop admitting that.
They're gonna let you write Harley Quinn next.
I love It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I'm trying to see what like things I can.
You're gonna get yourself canceled.
All right.
I do have to defend Ayaan here. He means Dave Chappelle from like 25 years ago. Like,
I mean, there was a little bit in the Netflix era that was.
Dave Chappelle.
Every time you try to defend me on this, I always dig myself a bigger hole.
Because I get liking comedians that suck. Again,
look,
I
say a lot of his bits, outside of the trans stuff, is pretty good.
He just won't stop yapping. Also, like outside the trance, it's hard to do now. That's all he does.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the thing. It gets to a plateau point because like you get the 2000 to 2005, which was like his early startup in stand up, and then like you get to his like Chappelle Show era where he gets really big. He does one of the biggest comedy shows in Comedy Central.
why are we talking about this?
And then he's gone.
Ian's favorite comedian.
And then he's gone in the industry for 10 years, and then he makes a glorious comeback on Netflix. And like those early specials, really good. He drops.
She could be the chief lesbian. I didn't even know what Lesbian Visibility Week was until everybody started tweeting about it this week.
No, I think that's the true lesbian experience. We all had that this week.
But you can't just say that because you didn't know Lesbian Visibility.
I swear it was just like Lesbian Visibility Day or
I
something a
learned
few months
about
ago.
Lesbian Visibility Week in 20. What year did Endgame come out?
2018, 19.
Why is that your reference?
Because Endgame came out on Lesbian Visibility Day, and I'm on a field trip. I watched it on a field trip.
Okay, fine, Ayaan, you could be chief lesbian, whatever.
Wait, hold on. Why are we making a man chief lesbian? This is my show.
I was ordained by my high school lesbian teacher.
He show's older than you as a lesbian, Ash.
Huh?
I said this show's older than you as a lesbian, Ash.
Well, yes.
Do we quantify lesbian years by like when it was?
Is it like dog years? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like, does it not like? Do we not say it's like, oh, she was, or they were?
I have fucked up my pronouns 3 times.
I have fucked up your pronouns, and then his computer died.
I think that what's the word? In my opinion, it depends on what you're talking about. It depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about like your knowledge, it's fine, but like experiences in life do like predate discovery.
Yeah, to be fair, I was in a compet relationship for 7 years.
And we can
complicate things.
And we can make fun of Ash for that, because how do you get in a compet relationship for that many years?
Happy.
Sorry, that was rude.
A boost.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that was rude.
Yeah.
I just do think it's funny to respond to.
Yeah. I don't think it's fair to make fun of Ash for that. It is fair to make fun of Ash for being Indian, though.
I think,
well, actually, no, it's not.
I think it's funny to
the same boat. The Indian government hates both of us.
Yes, but the Pakistani government also hates you. So
I'm in a worse boat.
Yeah. What's funny is that they're more lax on the whole trans thing than they are the whole Indian thing.
I do think it's funny to respond to the wide sweeping generalizations that Ash makes about lesbianism with like the clock, you know, of like how long it's been a thing.
Yeah.
You've been really excelling in your
I speed run. I speed ran being a lesbian though.
Yeah, and you guys are sort of my
anyway. Look at my Gundam.
No, what do you mean by cheat code?
Makeup
just in case I want to impress people in theater class.
Is that what you're doing?
No.
My lesbian friend said this is okay.
All right. Like you're the board team that I go through before I like say shit. With like. It's that thing where like it's a writing advice where you don't need to be an expert on a topic, you just need to know enough when writing about it, where you like it makes it seem like you're an expert.
This is me when I'm writing fan fiction about characters I don't know. Where like,
why would you write fan fiction? Oh wait, you're in that Reddit group.
Also,
no, that's not what I meant. I mean like when I'm writing a fan fiction. If I'm writing fan fiction
with Tony in it.
Okay, first of all, you can't just say I'm part of something on Reddit without explaining. But also, no, I mean, like, when I'm writing fanfiction about a character I do know, but by virtue of the fact that supporting casts exist, I need to include characters I don't know.
Okay.
Find me
Ash
woman
forces
Ayaan.
me to write fanfiction against my will, and that's when I write characters.
We're
that
going
I'm-
till we find a woman. Let's keep going.
All right, we
gonna
gotta
share-
say them lesbian.
No, keep going.
No,
I'm
that
gonna
doesn't.
share.
All right,
I'm
we
gonna
gotta.
share a fanfic that I wrote because I don't think I'm ever gonna post it.
Where's my G11?
Oh, what the hell is this?
I sometimes put the numbers upside down and then I get confused.
I see mostly dudes. Keep going. That's a road.
No, hold on.
Robin Hood, but a girl.
Robin
I can
Hood.
only do like the mask or the high grade ones when I'm like
I don't
not.
think Robin Hood dressed like that.
If I try and do a mask,
I don't think Robin Hood was dealing with monsters.
I'd kill myself.
Yeah, what's going on with this?
This is a very specific style that I don't usually go for, where it's more like pencil sketchy. But like digital colors. I don't think digital colors work with the pencil sketchy style.
Pencils.
All right. This is a microfic that I wrote a while back that I like
We're doing
wrote.
live reading?
Do we think there are any lesbians in this one?
No. All
Casey
right.
Jones?
Cowabummer.
Question mark? Casey Jones lesbian? Question mark?
Casey
Nah.
Jones is the lesbian.
Yeah.
You can't just say that because you want them to be.
Yes. Yeah, that's literally what I can do.
All right.
It's literally my rights.
The only thing we have is lesbians.
Are we sharing?
And when everyone's lesbian, no one is.
Is it? Oh, I have to put it on. There we are. Thank you. Okay.
That's a lot of words.
It's a
Ooh,
lot.
it's Green Lanterns.
Yes.
Are we doing a live reading?
Hold on. What's the word? I'll be the narrator.
Okay.
Ayaan, you be Joe. Daystar, you be Jess.
Wait, I'm
Okay.
Joe?
Good job.
Yes.
Okay, I've never read her book, so I don't know how she talks. So I'm just gonna do my normal.
Talks like a
man
cop.
voice. So, do you think we should invite Hal to the Green Lantern GSA?
Joe said.
Why is your cop voice a Midwest accent?
Joe said to Jess. Jess gave Joe a puzzled look. The two Green Lanterns are drinking at a faraway bar as a pit stop from Earth to Oa. Jess's signature green eye squinted and her opposite eyebrow was raised.
You mean the one Saturday a month me and you grab donuts and box wine and shit talk the guys? Good.
Yes.
I like that that's the thing that they do.
Joe thought for a second. She had trouble picturing Hal even holding a wine glass right.
Well, no. I guess I can still be the two of us. But what about the group chat with Alan?
Joe asked.
I know there's an there
No, this
there
is
is
me.
an S. Oh, okay.
I know there's an S in it for a reason, but I always assume that if we needed a mandatory straight lantern, it'd be John.
Jess asked.
Or maybe Jade, though I'm still not sure if she's straight, no matter what Kyle says.
Now it was Joe's turn to stare.
I mean, I guess we should probably change the name if we're not going to have any straight people. But again, that's not what I meant. I think Alan feels kind of alone being the only gay man there. We can't really help with the gay part, but the man part's easy.
Joe.
Joe.
Oh, wait.
Joe, Hal's not gay.
Jess said bluntly.
I mean, I know he's not gay, but gay is really an umbrella term now. What?
No, like not queer or bi or whatever you were thinking.
Jess waved her hands.
He's straight as a door.
Jess held it in
Like this.
Jess into finger straight up to demonstrate her point.
What the hell do you mean he isn't queer? Now, when I say queer like a cop, that feels like a slur.
One of those queers. What the hell do you mean he is?
I had to.
That's probably the time it takes me to build one Gundam Zach has built 2 Pikachus.
They're
I-
very easy Pikachus. They didn't even print
I had
the-
to provide backup on a Sinestro Corps prison transport last week, Joe said. We got intercepted by the big gun himself, Sinestro. You're telling me Hal isn't Pan?
I mean, I never asked, but everyone was calling you the first queer Earth Lantern.
I mean, Hal called me the first bi Earth Lantern, and I assumed it's just how straight people are with the word queer. But then,
Joe waved her hands in 2 invisible circles.
the whole Sinestro thing, you've seen them together.
Wait, I've seen them want to bite each other's heads off.
That's not the only thing they want to bite.
Heyo.
Heyo.
Joe said, just close her eyes and put her hands between Joe and her face.
Ew, ew. I'm not sure what's the grosser image. Whatever Sinestro is packing down there, or Hal Jordan having sex.
I didn't tell you to picture it, Joe scoffed. She pulled up her ring with a small digital interface. There was a list of names that she swiped down. Why don't we ask him? Why don't we just ask him?
I mean, I asked Simon a while back, and he...
You asked your straight boyfriend if your guy's coworker was queer.
Stop.
Fair point.
Sounds like a slur. Can't help it. That's not me. That's Joe.
Just shook her finger at
That's on Joe.
That is Joe's fault.
Just shook her finger at Joe.
And sent. Joe smiled, dismissed the construct, and crossed her arms across her chest triumphant.
What'd you even text him?
Joe pulled up the message.
Hey, Hal. So, you and Sinestro, what's the deal? Are you 2 exes or estranged partners or what? Joe said. Just puts her hands on her head.
You know, queer or not, he's not gonna get that.
What do you mean? Joe asked. At that moment, her ring let out a ping. She pulled up a message program again. He says, we used to be partners, but we had a falling out after I visited his family. We've rebounded a couple times. When we're both at our lowest, but it'll never work. Still, we'll never fully break it off.
God, Hal's an idiot.
See it, I'm sorry.
Where is Joe from again?
New York.
New York.
Aye.
He's one of those 9/11s.
Truly. Hold up, I have it right here. Do I? Did I throw it somewhere? I don't have it. Okay. But truly, the funniest thing that they oh, here it is. Okay. N.K. Jemisin just stole Simon's whole flow. Like, you can't just steal 9/11.
Simon doesn't own 9/11.
He should.
Well, I don't think he should.
I think if anything, we should
I don't
take
understand
it from
how-
him and give it to someone else.
I made a video recently where I was talking about the whole Mount Rushmore of superhero things and how people wanted like not Wonder Woman in there, and like I did a funny thing with my voice where people I can do sort of like a Bradley Cooper Rocket Raccoon voice. And I think that's really funny. So when I was coming out defending Wonder Woman, I was getting angry, and the Rocket Raccoon voice came out there.
I still can't believe that's the voice you gave Joe.
You said cop. That was the first thing I thought of.
It's also the voice he gave Hal.
That's not the voice I give Hal. I give him like I give him just like straight man, like laid back.
I'm sorry, I got upset at this book again while I was looking for the 9/11 scene.
Can we count Kate Kane as a 9/11 if it's just sort of like she's inspired by the racism associated
my
with
favorite
9/11?
my voice that I gave Kate Kane is that she like I made a video a while back where I said, Bruce, like Batman sounds like Kevin Conroy, but Kate Kane sounds like Christian Bale's Batman voice. Where she's doing the gravelly voice.
I feel like you shouldn't want Kate Kane. Like, if Kate Kane's inspired by 9/11, that just makes her more racist.
That's just what she is, though. I can't change the truth.
Just be thankful for the sliding time scale.
That doesn't exist at DC.
It does.
It does not.
No, it doesn't. They don't have a
Just move
sliding time
slower.
scale. They have
Okay,
a.
are you gonna
fucked
tell
up
me
time
right now
scale.
that Simon's what 30, nearing
Yeah.
40?
Until
They
they
have no-
reboot it next week, yeah, he's 30.
9/11 happened in 2010. None of it makes sense anymore.
That's not true.
Look, we can just say whatever terrorist attack happened then that made people Islamophobic did it to him.
Yeah.
That's a sliding time scale. That's a sliding time scale.
Well, no, that's the weird war that Marvel has.
The Seeing Kong War, which I hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone hates the Seeing Kong War. All 3 people who have heard of the Seeing Kong War hate it.
Can we get rid of it?
Isn't it the 3 people in this podcast, or is it 4 and Bird?
Okay, let's talk about this. The Seeing Kong War is mad racist, guys.
I know it is. I didn't write it. It also doesn't matter because it never comes up except for the one book where they established it being a thing.
See, this is why in my fanfics, we're just gonna have it be Afghanistan.
Yeah, that would be cooler. Like having to actually negotiate how, interrogate how the changing war landscape changes the context in which superheroes are created. You know, like the ability for writers to like recreate different like superheroes with reboots and stuff like that.
Just that Tony pulls out the weapons company during Afghanistan.
Why is there a trio of lesbians on my screen?
Oh, I was trying to do the Christian Bale voice with their
Police are en route. I'd appreciate it if you kept me out of it.
Is this 52?
I think she likes you. Shut up.
Yeah. I like that Vic and Renee are flirting all of 52. That's very funny.
52 is good. I'm
Yeah.
rereading it for Rip Hunter exclusively.
I
skip over everything except for when Booster's on page and when Vic or Renee are on page. I'm like, please do it.
I really like Black Adam.
what's fun? I skip everything. This is when they're flirting, by the way. I skip everything but the Renee and Natasha parts.
I like the Black Adam stuff.
Of course you would.
Definitely interesting. Like I didn't skip anything on the first read, but that was like a while ago.
Yeah. The Ralph Dibny stuff I think is the one that I aged a little bit like weirdest because it kind of glorifies suicide in a way. It's kind of weird.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it. Just read 52.
I don't want to read 52.
No, I swear it's good actually.
There's too many 50s.
Isn't that a thing about how like straight men are allowed to fuck as many dudes as they want and they still get to be straight, but God forbid a lesbian and a gay man do a bit one time. That's Renee and Vic to me.
It's that thing where it's like, all right, if I cook one meal, that doesn't make me a chef. But if I romance one gay man,
if I put my dick in a meal.
Anyway, look at my Gundam.
Can you show up? Show up.
Oh wait, hold on. Make us big real quick. Make us big. So in the time it took me to make one this much of a Gundam.
So not even one.
That has made 2 Pikachus. This one's missing an eye.
I lost the sticker.
Okay. Stack made 2 Pikachus in the
To
time.
be fair, the Pikachu is much
boys.
It's much rounder than the Gundam. The Gundam looks like it has many. Whoa! That's how you get. You're gonna end up with even more Pikachus if you keep doing that.
No, they're both boys. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. We're safe.
It's just gay sex.
Pikachus
No.
have sexual dimorphism where the girl ones have heart-shaped tails.
We don't know how Pikachu biology works, though.
You
So
have
who
a
cares?
Oh, we do. Like that is breeding is a big part of the Pokemon game, actually.
You have a disabled gay Pikachu there.
Because he's missing one eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we fix Kate Kane? Maybe that we can workshop fixing Kate Kane.
I feel
Well,
like
if we
Everything
just make
about
her
her.
not a cop and not have a history of being in the military, or we make her ashamed of her history of the military.
Okay, then what are we doing then?
I don't know.
What are we
She just
doing
does
instead
Batman
of?
stuff.
Well, why does she do Batman stuff?
I mean, I don't think we need
Why
to.
does Batman do Batman stuff? I don't.
Because his
Deadpan.
parents got shot in front of him. And now he wants to make sure that other people don't get their parents shot in front of them.
Kate Kane had a lesbian situationship while she was in the military. Watched her lesbian love die, and she said the U.S. military is inherently cruel and evil. I can look at all these people who have been unjustly killed and murdered, and I'm going to kill a bunch of fucking fucking goes AWOL. Kills a bunch of generals.
We could do it in the 52 way where Batman's out for a year. Kate is like, available.
She's just like a random cousin that was just like, well, like, I'm covering my cousin's shift for the.
That's basically what she did in CW.
Yeah. She was also in the military there, but she got kicked out of the military because she was gay.
Well, that's the normal origin.
Yeah. But now Showdown, she probably wouldn't have, with the sliding time scale, she wouldn't have been Showdown.
I found the bit that I wanted to show where it's like, where's Mannheim? And then she's beating down these wolf people. And then she's saved by Nightwing. I was like, you're going to lend a hand here? Or are you just planning on getting an eyeful? You have to admit, it's quite an eyeful. What can I say? I've got a thing for redheads.
Weird comment.
Trust me, I'm not your type.
It's weird how the different artists can't seem to decide on if her hair's a normal color or if it's like pure blood red.
Well, I think it's clear in 52 that it's a long blood red wig. And
no, because in the scene with fucking
No, because that is like my favorite thing about Kate is that she decides to wear a wig that is the exact same color as her actual hair.
Well, they would never guess it. They would never guess it because Kate's hair is shorter.
It's just so stupid.
Yeah, because Kate's hair is shorter, you see, and Batwoman's hair is long. This is like, believe me, there's always a round two. Nightwing, pleased to meet you. Batwoman. Yeah, definitely not a Batgirl.
Okay, that's another weird thing to say.
Look, he just met her. He don't know nothing about her.
Yeah, just met her. That's
your like second cousin once removed or whatever.
You don't know that's his auntie.
Well, maybe he should stop flirting with random women.
He should just not flirt with anyone wearing a bat suit just in case, you know?
I think it's just weird to do in general.
Look, it's Nightwing, all right?
Like, there's this kind of weird thing that comic book writers will do where they're like, oh, these characters don't know how they're connected to each other. So let's make some weird jokes. But it only happens when it's a man and a woman. So, like, you get to have Nightwing having this weird conversation with Kate where he's kind of flirting with her. And she's like, I'm older than you and a lesbian. But, like, you probably wouldn't have that same situational comedy with, like, two dudes, you know?
Are you asking me if Kate is closer to Bruce's age than Dick's age?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how old is Kate in general compared to Bruce.
I bet she's a bit younger than him. Well, yeah, she's younger than him.
Why didn't Kate's family take in Bruce?
Fuck him. He had Alfred.
Fuck that kid.
Maybe
that's actually a good point. The Canes just fucking hated that kid.
That was on the mom's side, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They weren't like wealthy billionaires. Alfred had it on lock.
No, they were.
They were very wealthy.
They were extremely wealthy.
Oh, they weren't like Wayne billionaires.
They were. They were. That's why. That's why she gets to do all the things that she does.
Hear me out. If you take the kid, you get the money.
Shout out to Jasper Pascoe. Thank you.
Hi, Jasper.
Thank you for the compliment.
But yeah, like,
Yay! That's great.
I want to see that Elseworld. That Elseworld where like they just take in Bruce.
Do you think it like
What's
adds?
it?
Do you think it like adds to it the fact that he was like did have family was abandoned by them? That's why he's part of why he's fucked up.
Yeah, maybe that could be part of we're reworking Kate to be less cop forward.
Okay,
Bruce
so
is like I fucking hate you. Your
this is gonna
family
be-
should have taken me in
This is
after
gonna
I
be an
married.
insane thing for me to say, but you know how in Star Trek Discovery they introduce how Spock just has a sister who's
Yeah.
So my plan, we do the Michael Burnham story where like they're childhood buddies for like a bit, and like as soon as Bruce Wayne is warming up to her, Kate like immediately like gives him the brush off so badly that he immediately like shuts off from anyone else as a kid. Like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna do my thing.
So she's the reason that he's Batman.
I
Yeah,
was gonna say she's the reason he's autistic, but okay.
that's so
Yeah.
that's the funniest tweet where like people were taking that image where Hal Jordan says like, "Is that a dinosaur? I like dinosaurs. Batman likes dinosaurs. I have a big dinosaur in my cave, actually." And someone retweeted saying like, "Alfred lays awake at night knowing that if he just gave Bruce Wayne a dinosaur toy, he could have been dinosaur autistic and not dress up as a bat and beat people up autistic."
Can I say something that only I care about?
Yeah.
So Rip Hunter and Batman have unimaginable beef thanks to Flashpoint Beyond. I don't know. They don't like each other, but they both have dinosaur autism.
That's the thing they'll bond over.
They could be really close friends. They both have weird relationships with their parents.
It would be very
How about
funny
this?
to be like,
That they kill themselves over. Both
How
love
about
dinosaurs.
this? How about this? They're both like have online personas associated with the dinosaurs that is not connected to them, and they become like internet best friends unknowingly.
Like,
unknowing that they're Rip Hunter.
They
and
are
Batman.
avid frequenters of the dinosaur subreddits.
Yeah. They
and
form
like
a bond.
I do like the idea of Rip Hunter like needing to wait in the Batcave while Batman's on the Bat computer and trying to make light conversation and be like, "Hey, is that a dinosaur?" And he's like, "Yeah." It's like, you know, one day I'm gonna die being eaten by a dinosaur. It's just like,
or it's like, you know what? These T-Rex looks almost exactly like the one that I saw when I first time traveled, and Batman's like, "Dinosaur, huh?" Like not even phased about the time travel thing.
the awkwardness of being like talking about your own foretold death.
He's like, "Do you want to know how you will die?" Bruce is like, "Jesus Christ, man!"
Oh, which
Bruce
time?
is like, yes.
Which time? Like
That
he
was-
knows it's going to
Is
be
it
a
gonna
month.
be Joker? Is it gonna be? It's gonna be Harvey Dent. It's gonna be. He's like,
Rip's
it's gotta
like,
be one of
Rip's
them.
like, you actually die like old and happy in your sleep. And
Surrounded
Bruce is like, I fucking hate you. Get out of my house. Don't tell me that shit. That's embarrassing.
It's like, oh.
He's like happy.
up. It's like he does it
Surrounded
like
by
all
the-
coy. He does it coy and shy. He's like, "Shut up. No, no, I'm not."
I do think the idea of accidentally internet best friends, Bruce and Rip Hunter, is funny.
It's really fucking funny.
That's they did that
Who?
with. I think they did that as a kind of bit in that one all new Avengers annual with Miles and Kamala, where they
Miles
like
Morales and Phil Coulson.
and Phil Coulson,
Why
where
is
they all
Coulson there?
They were accidental internet enemies.
yeah. So they were all beefing over Miles's ship fanfic, his love triangle ship fanfic.
I don't think Miles needs to write fan fiction. Like, I don't know why
I-
Miles would write fan fiction.
I don't think he writes
He's
it a
weird.
lot. He doesn't write it a lot, but I feel like if he wrote Ms. Marvel /Nova/ Spider-Man fanfic, that's really that was a funny thing for G. Willow Wilson to imply in her.
I think Kamala showed Miles fanfic one time and she was like, it'd be really cool if you got into this with me. And Miles was like, okay. And so like the fic he posted was like his starter fic. And like he was gonna show it to Kamala later.
Yeah,
Or like write one that was a little more PG.
that was a cute bit where it's like Kamala would never compliment Spider-Man like that. That's out of character. And it's like, oh, what do you know, internet rando? She does it in my dreams.
She's like, it's my fan fiction. I get to say whatever I want.
It is like, I've talked about this back when we were doing Marvel stuff more, but it is weird how Marvel can't decide on what their fandom's like. Like, if I could give you a crash course on like things to read for Marvel like fandom, it would be the Marvel's comics like in-universe stories. It would be Children of the Atom. Obviously, it would be like the fanfic annual, you know, and then Miss Marvel.
Yeah, I think like the best shorthand we can think about it is just that their fandom is just our fandom.
No.
Look, just
they're writing real person fan fiction.
No,
that's way different.
It's true crime. The answer is it's true crime.
It's either true crime or it's wrestling. I think it's wrestling. Have you seen wrestling fan fiction?
I think it's true crime because, like, how do I put it this way? A couple reasons.
I want to point out, as you say, wrestling fan fiction, that gif of Rhea and Liv has been playing this whole time on my second monitor.
No, I've been seeing it.
Yeah, we can see it.
That's just been doing that this whole time. I just want to.
Let's just leave that as the background for a minute.
Just saying.
Yeah.
It
was like they're finishing whenever they would win a fight. They're like the way that they would finish a fight.
Hey, Rena.
Would be Liv would like jump into Rhea's arms and like straddle her.
Rena, is this another one for your collection with Cherik and Hal Sinestro?
No, because it's women.
I like women
and not two ugly men.
Yeah, and
like
my pitch to Rena earlier today was Smallville, Clark and Lex. Because like they're pretty heavy in season 1 with how much Lex like really likes and respects Clark, because Clark is one of the first genuine people in his life. So when trouble starts happening with Clark, he's like, "Look, I don't want anything bad to happen to you and your family." like, oh, you're like being genuine right now. You're being like real. And
I'm
then
trying to think of fem slash fic I like. What's my fem slash fics actually are of people who like each other? Like Princess Viera and Sarah, a ship that literally only I have.
Cachadora, wait.
Cachadora gets to a point where they actually like each other. Like they started really liking each other, then they became enemies, and then they became friends, and then they.
Yeah.
Friends to enemies to friends to lovers.
Yeah.
I think for me, I'm more of a rivals to enemies type person.
That makes sense. They were rivals in the Horde, but they were still friendly.
Well, no, I don't think Catadora fits that dynamic.
Okay.
I just think that's what. You know what? Who does fit that dynamic? Glimmer and Dora.
Yes,
The ship I had for She-Ra though was Scorpina and Catra.
Yeah, I shipped Scorpia and Catra, and I shipped Glimmer and Adora, and I was really mad at the ending, and I was like, cool, I guess we got lesbians, whatever, who cares?
I was so upset in the what's the word? And when they were in the desert, the way that like Adora ruined everything. It's like they're so close. Like they were going to like Catra and Scorpina were just gonna like run away together. And they were just gonna be together, and like, and you ruined it, Adora. You ruined it.
This is what they would do when they would win a fight.
All right,
that's crazy.
She'd just jump up there.
And now she goes home to her husband every day.
They both go home to their husbands.
Well, she goes home to Dominic.
It's weird seeing Rhea in like this middle. Husband. It's weird seeing Rhea in like the middle like version of herself where she's not like this prepped blonde, but she's also like still blonde, you know?
Oh yeah, Rhea Ripley blonde is crazy. Hold on, let me just
What if I pulled up the Who's Who in the DC Universe book and we do a smash or pass?
This is a crazy look.
We should do random Muppet Wiki smash or pass.
No.
We
No.
It's incomplete.
I fucking love
It's her middle evolution, okay?
Why did I look up Rhea Ripley Blonde? It's just stuff like this.
Come on. What?
Hello?
What? Does she just?
Well, that is Rhea Ripley blonde.
Yeah.
No, I think she keeps licking people. Why does she
Yeah.
keep licking people?
Would you not want
she-
Can you click on the one with the guy with the green tie? The guy with the green tie. It looks like he's about to pronounce them like wife and wife.
Heartfelt
Okay.
moments.
Hold on. Let me pull up one of the Who's Who. All right, so we do a smash or pass. You see, when we pull them up. All right, abracadabra.
We're not going in order. No, do not go in order. No.
There's
We're
no
not-
random page button. We're doing it in order.
You can just look up a random number generator.
No, let's just go. What do we got?
No,
Keep going.
pass.
No, I'm not
Agent
going
Liberty.
in alphabetical
Pass.
order.
Agent Liberty.
Pass.
Azrael. Smash.
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 Black Condor.
Smash.
Smash.
Pass.
I don't know who that is.
pass?
Black Mask. Pass.
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 I don't know who that guy.
Sarah.
You don't.
You
No.
don't
Cerberus.
Smash.
What guy? Black Mask?
Yeah.
He's a Batman villain, isn't he?
Who's Black Mask? I don't know the guys. I don't know the dudes.
Hold on.
Well, this is so boring. I'm so sorry.
Who
I'm
is
not-
Black Mask, and why should I care about him?
He's one of those
Eclipse. It's
like
less
Red
about
Hood?
knowing it's less about knowing these characters. It's just like just some randos that we come across in the smash or pass of it all. Eclipso.
Pass. How many pages are there?
Evil Star.
How many pages are there?
Why isn't Ayaan answering that?
52.
52?
I don't think that's true.
I mean, there's 2 issues.
Hmm.
All right, so Evil Star,
No. Pass.
the entirety of the Green Lantern Corps.
Ooh.
No Catra, so no. Where's
Uh,
Katma?
Dead.
Is it just dudes? There's not even a girl.
No, there's a
Wait,
girl in there. There's that Tamaranian looking one in the back.
I think the one on the far right's a girl.
Challenging. The Heckler.
No,
Oh.
we're not. I'm removing this. I'm so sorry.
All right. To be fair, I think I may have pulled up a boring one
Was
on
that
the Who's Who.
Iceman?
It's weird how like far we got. Like we got to like H. That seems like they're skipping a lot of people.
Start with the
The random Muppet Wiki?
No, I don't want to play Smash or Pass. Let's do
Let's just
something.
play Smash or Pass, so we
Right, now
just look
this
at
is-
wrestling women and say
now
Smash.
this is
for every
just
single one.
Abel from Cain and Abel.
What
Pass.
are we?
I thought he was dead.
No, they there's a running bit in early.
Pretty famously dead.
All right, so
Abel
there's
from the Bible.
so there's this bit
Maybe the most famous dead person ever.
in House of Secrets.
He was the first to do it.
In House of Secrets, the DC horror anthology, he and Kane
Mhm.
were both like horror hosts, and the whole bit is that like before they presented a story, Kane would kill Abel in a comedic way.
Wait, so oh no, Pikachu.
She's so
So like
cunty.
Kane is the first person to die.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think
Have you read the Bible?
I have not read the Bible. I thought that was a person from what is that? What is that Barbie movie?
Fairytopia.
Yeah, Bible's the bitch from that. I'll call
Uh,
Bibble a bitch.
Smash or pass on.
Hold
Ellie
on.
Cat-
Smash or pass on this creature? Real fast.
Are you gonna pull up Bibble? Swear to fucking God, if that's a picture, God damn it!
Ah, pass.
Pass.
I got my thumb stuck.
Bibble makes the best noises, and I really want to share them.
That's not an okay thing to say about that creature.
He's so fucking funny.
That's not an okay thing to say about that creature, though.
I want to share it, but I don't want us to get taken down.
What are you doing?
I just want one Bibble noise.
Well,
Oh, that's what he sounds
well,
like.
we're gone. We're gone. We're done. It's over.
Oh, that's what I should do. I should do a Rhea Ripley Evanescence.
Did we delete?
Okay, no Bibble noises for me then, because God hates me.
All right.
Why don't you pull up Sandman? Do not put that on screen. Get Sandman out of here.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was still off.
No, you are off.
I can see it down in the bottom. Just I don't even put something else on your
Did you
screen.
dislike Sandman before?
I've never read Sandman.
Okay.
What sucks about it is that it is well written.
Yeah, but also, Neil Gaiman is currently suing one of the people who accused him of sexual assault for $500,000.
He doesn't have money. You don't have money, Neil?
You don't
He doesn't have enough of it.
He doesn't have that Sandman money.
He still gets money. He still gets residuals for Sandman.
I was surprised that they did cancel that reprinting of it.
I'm very glad that they did cancel
DC,
it.
you get one brownie.
You get a brownie.
So yeah, I was pulling it up because I remembered one of the things about Sandman is that, or one of the main pulls is that he brings back like older obscure DC lore that no one really touches, and one of them was Cain and Abel. When Dream.
It's not DC lore.
Yeah, Cain and Abel is DC lore. The same way, what's his
lore
face?
is just in the Bible.
The same way Judas Iscariot is technically DC lore.
That's just in the Bible. That's just
Well,
Bible lore.
There needs to be a law that lets you like not get frivolously sued for accusing someone of sexual assault.
Yeah, he really is like, where am I?
Hello, my lord. You. I know you. You're
My lord.
unable. my
lord.
lord. From the first first story, the victim. Yes, I do remember you. I'm sorry, it's been so
Are we actively reading Sandman right now? No.
No, we're not. No. Sandman. God damn it, Ayaan. You're your fucking Dave Chappelle loving ass.
You need to like stop liking things by bad people.
Oh, I'm sorry that artists are problematic and messed up.
No. Other normal people are allowed to have nuance and be like, I like art from bad people. You specifically, Ayaan, have lost that privilege.
You have lost the privilege. Like, Ayaan, it happens so much with you that we cannot trust you anymore.
Well, excuse me that a lot of my taste happen to come from people who are so weird in their head.
Ayaan, pull
Yeah,
up a
weird.
comic book written by a lesbian real quick.
Okay, hold on one second.
Is Jewel Wilson a lesbian? No, right?
No, she has a husband.
No,
Damn.
Jewel Wilson has a husband.
Lesbians can have husbands. You can have a lesbian husband.
Jadzia Axelrod's a lesbian, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
She's trans.
Yeah, she named herself after Jadzia Dax.
What?
Cool.
Yeah,
This is Star Trek.
yeah, she named herself because Dax is technically a trans woman in DS9.
I've never read Love Bingo, but I've heard a lot of people say it's good.
It's not up yet.
What do you got?
Okay, hold
Well,
on.
you just pulled a Hawk Girl, but okay, we'll take it.
Wait, hold on one second.
You can't just say fun home.
No,
Is it also-
I'm
You
just
just pulled a fun home. You just pulled a fun home. you just pulled up Alison Bechdel's bibliography.
I will name another lesbian that's not Alison Bechdel.
God damn. I fucking
I do
Hold
think
on.
it's so amazing that Ayaan was like, "Hey, can we do a non-problematic thing?" And Ayaan pulled up the woman who's currently being attacked on Twitter for potentially being a TERF.
God damn. God. I got it right. Hold on.
When I think of lesbian writers I know,
Ions and some other tabs googling furiously.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like what's a lesbian writer that works for DC or Marvel.
Well, we
What
did
is?
do a
What do we
whole,
count Mariko Tamaki? What is
we
she?
did do a whole episode about one.
What is Mariko Tamaki?
A lesbian.
Okay, hold on.
Also, maybe, well, I'll tell you guys off stream. I want to put that out there.
Maybe what are we not putting off screen?
I'll tell you later.
Hulk 20 is a good book.
Hulk 2016 is a good one.
God damn. Christian Lobo, lesbians.
This
Yeah.
is true.
Was it written by a lesbian or does it just feature a lesbian?
Yeah, that's really
By
what I
Mariko
was.
Tamaki.
Is Marika Tamaki a lesbian? I don't think.
We
Yes.
just had this
She
conversation.
is.
Oh,
This is literally the conversation we are currently in.
I'm sorry.
Can I represent a PowerPoint and pretend that I just never presented it before?
No.
I probably don't remember the PowerPoint, so sure.
All right.
This book is cute.
I do like the art from it. I wonder what else this artist has done outside of this.
Nah, I'm not gonna do it. This one's kind of boring.
A Doctor Who book. Ooh, it's about the fugitive doctor.
You say that like that's a bad thing.
Well, the thing is that trying to expand lore on her is a losing game, especially because I know the Titan comics want to like confirm it that she's pre-Hartnell when like other media tries to keep it a little bit more vague.
Ooh,
You just have stories that don't connect to any of that.
she looks cool.
Yeah. She is like really good at playing the Doctor. It's just that the context in which she exists in really screws her over.
You just don't want a black lesbian to be the Doctor.
I
Is
did not
she
say that.
lesbian?
Well, she's no. She has a
I thought
male
that's the
companion.
conversation we were having. Is it not?
No.
No.
I think she's more in the classic.
Ayaan just got distracted by something shiny.
I see.
All right, fellas. Okay, all right. I see. You know, you have your visibility day. We pick on the straight guy. I see how it.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm
hold
not
on
a
a second.
lesbian,
Do
and
that
I'm surviving this day.
Every
just
day
wanna-
is lesbian visibility day on Saturday night.
I just want to know, I'm not a lesbian, and I've been surviving this day perfectly fine. So I don't think it's a lesbian versus non-lesbian issue.
I'll lay down.
Mhm.
Hold on, give me a sec. I got T. Franklin.
Now this is the anti-lesbian book, I believe. This is the one that started the whole problem.
But T.
What's
Franklin.
the anti-lesbian book?
But look, it's T. Franklin.
What's the anti-lesbian book?
The eat bang pray. What's it called? The
I don't
Harley
know.
Quinn.
Eat, bang, kill, love.
That
Or,
one.
anyway,
That's the one that started the whole thing because it became like because people were saying Poison Ivy was a lesbian, and then the writer of that book was like, "No, she's not. She's bisexual." And then that became a big fight. That kind of made it so that lesbians aren't really allowed in the the Poison Ivy Harley Quinn community anymore.
If I was a creator, I would have. I think I would piss people off by having her have both flags just somewhere.
I thought that was going to be a bigger deal than it was that Harley had a lesbian flag on her laptop. But I think nobody cares when men write bad things, and they just care when women write stupid things about Harley.
hold on. There was a Star Trek Pride issue. I can't remember the name of it.
It does
Star Trek
suck.
Pride, perhaps.
It does suck that people got so upset about the fart comic because legitimately, it's like
Yeah. I think it's crazy. Yeah.
I want to say that I don't like something, but when everyone loses their self control about that thing, I feel the need to like not talk about it because I'm just adding fuel to the fire.
I think it's funny that the same day that that book came out, the like mainline Harley Quinn book came out, and there was like Harley was flirting with the love interest in that book over literal human shit, and there was like drawings of people getting covered in shit. Like full on weird. Like nobody has a problem with this. No one wants to say anything about this one. Just the
It wasn't advertised, okay? You can't expect people on Twitter to read comics, Daystar.
I see.
We have a let's see. Stephanie Williams. Which one is she?
The name sounds familiar.
Stephanie, she's a writer. She wrote a lot of stuff. She wrote all the Nubia books. So did Vita Ayala. Not a lesbian.
This is a Sulu
they're both
story.
Queer.
Sulu story. Look at the awesome lesbians. It's 7 of 9 and Rafi.
Is 7 of 9 a lesbian?
I think she might be bi.
Lesbian.
In fact, I think Rafi's also bi.
Who else wrote? Who else is on the list?
Is Ryan North a lesbian?
No.
Well, you should ask him.
All right, I'll text him right now.
We have Christine Chappell, and whoever this woman is.
All right.
Chappell a lesbian?
Chappell Roan?
Chappell a lesbian? Chappell Roan is a lesbian? I don't think so. Oh, is Squid here?
Squid.
Yeah.
Squid.
Whose wedding were you at?
So I was at my friend Becky and Adam's wedding.
Okay.
Cute.
We thought it was your wedding.
No.
No.
I would have said
Ash thought it was your wedding.
Look at the.
I will not be getting drunk at my own wedding because drunk Danny is a different creature.
You should.
Are you still drunk?
The creature's still here?
Are you drunk?
A little bit, but I
hi,
I'm
creature.
sobered up.
You were acting like you were going to be super late and maybe missed the podcast.
I thought I
You're
was,
like
but
20 minutes late.
I thought I was.
In fact, 10 minutes early.
Oh no!
Did you have fun?
I watched a little bit of your presentation. I need to go back to it. I feel the need to explain how a disqualification happened in the EO versus Liv match.
Here's the thing. I was not paying attention to the rules or how the sport is played at all.
Rule is just basically a match is between two people. If someone interferes and is seemingly like physically makes contact with another person involved in the match, it's assumed that they were doing that for the benefit of the other person, so the other person gets disqualified.
That's stupid.
Yeah, but with how much Dominic Mysterio shit that he does, it's like, yeah, that's with all the dumb shit that happens, it's like, yeah,
Dominic should be penalized more.
Liv literally attacked Rhea. Like, what was she supposed to do? Attack her in the face?
We were making some jokes. Daystar, pull back up that one image with Io and Rhea that we laughed at.
Was it the one where Io's giving Rhea the side eye? Because that's where I stopped.
No, that's not it. It was right after they got jumped, and I said something.
Oh yeah, like you said, it was like Batman and Cassandra Cain.
Yeah.
I'm clicking through. Oh, is this anything? What's going on here, Squid?
They did it just as like a celebration thing because this was the first Raw on Netflix, so they wanted to have Undertaker come out. So it was Undertaker to like add to Rhea's moment. to like co-sign her. Like Undertaker co-signed Bray Wyatt, but Bray Wyatt died. So I think they just did the same thing now. With it, it's like, well, Bray is kind of in that spot now.
Bray Wyatt died? That's sad.
Yeah.
Oh, when they get jumped by. Okay, we gotta get. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom.
I deeply enjoy the way you talk about wrestling. I do enjoy it, and it makes me so happy. I've like activated an interest.
You infected me.
This is Batman and Cassandra Cain.
So to explain about like the different shows, I think I've explained a couple times that this is the 3 shows you talk about the triangle era. So Raw and SmackDown are the main shows. Raw's on Netflix. I don't know where to fucking watch SmackDown outside of just going to like Googling the phrase watch wrestling and watching an illegal stream or just watching it on TV. NXT is their developmental show, which you can just watch the day after it airs for free on CW's website. So, and then the thing where they fought
SmackDown, like I'm looking at Peacock. SmackDown has 27 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like I can find it on Peacock.
Yeah, but I don't know how. I think it's like a week delay for it to get uploaded on there. Because
it looks like the last thing they uploaded was March 21st, 2025.
Yeah, so there's like a delay on it.
I already downloaded a Google Chrome extension to take screenshots of Netflix.
And the thing where Nia and Rhea wrestled, that was the Royal Rumble. So on top of the 3 weekly shows, well, there's actually another weekly show that's on Tubi. We won't worry about that right now.
This when they were talking about here.
Yeah, because you're saying you didn't know when it happened. So, I'm
not saying I don't know. Like I could probably find it. It's just not my business right now because I'm watching Raw.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, it's generally every 4 weeks. There's what's called a PLE, which is a premium live event. We just call it a PPV with pay-per-view because that's how we would watch it. But now it's on streaming, so you can just watch it. So basically, if you think about it, the 4 weeks is all like the exposition and the rising action, and then the climax of the story is at the premium live event. So like that's like it's the payoff is there.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could just help me navigate through Peacock, what order do I want to watch?
Wait, Ayaan, don't.
Well, no, yeah, just don't watch anything. Okay, so let me just explain. So SmackDown and Raw are the weekly shows. You can just kind of like pick where you want. WCW is a company that does not exist anymore, but they have some good stuff in there.
It looks like they got the older stuff here.
Yeah, some questionable stuff, some good stuff. WCW was nuts. They had a character who was called the Kiss Demon, who was a demon who really liked the band Kiss. And that was the storyline.
Better than what I expected.
When you say something's nuts and you say it's the Kiss Demon, I'm concerned.
No, he's just a demon. He likes the band Kiss because ECW is Extreme Championship Wrestling. This is where you get the barbed wire rope matches and stuff like that. And in the territories, that's even older than that. So this is like stuff that's even older that Vince also absorbed at some point when he was destroying the territory days.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Where are the girls?
So I think for women's wrestling, you're either going to want to stay in kind of our modern era because that's where it's best. Look for specifically Chyna's matches in the 90s and maybe Trish Stratus's, or just watch Japanese wrestling. If you're in the 90s, if you want to go back before modern day.
Just go to Japan. Also,
Go to-
Squid, do you know how I can watch the Danhausen Maki match?
Which one?
Any of them. I missed the one in Indiana because we couldn't drive home this weekend.
Let me go to Triller TV because that is another streaming service, Triller TV, and let me see.
I just saw it, and they went both out in the makeup and everything.
So
You sound like you're about to cry.
with SmackDown, with this like earlier stuff, is this where I can find like Eddie Guerrero in China?
Yeah, they're in there. So back in the day, Raw was the A show, SmackDown was the B show. They'd have the same people on it. It would just be a twice a weekly show, same people, continuing story. So you go Raw, SmackDown, Raw, SmackDown is how it worked. And then like in 2003, they realized, fuck, we have a lot of people and we're not using half of our roster. So let's just split it so there's different people on different shows. Like there's Eddie in the November 13th one. Like there's Eddie and his nephew Chavo.
That makes more sense for me just because it's more satisfying to watch one show and then you just like everything is there and you're not missing stuff. I get that they spread it out because they want people to like watch all of their shows across everything, but
yeah, like my thing is like you really only need to watch one, really. The only confusion with the current thing because with Cena's storyline being a big thing, they're putting it like on both. Even though he has the SmackDown title, they still have him show up on Raw to like make a big deal out of it, which makes it more difficult to follow.
Did you hear the part where I said I scrubbed through all the boys fighting?
Yeah, I got to where Io was giving Rhea the stink eye, and I stopped there, and I'm like, oh, I'm never gonna be on the stream if I.
So it was SmackDown where they do the whole like custody battle over Dom.
Yes, that's where that started, but that match is from SummerSlam 2005. Let me see if that's right. Yes, SummerSlam 2005, which I was in attendance for.
Are you in the?
You know where Danhausen's gonna be on May 2nd?
Okay. Where is he gonna be on May 2nd?
He's gonna be in Detroit, Michigan.
God.
May 2nd is when we drive back to Indiana. God damn it.
He just hates you.
Shawn Michaels versus Hogan is a legendarily bad match.
Huh.
How could a match be legendarily being bad?
Don't. So I'll explain the backstory. Hogan is notorious for being a backstage politicker, which is to say, they'll like kind of lay out the story to him. He'll get them to a point where like they kind of have locked in where he's like an essential piece, and then he'll go back to the plans or go like, that doesn't work for me, brother, and then change it. So originally the plan was that Hogan and Shawn were going to do 3 matches against each other, with like Hogan wins the first, Shawn wins the second, and then the third one Hogan would win, but it would be competitive between the two. And they were originally supposed to both be good guys in the storyline. And Hogan was like, I'm not going to work it if Shawn's a good guy. Shawn has to be a bad guy, which he hadn't been for. And like Shawn's like, okay, whatever, I'll do it because we're doing the 3 matches and I'll get a win over Hogan. Fucking week before this pay-per-view, Hogan's like, I actually need to go get back surgery, so I'm only going to do this one. So we're gonna do this one. I'm gonna win, and that's it. Shawn decides, actually, fuck this, and decides to oversell everything Hogan does, which is to say, Hogan like lightly punches him, and Shawn like backflips. He turns the match into a fucking joke because he's so pissed off about it.
That sounds kind of funny. I have another question.
Yes.
I was seeing people describe Liv Morgan as a baby face. Is that something else, or did she like start as a face and now she's a heel?
She was a face and now she's a heel because the thing was, her and Rhea were both faces. Rhea turned.
Rhea's the
on-
bad guy. I know that.
Rhea,
I know
Rhea was the heel that turned on her and has like the heel faction Judgment Day, which now now they made because the crowd would not stop cheering Rhea. like they just wouldn't. They wouldn't stop. So they were like, well, okay, we'll make Liv the heel. And Liv's good at it. Liv is very good at it.
Such a good villain. I just like I'm like she's so funny.
It's real. I'm trying to comb through.
I wouldn't stop cheering Rhea.
I wanted to try and comb through clips through another tab, but apparently Peacock will pause the ads if you're looking at it away from it. So hold on.
If you want to show wrestling on TV, you have to go through and meticulously screenshot everything you want to show.
Yeah,
off.
hold on. That's what I'm trying to pause.
Just
So
I did.
I forgot what was the name of that event that Danhausen was at. I don't remember.
It was God, what the fuck was it called? It was like City something.
Hold on, I'll go to Maki's.
City Smackdown.
Now, who's this lady?
Who? Where?
Oh, that's Lita. You remember Lita jerking Edge off the ladder?
Hold on, you're about to get his copyright stricken.
Yeah, close it.
Is this the image
Get out
right
of
now?
here.
No,
Get out of here.
Lita jerking off Edge off the ladder.
After this, we should watch that. You should watch the rest of that Io and Rhea fight that I edged y'all with.
Yeah. And this is one of the ones you gave to Stack and Ash, right?
No. Edge was in the match.
All right. This is Edge, or is this?
Yes, that's Edge.
Okay.
I only like them when they're together. I have no feelings.
Oh wait, is that the Dom custody match?
That's what I was coming through for.
The next, it's like after this one.
Oh, okay.
God, there's been for some reason there's been fucking edits of the Dom custody match on my feed. And then I saw there's like this one YouTuber who got into wrestling because of poor baby Dom. Like he's sitting ringside this whole match. He's like tears in his eyes.
Well, like, this is the thing. Apparently, like, because I watched a couple interviews of Dom, and like, apparently Eddie Guerrero just used to hang out at his house.
Yeah, it's Eddie. Eddie was truly Uncle Eddie. Like he would be at Ray's house because they were that close. Like there was a reason why when Eddie died and everyone took it so hard, they were like, well, who can we make champion as tribute to Eddie's memory? And they were like, well, Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio is his best friend, and Rey clearly took it the hardest. So Rey gets to be champion this year.
Yeah. Like even just getting into it, like I just got into this like a week or two ago, but looking into it and seeing how close of friends they are really does like sadden me.
I like maybe we should watch like fucking Ray's tribute. The whole fucking night, the tribute show is like all the fucking like people like in tears over Eddie. It still breaks my heart.
Are we still?
Welcome back, Rena. It's good to see you too.
Looking at magic cards right now. If they can build Gundams, I can look at magic cards.
Okay. Get out of here.
I think I found a way to watch it. I've never heard of this website before though.
Does Netflix have the backlog of all of like Raw or just the new one?
It just has Netflix's Raw. Like
they do have Raw Classic, but I don't know what that is.
I'll check.
I don't know what that is.
Like it's the older stuff, but I'm not sure if it's like everything or it's just
This is a little detail, but the way that they do episode listing is backwards. So whenever you try to like the autoplay goes to the wrong episode every time it like loads up the thing, which is annoying. Netflix is stupid. Let me see.
Super Slam.
Watchmen penis credit card.
Hello?
A Watchmen penis credit card? No.
Why did you say that?
So
I
I
saw
found
Watchmen penis credit card. I don't know what you expected.
I don't.
This penis in Watchmen is blue.
I thought the blue one famously did not have a penis.
No,
he
he did.
He's got
He
his
famously
dick out.
did.
But
He
did
famously
originally.
he was slang-a-langin'.
He famously had his dick out.
This in the reprints.
They took his dick?
They took his dick.
No,
Okay.
no, that's
So I
not
think-
true. It's
I
just
think I
like
found-
in some panels, not
I think
in
I found
other
I think I
panels.
found a website that does have it, but I think
Computer,
yeah, they
show
do have
me.
a VOD of this match.
Computer,
But
show me that
you do
man's
need
dick.
to have. I put the link in chat, Ash, in private
Is
chat.
Is it the Danhausen Maki match?
It's the whole show because I don't think they're gonna let you just do.
yeah.
Speaking
But
of,
it is
Blue
part of a
Man-
streaming service. I don't know what they have, but I saw other people talking about it that makes it sound like it's legit.
Speaking of Blue Man Dick, did anybody see people thirsting after the Blue Man Group on TikTok?
My
I was
friend,
trying to get my cousin to go. To
Okay,
the
so
event.
like this app is also like available through like Amazon, so I think, and I see reviews on it, so I'm fairly certain it is good.
Apparently,
My
apparently,
friend-
Blue Man Group are hot under there.
they're not. My friend used to work for Blue Man Group until they closed down the New York place.
None of them are hot.
They're not.
Oh, I'm looking at the before you
Well,
buy
the
it. I'm looking at
New
the,
guy's hot.
Yeah, okay. Davey Bang and Austin and August Matthews versus Danhausen and Maki Ito. And then the Danhausen and because I know there's the other match where Danhausen is fighting Maki and Nick Gage. I'm seeing what that one was on.
Yay, Danhausen. Do I look
There's
ridiculous?
12 seasons of WWE Raw Vault on Netflix.
Mm.
Goes back to 1993.
They just kept the little boy during this match while they fight.
Yeah, no, he
Yeah.
was in the ring for a
So
little bit.
there's a point where it looks like Eddie's about to win, and Dom gets in the ring and shakes the
He's
ladder.
always getting in the ring for no reason. I'm out of here.
This goes back a while, huh?
Some things never change.
No, okay, here's the other thing.
Okay, so here's
apparently,
the one
so-
where here's a link to the show where again this is on a streaming service, so you know, but this is a link to the one where Danhausen teamed with I'm seeing what's her name with Ram Kachoy. She's like a ghost girl. Versus Maki Ito and Nick Gage. This match does have a lot of blood in it, but this is when they like first meet canonically.
Nice.
There was
They
one
did a
part where
whole bit after it where like Maki was bleeding like after the show, and Danhausen like came up and she's like and he's like no friend.
I didn't
No,
show clips
okay,
of it,
so
but there was
the
one fight
thing
where
is
Liv
that-
was profusely bleeding from the face.
Yeah, so the thing is that like I saw another clip of Dominic like, you know, doing an interview. Unfortunately, it was with Logan Paul, but he was doing an interview and he was
No,
like,
but that's the funniest one. That's the one where he's like, Japan's great, and then he looks Logan in the eyes and goes, "You ever been?"
I just saw the clip where he was talking. Oh God, now I forget what he was talking about. But he was talking about that match. But he said that the fucking guy who used to oversee WWE, he wanted to like dangle him instead of the briefcase.
We made this bit a little.
Like instead of the briefcase up there, it was gonna be Dominic.
Would have made this bit a little problematic.
I think that's the only reason that they didn't do it.
I feel like that would kill Dominic.
Yeah.
They've tried doing that. They've tried putting a person on like a thing before to like get to them. They settled on putting someone's mom on a forklift. It's a pretty bad match too. The Judy Bagwell on a forklift match.
Why were they trying to get someone's mom?
So Buff Bagwell was trying to get his mom, but if it's Scott Steiner won, he would like Judy would have to manage him.
It's so stupid.
I think what do I have to do to get them to go back to doing the funny bits with the with the supernatural stuff?
So a supernatural wrestler came back on SmackDown this past week.
I think they should let Rhea Ripley send Liv to hell for a little bit.
So
That
there is a supernatural women's wrestler.
Who?
Alexa Bliss.
Oh, Alexa Bliss computer.
Okay, hold on.
Computer, show me Alexa
I know.
Bliss.
I think I know who Squid's talking about.
I do. We talked about this before. She got possessed by the spirit of another wrestler.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember this.
Right now she carries around like a demented doll. They're probably gonna put her in the Wyatt Six later because she was really close with Bray. When Bray passed, she took it hard, and I think that delayed her further from coming back. But she's back, and she's still with her creepy fucking doll.
Okay,
I
know
think
we were
Liv
saying
would have
that
fun in
Liv.
hell. Would have fun doing hell.
Yeah, I know we were saying Liv was Harley Quinn, but now that I'm looking,
Yeah,
If it's just because she has pigtails doesn't mean she's Harley Quinn.
it's also because she's got a creepy ass smile.
She's got a demon in her.
She got the demons.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, Daystar did have a question. I don't know if it was Daystar or just someone else who asked. But why don't more of these wrestlers just like have more acting careers outside of wrestling?
Oh, I asked why don't the women
The
wrestlers
women.
get the same opportunities as like Dave Bautista and John Cena?
Careful, there are so many things on the table.
So there is a lot to that. That being said, Becky Lynch is the one who has gotten the opportunities to do more.
What is she in?
She both got to be in the Marine 6, which is
What is that?
the Marine is a franchise that started being like it stars John Cena in the first one. And now it's just a different wrestler starred in it every time, and she played the antagonist in the 6th one. She's also in the animated wrestling film Rumble. They did a whole docudrama about not like what a docudrama is not the right word. A biopic about the wrestler Paige. And then she left the company shortly afterwards, which is really funny. And that one's called Fighting with My Family.
Why can't
remember
Bianca
that.
Belair be Wonder Woman?
I remember Fighting with My Family.
So I think so right now a lot of because people are thinking there's all these like thought like pieces where people are like, oh well, Cena's gonna be the last crossover star, and that's all because Cody says he got an opportunity to do a movie and he said he didn't want to do it because he just wants to do wrestling. Like he's just Cody.
Which
Cody
is fair, but
Cody Rhodes is like, I just want to do wrestling.
That's fair, like if that's what they want to do, but like there's so much because they are actors, the
Yes.
wrestlers, so they all have like somewhat of that skill already. And then like we talk about superheroes, like it's basically superheroes, you know, and they already have like all they could do their own stunts, they can do all the fight scenes and stuff. Like it would be cool.
Like I 100% agree with that. That I think the crossover with wrestling and superhero media is very like that could be one and the same. And I also am now thinking of how Batista told a story about how he walked into DC's offices when it announces James Gunn was in charge, and he walked up into a meeting and he was like, "I'm gonna play Bane," and they were like, "Oh, we don't have any plans with Bane, but if we do, we'll consider you." And he goes, "You misunderstand me. I'm playing Bane."
I'm Bane.
I also feel like with Cody Rhodes, I think like him getting offered a movie deal, his entire like life has been built by wrestling. I think he just doesn't want to. He's like, I'll just stay here.
Like, they're never going to cast a woman to play a superhero because the whole point of superhero movies, when women are in them, is they just kind of stand there and look pretty and pose.
Yeah,
that's
like,
what they want. They don't want
because I do think, like, you know, there's some things where it's like it's I think it's a multifaceted thing. I think right now a lot of wrestlers.
Word girl, can you scroll up to the Word Girl image? What? This is stupid. This is a stupid post.
Wrestlers now say that like today they have a lot of freedom to go and do other stuff. Like that's why Batista left WWE, is because he was like, I want to take this movie deal, and they were like, no, and he was like, well, fuck you, I'm quitting. Like that's why Batista left. So now, like, because Vince had it in his head that like everyone who did wrestling stuff could only like do stuff related to wrestling. Well, like Triple H understands what crossover appeal is. He's like, no, if they do other things, that's better for all of us, because that drives them back here. So I think there's one level of like they do have the ability to do it, but again, like you said, there's an issue with the casting of women in superhero movies. That's like a core sexism issue. Because obviously if you pick because wrestling requires that strong personality. Yeah. I feel like most of them, like that's a whole thing in wrestling. It's called if you search like any wrestler name and look up the phrase shoot interview after it, you'll find them talking mad shit about somebody.
Yeah. Like people lost their...
So like if like they cast Bianca as Wonder Woman and she was like, oh, I want to do this. I have this idea. And everything got shot down. She'd do an interview and then she'd tell them exactly what happened. No other, like a normal actress wouldn't do that. Like, but wrestlers don't have a problem talking their shit.
People lost their minds for Rachel Zegler just like talking like semi shit about the original Cinderella story. And I can't imagine how like non-wrestling fans are going to react when a strong personality, someone who's heavily opinionated, has shit to say, does not give a fuck how they're going to react when that person starts doing interviews.
Yeah, like Bailey just did an interview and talked mad shit about the company she works for. Like Bailey did an interview and she was like, yeah, like, you know, I'm in the same class as like and like they tell me like oh, I'm in the same class as Becky Lynch and Rhea because we all like started around the same time and we carried like the titles for that long amount of time, but I'm not treated like it. I don't know what I can do to like actually make them treat me that way. And so like she just talks, like wrestlers will just say like, yeah, I'm dissatisfied with how things are going. And I think like if you cast one of them in a movie, they will say that.
Yeah,
and then like
if Bianca,
and then you have that other layer where I think wrestling, despite it being very popular, and I think Rhea is one of the biggest things that have gotten people into wrestling. It seems to be that's the easiest gateway to get people into wrestling. Not just even like the people here, like a lot of people, you show them Rhea Ripley and show them a match, and it's like, okay, I'm into this. Like that's
she has a lot of charisma. Like that's like.
I still think the like kind of upper levels of Hollywood like look down at like wrestling, and like the wrestlers they do pick to make like put in movies like Dwayne or Cena, they look at them as like who's on top of the pile of trash, which is bullshit. But also like, you know, a lot of what wrestling would do back then didn't help to get rid of that.
On top of the pile of trash right now.
Yeah.
Might as well snatch her up. What would you put? What superhero would you put Rhea Ripley in? What could she do? Someone who is a little bit bad.
I think what's that
what are some of your like dark women books you've been reading?
Hack Slash. Ooh, you think she would do good at Hack Slash?
Cassie Hack would be a good pick, actually.
I haven't read Hack Slash.
Hold on.
You mean Hack
Slash? Actually, we have. It's how we know about Messy Stench.
We did. That would actually be really funny. Put her as Cassie Hack, and then you cast Braun Strowman as the serial killer friend. I think that would be really good, actually. I think you just showed the picture and that was enough. And I was like, yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Like, yeah, but Cassie, the friend, I think that would work.
Yeah, Cassie's a little bit on the younger side. She's in, I think, early 20s, maybe. I'm not sure.
I think you could also age her up a little bit too, and it doesn't matter much.
Yeah.
I've never read this book. I don't know what it's about.
It's basically like a slasher killer hunter.
Like it's a slasher of slashers, essentially.
I see.
Yeah, she goes through different slasher movie plots.
I do think she would be fun if not superheroes, horror movies. We let the Wrestle Girls all be scream queens in a horror movie. I think that would be fun.
I have to wake Sheldon up for his medicine. I'll be right back.
She's actually the Terrifier. She becomes the Terrifier clown.
I feel like you can't be able to like drop kick the horror movie monster.
I mean, it depends on the story that you're telling. Because like if it's Hack Slash, yes, you can.
If we do like a slasher movie, but they target wrestlers.
That's got to be a Hack Slash.
And they're like on tour somewhere. They're all like in some kind of creepy old hotel or something. Yeah, their bus breaks down. They have to stay at a weird hotel somewhere. And there's a weirdo who's like, I'm gonna kill all these wrestle women. Let Liv Morgan be the slasher. I think she'd have a fun time. Okay, well,
hold on. This is like a spring break plot.
If you had to pick an actual superhero, like classic Marvel DC.
Emma Frost.
Oh my God.
No, I would. I was thinking about. No, I would not cast her as the like Sandman death. She's not
a superhero.
Marlo
Chandler.
I mean, Rogue.
We both do the same thing.
Maybe Rogue, but like
pick someone who doesn't suck. Like what are these options?
All right.
Marlo Jones Chandler is
I like Marlo, but Marlo's also not a superhero. She's a civilian.
Livewire.
Well, she's deaf now, so
she's deaf now, but
Black Widow.
Which one?
Natasha.
We could make her Livewire.
Who's Livewire?
Livewire is this woman who got electrocuted, but also was electrocuted when Superman was in the way, so she just has electrocution powers.
Okay.
But she's got this spunky personality. Like, I only know her from the DCAU. I don't know much about her comics counterpart.
How tall is she?
Wow, fake fan.
Okay. But her thing was she was like a
Ripley.
She was like a shock jock radio host. And then she was like very anti-Superman. And then Superman stepped in one of her like live radio broadcasts while it was raining. Is like, you probably shouldn't be doing it. It's raining out here. And then lightning struck him, and then by proxy struck her.
She's 5'7".
5'7". But she wears big old boots though, so that has at least 2 inches.
I can't believe I'm taller than Rhea Ripley.
We can just
Give her a box.
she can be Big Barda if we get Dom to be Scott.
So I do want to add a little bit of extra lore to the mommy thing, which I love thinking about. If we want to switch to my screen real fast.
Switch
Drop
to
the
Squid
mommy
screen.
lore.
Yeah.
Computer, show me mommy
Switch
lore.
to Squid
Yeah.
screen.
So she started doing the "I'm your mommy" thing when she started being paired with Dom. But the funny thing is, this is a reference to Eddie, who, when he started claiming to be Dominic's father, wore a shirt called "I'm your poppy."
She's playing on his issues.
She's playing on his daddy issues.
Dominic's real father is Rey. Dominic's real father is Rey Mysterio. But the interior lore of wrestling is that that Rey and his wife couldn't conceive a child, so Eddie helped. They're always vague on the specifics of it. We don't know if Eddie slept with Ray's wife or if it was like a donation thing. They're very vague about it. But Eddie decides when him and Ray are having beef that he wants Dominic to be his child actually now.
That's funny. It's a funny bit to do with like a real 6-year-old.
No, it's even funnier given how much Eddie just hangs out at their house.
Yeah.
It's completely plausible.
So Ash, you said you watched some interviews with Dom. Do you like that he stays in character the whole time?
Yes.
That he calls Ray a deadbeat and shit like that. Like he's keeping the character going, even when we know Ray is just off screen. Because there's times that Ray's been interviewed. And he's like, "Yeah, Dom's here, and I'm so proud of it." Because Ray's breaking character because he's like, "You know what this is," but Dom's like, "I'm not breaking character. Like, no, I'm calling him a deadbeat. I'm calling."
It's like I hate.
Who could Dom play? He's pretty fun. He's a dirtbag. He likes. I think he has a good time doing that. The dirtbag act.
If we were to cast Dom in a role, what would it be?
Stack just whispered behind me Ted Cord. So in retaliation, I'm saying Booster Gold.
Batman, but he has to keep the mustache.
How old is Dom again? Because I think he's in his 20s.
How old is Dominic Mysterio?
He's 28. He's the same age as me.
Oh, geez.
Well, who do we cast you as?
Cast Squid as a
Okay. Stack also said Jaime.
No, I said
no.
Jaime's canonically into wrestling. Dom can just play himself in a Blue Beetle movie.
Dom can play himself in
or we could do what Spider-Man did, where we take a real wrestler and have him play a fake wrestler.
Yeah.
I got you for 3 minutes of
time. Remember when Bad Bunny was going to play
El Muerto?
El Muerto.
I think Raquel Rodriguez should be in a movie because she's pretty funny and she's good at reading.
Hear me out. Helena Wayne.
Helena Wayne, the white one.
No.
Raquel as Helena Wayne, Rhea Ripley as Helena Bertinelli.
Oh, wait, who was Helena Bertinelli?
Rhea Ripley.
Just white Helena Bertinelli.
Who's an Australian superhero?
I'm sure there's somebody.
Captain Boomerang.
Jeffrey St. John.
No, Captain Boomerang is great.
Stack said Tasmanian Devil.
God.
Somewhere the Tasmanian Devil.
Isn't he the good one?
Let's see. There's
So I know you said you really liked Nia Jax's finisher.
It's very funny.
So that finisher is called the Bonsai Drop, which is.
There is literally a DC Comics character named Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah, he's the gay one.
So, the Bonsai Drop is used by a lot of Samoan wrestlers mainly, but she is part of the same family as Dwayne, Roman Reigns, the Usos. Like, it is literally a wrestling royal family.
She's fun. She is a fun baddie.
The only white woman I could find in Big Two Comics who's Australian.
Like, that was probably one of my favorite bits was when she won the match and then Rhea's music started playing and she was just like, holy fuck. And then Rhea just, like, that whole segment was just, I was like dying laughing. So
but it is Lifeguard from the X-Men. Does anyone know who Lifeguard is?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but she could be Pyro. She could be a gender swap Pyro.
Pyro.
Your mama's Pyro.
Whoa.
I love how I'm like she has to be Australian. That's the rule. Is she even from Australia?
Rhea Ripley?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be weird if she had the accent and she wasn't.
Well, I was thinking she might be from New Zealand.
No, she's. They did have somebody who was from New Zealand. I forget who it was.
We actually have a second supernatural wrestler right now of the ladies.
What's her deal?
So she's a member of. So in memory of Bray Wyatt, they have like a new faction called the Wyatt Six. The main one is injured right now, so they're kind of off TV right now. But it's like a group. It's a group of 6 wrestlers who are kind of like all demonic and shit. And Nikki Cross is playing this one. If we want to switch to my screen.
Switch to Squid screen.
Did you? That's fun.
Ooh,
yes.
creepy.
So that she was another character first, but they kind of repurposed a lot of characters they didn't have stuff to do. Wrestlers they didn't have stuff to do for that were all kind of like connections to different stuff Bray was doing.
I thought you meant the White Six, not 6.
Well, it's the pun because there's 6 of them.
Okay.
But there's 5 you see, but the 6th one is supposed to be Bray.
Is
that
any
like Bray's
of them,
spirit is there?
Are any of them super tall?
Yes.
How tall?
Tall.
Are they one Wyatt Wingfoot tall?
God.
Who would you cast to play Wyatt Wingfoot?
Me?
Native American.
Yeah, I would find.
You want to play Wyatt Wingfoot?
Huh?
You don't even
You wanna
have
play
like,
Wyatt
a Wyatt Wingfoot casting ready to. You expect other people to play to like have Wyatt Wingfoot in their shit. You don't even have a Wyatt Wingfoot casting ready to go.
Put out
My answer is always look. My answer is always when it comes to minority characters is just find some unknown actor.
Yeah, like
Put 'em in there.
the whole point of casting calls is for people to like show, like it's for unknown actors to show up for that role.
How many
like,
famous 6'6" Native American actors do you know?
How many what?
There was like 5 Native American actors in Sinners. This is just the most recent movie I watched.
And all I can
None
think
of them
about.
are able to play Wyatt
All I
Wingfoot.
know is the cast of Prey, and Amber Midthunder is the only one I can think of because she's amazing.
It's her birthday.
Happy
Is she
birthday.
6'6"?
She's not
No.
6'6". She's
I
very.
mean, she can't play Wyatt Wingfoot, can she?
I do think gender swapping Johnny's gay friend is like.
If Amber Midthunder played Wyatt Wingfoot,
If Amber
and they made
Midthunder-
her,
They would make her date Johnny like that.
No. But here's the thing: I will only compromise on making Wyatt a woman if
it's just Rain.
No, if
if
it's
the
still
MCU synergy just made her trans.
they still get to date She-Hulk. My only rule is Wyatt still has to be bisexual.
The double whammy. They're gonna have to either date Johnny or She-Hulk.
Is it one or the other? Marvel.
They should. What character should they trans the gender of?
Oh,
I transed Wyatt's gender in my fix, but like he's just a trans man in my fix.
Yeah, that's not what I meant.
Maybe Bart
Yeah, I
Allen.
know that's not what you meant.
I don't know why.
You're talking about cracking some eggs over here.
Yeah.
No, because like with Bart, I think that feels like a non-binary to me.
After the stream, I'm gonna have to show you a fucking hilarious clip of Cody Rhodes telling a story, and because it's been living in my head all day. But
Jason
I
Todd.
think
That's how we fix Jason Todd.
We Stack keeps on whispering we need to trans Johnny. Beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. I'm just acting as Stack's translator. I think Stack just decided to like.
Why is Stack? Why can't we hear Stack?
Sleep.
Sleepy.
And there will be peace. There will be peace when the people of Earth want it so badly.
Peace in the Middle East. No. Or
Just in the middle.
Stop fucking colonizers about it.
All right. Okay. Nemesis wants me to pull up the trans Superboy story. Hold on one sec.
Oh my god.
Stack is groaning in anguish.
It can't. Here's the thing. If we trans anybody, it can't be anybody who has anything approaching shapeshifter powers or alien DNA or anything like that.
Can we trans?
They can have alien DNA.
It's pushing it. We just need some. We need any that aren't. That's always what it is.
I think it would be very funny if we trans the gender of someone who has a gendered name.
I think it's really funny that the concept art done here is by Derek Robertson, co-creator of The Boys.
I think, is this the story that everyone got upset with? I had a Superboy fan who didn't like this, who liked trans con, but just thought this story was really bad.
Yeah. I think that was the general consensus on it.
Yeah, I haven't read the full pitch itself. I just like the art.
Hear me out. We trans Power Girl's gender.
Power Man. No, wait, no, we can't do that.
Hey, guess what?
We can't do it. Abort.
I just think that making someone who is often treated as gooner bait into a trans man is a good idea.
Power boy.
Yeah, power boy.
Power them.
Power they them. I don't think that's how that works.
You understand how incredibly upset the entirety of the internet would be if Power
Girl got top surgery.
Yeah.
I think no, she should just get a breast reduction.
Top surgery.
Yeah, why doesn't she just gets a breast? She's like, look, it's a medical issue. I just it's back pain. I have to get rid of.
Turns out this
is a little bit.
She gets weird Kryptonian red sun surgery for it. It's very sci-fi concept.
I do remember hearing I've just remembered of N.D. Stevenson's comic that's I got breast reduction surgery, and then later on I was like, shit, I just want top surgery actually. And, I remember hearing that from I think multiple trans men or non-binary people, trans mass people.
Yeah.
Or,
the gateway drug.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of too.
So, that's my pitch. Next week, you should all come back with a pitch for someone we transgender of.
We gotta trans the mountain goats.
Oh yeah, mountain goats.
Yeah, trans and mountain
Why
goats.
are we looking at
Why
all
did
stars?
you why did you pull up all? Why did you do this?
Why? Why are we on Frank Miller? We were having a good time.
What did you do?
Why are we on
doing?
Frank Miller?
Switch to my screen so I
Why
can
did you
show
do
something
that?
to Stack.
Stack is out.
No, Stack needs to wake up and see
Stack's
this.
gone.
Stack you.
Sorry.
Oh, it's silver. It's silver there.
Sorry, Shadow, but I don't think you qualify as an emotion. This is bullshit. You let silver in. It's no use.
Squid, you need to listen to the Mountain Goats album I gave you. It's about.
I will.
wrestling.
I've already started listening to a couple songs. I've long
You have
loved
to
the
listen. No, wait, Squid, you have to listen to the album not on shuffle because it's telling the story of a face turning into a heel.
Who listens to their albums for the first time on
Well,
shuffle?
I more that I've listened to the Legend of Chavo Guerrero for a long time because that does resonate with me and like how I feel about Eddie Guerrero and Eddie's even mentioned in the song.
Yeah, that's what the song's about.
Yeah.
So I
There's
started
nothing
listening.
about the
I listened to the first couple songs. Actually, I think I need to listen a little bit further because then I remembered that like I've heard this one.
You know that steel cage match you showed us where that guy almost died?
Yeah, the Hell in a Cell.
Yeah. He's that match is mentioned in one of the songs too.
Yeah, because Stack was playing it for me, and I'm like, hold on a second. Why are they sitting on that cage?
So
I have a weekly album club that I'm nearly a month behind on, and I gotta listen to the Mountain Goats.
So okay, it was one song that I've actually heard before because I saw the title and I was like, oh fuck, I've actually heard this, and I had to re-listen to it. Stabbed to Death Outside San Juan.
Great.
That is telling a true story though.
Fuck.
When they talk like I'll pull up the lyric because it's describing the death of Bruiser Brody.
I listened to mine. Like I listened to the whole thing except for like the last song, which is like the name of the album. It's like a 7-minute song. The thing is, I was listening to it while in the gym because I thought like some of the names of it might be good gym music, and it wasn't. It may have helped me.
Well, some of them could be.
So specifically, the line that like it's like yeah, that's real shit. That's exactly what happened. When the blade hits the bone, everybody hears it sing. Shower room full of people, no one hears a goddamn thing. So what happened was at a show in basically wrestler Bruiser Brody. So back in the day, they didn't have like offices or shit. If people had to discuss something serious, they were like, "Oh, come back in the shower with me," because that was the place you could talk. So Bruiser Brody was approached by a wrestler named Invader Number 1, and Invader was like, "Hey, I need to talk to you about something. Come back to the shower." And Bruiser's like, "Okay." They go back. And a lot of the story I hear is from Tony Atlas's perspective because Tony Atlas was one of the few people in the locker room who did tell police exactly what happened because a lot of people just shut up about it. But like Tony Atlas heard Bruiser go, "Ugh!" And he was like, "Oh, the fucking Invader hit him." And then he like ran back, separated them. And then he sees that like Bruiser has a knife sticking into his stomach because Invader had stabbed Bruiser a bunch of times.
Why did he do that?
We don't know the reason why. And so the bullshit thing is that happened is so like, first of all, Tony, like there's a whole documentary about it on Dark Side of the Ring where they talk about what happened. Tony Atlas basically got told because he was the one that went on the ambulance. He talked to the police because the police were told a fan stabbed Bruiser. But like Tony Atlas pointed to like Invader. It's like he's the fucker who did it. But then like later in the night, another wrestler told Tony's like, "Don't go to your hotel room." And he's like, "Why?" It's like, "Because you're talking. There's people waiting in your hotel room for you." Jesus. So Tony fucking spent all night on the beach. and then like flew home the next day. But he told the police, gave all his information, and he's like, yeah, I'll testify in trial. And a couple other wrestlers said they would testify too. Thing is, though, they didn't send them their summons to come back for the trial until after the trial had already taken place.
What?
So Invader number 1 got off clean with it.
Yeah, they said that he was acting in self-defense. I just looked it up.
Which is not true. You call him into the shower and you had a knife.
Fuck, dude.
In the trial, they used the fact that Brody was a heel to like... because that was still back in the day. It's like, that was protected a little bit. So like, they were like, well, a Bruiser was on. You could see Bruiser in the ring. You saw what he did. So and Invader was a good guy. So they used that in the trial.
That's nuts.
Your Honor, I was simply being a heel.
God.
Your Honor, I simply have commitment to the bit.
Your Honor, wrestling is fake.
It was a big night.
Yeah, but at that time it was like that wasn't as well known. That was a time where it was like wrestlers who went down to like San Juan and kind of areas like that. It wasn't like super well known that it was fake. Ric Flair tells a story about like almost getting jumped by a mob of people when he like cheated to win the title from one of the champions. That was like the storyline, but the mob of people fucking broke past the barricade and tried to beat the shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
And that was just the way, because that's honestly how it was in fucking like America too, and to an extent that it was like heels like had to be prepared for like, oh, someone might come up to me in the fucking ring or outside the event with a gun. The episode of Dark Side of the Ring about Junkyard Dog was such a beloved face, and people again were 50-50 about who believed it was real and who believed it was fake. Like Junkyard Dog got blinded in storyline because of a thing, and because that happened, someone from the audience brought a gun and tried to shoot the person during the event. Like, wow. Junkyard Dog told the story, like he's sitting in the audience fake blind at this point, and then the guy behind him goes, "Don't worry, dog, I'll get him," and like the gun goes right next to Junkyard Dog's head, like as the guy's aiming, and Junkyard Dog has to be like, do I give up that I'm not actually blind and save this guy, or do I keep commitment to the bit? Because either way, this is gonna fucking suck. Thankfully, someone else stopped the shooter, so Junkyard Dog didn't have to do anything. But like,
I was wondering this as I was watching Raw. Do they have like safe words? Like, if they do get hurt for real, do they have like something they can give a signal or something?
Yeah, if you see that the referee throws up like an X with their arms, like it's like that match is done. It's like someone got hurt for real. But usually wrestlers are talking to each other the whole time, and they'll like figure a way out of it. There's one match I like to use the footage of to kind of explain it. During like a match between Chris Jericho and Neville, who who Ash will know better as the Bastard Pac.
The Bastard.
The Bastard rolls breaks his ankle in the middle of the match. And like he's like down, and then like Jericho goes like, he's hurt? Fuck it, I'll just pin him. And you can hear him say this, and he pins him. But it was like Jericho wasn't supposed to win this match, and the ref didn't hear what Jericho said. So like the ref just counts to 2. And then like he's like, oh, he kicked out. Jericho gets up legitimately pissed off, shoves the referee, and is like, he's hurt. Now disqualify me and make me look like an asshole.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured they were talking to each other, and that's why they just don't like the ring at all.
Wait, so I thought they did. Wait, so if you're there, you get nothing.
Yeah. Well, like
I
they
would-
don't. Sometimes they'll pick up like a little, like if they scream, you can kind of hear them. But for the most part, you don't hear anything that they say on the in the ring.
I would hate watching wrestling in person.
It's actually pretty fun in person. They're surprisingly loud.
Yeah.
I've been in the cheap seats and it's still loud.
It blew my mind that you don't hear the announcers talking
Yeah.
in the ring. So it's just the fight. Like there's not even guys talking and telling what's happening.
It's unless you're sitting fucking right behind them. But then sometimes they used to have a thing called like WWE radio in like the 90s where it would just be the audio version. So I guess some people were trying to do that they'd listen to it while they were at the event. But like that didn't last long, and a lot of those broadcasts are just lost media. Because rather than just broadcast the commentators' audio, they had like a different dude doing commentary for the radio version.
I mean, that's true of a lot of sports, though. Sports radio is just like how a lot of people participated in sports outside of just going to a stadium. Like you listen to a game on the radio.
Yeah, but it's like with wrestling, you're describing kind of the story too. So it's like I think the commentators work just as well. Sometimes though, because you did have a question about like injuries and stuff, because sometimes they'll just continue to go.
It would have to be a pretty bad injury for it to stop the fight, because they are getting hurt like the whole time. Even
really bad injuries. Even really bad injuries, some wrestlers will just keep continuing to go. One of the for like in the 90s and like in the early 2000s, they said this was one of like the best Raw matches of all time. It was Triple H and Stone Cold versus Chris Jericho and Chris Benoit. Middle of this match, Triple H tears his quad, and when you tear your quad, your muscle has separated from the bone.
Yeah.
So like Jericho and Hunter are on the ground, and Hunter's like, I just tore my quad. Because he'd done it before, so he knew how it felt. And Jericho's like, well, what do you want to do? And then Hunter goes, well, we just need to continue and do the rest of the match. Bad thing is, one of the spots they had left was for Jericho to put his finisher, the Walls of Jericho, which is like a Boston Crab where you sit on their back and bend their legs backwards on the announce table. And he's like, Jericho's like, do you still want to do that? And he's like, it's what we planned. And Hunter and Jericho's described, he's trying to put in the straightest version of this movie he's ever done. But as second he gets Hunter's legs up, he hears Hunter scream for real.
Hunter might be an idiot. I'm sorry.
Hunter might be dumb. I mean, there is a certain like adrenaline's in. You might not be feeling it immediately, and you're just like, yeah, just do whatever. But like, come on, man.
But after that, the next part of the match was that like Jericho then had like Austin in a submission, and the next planned spot, because like after that Triple H was just laying down, but the next planned spot was that it was supposed to be like Triple H was going to run in with a sledgehammer, Jericho was going to move, and then Hunter would accidentally hit his partner, and then that's how Jericho and Benoit would win. But like Jericho is sitting there with Austin in the submission, and he's like, there's no fucking way Triple H is getting back up from this. But lo and behold, Triple H, with fucking torn quad, comes back into the ring with a sledgehammer and just does the match as planned.
Oh, that's so bad. Why are we watching Minecraft?
I think it's funny that it went from Rhea being the heel, breaking Liv's arm for fake, turned into Liv being the heel by breaking Rhea's arm for real.
It was fucking crazy. Stole her fucking man, too.
Stole her man, broke her arm. Jeez.
I love Dominic. Dominic's fucking great. I'm so glad he's getting his
I hate his
flowers as
slimy little
champion.
guts. I hate him. Fuck that bastard.
Of course, it's
Literal bastard.
you sent the fucking clip of like the fucking commentators talking shit about him. Dumbass Dom.
That's how I feel. I was so connected to those announcer men in that moment.
It's so fucking funny.
He's like, starts yelling at them, and he's just like, "What was he saying here?" He's like, "I don't know, something about yada yada. I don't speak, bitch."
And he's like, and then I like Dominic just flicks some of the disgusting greasy air of it. Just talking shit.
He's just like that piece of trash. Like they were just like throwing out random insults. I was like, exactly, get him.
He's such a good character, though.
Yeah.
Why is it that when you break a block, the tree doesn't just fall?
I am placing blocks and shit and playing fucking Minecraft.
There's a mod for that.
Follow your tree?
Well,
to make the trees fall.
If a tree floats and no one's around to hear it,
what?
Is it truly floating?
Hello?
Yes.
It's just
dirty dumb. I like when she calls him the chicken tender slut, and he acted offended in real life.
It was fucking chicken tenders.
It was a personal blow.
It's like, whoa, hey.
There's no need to bring the chicken tenders into it.
Told you that in confidence,
He
Rhea.
loves chicken tenders more than he loves those women.
Yeah.
Like I told you about the chicken tenders in confidence.
You think he's fucking the chicken tenders?
Yeah.
No.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
God.
You think he puts his
why are
back
you
in the
guys
chicken
both
tenders?
saying-
I don't know. It's word association at this point.
Chicken jockey.
Please stop.
How many chicken tenders would Dominic trade live for?
Did you see his fucking wings? His fucking Wingstop commercial is so funny.
what was his Wingstop commercial?
I'll see if I can find it.
It's funny.
God, Dominic being
This one is like
Dominic being Tendy Pill is very funny.
I thought it was 20%.
No, it's 17.
Okay. Well, that's better. Can you hand me? No. I need a liquid that's not alcohol, please.
There's hibiscus.
There's none near me. I'm asking Ash to hand it to me. You're closer.
No, I'm not.
Sit up, and you will be.
No, I'm at an angle. You don't know how triangles work.
Do you think you could eat 6? I don't know if I could eat 6.
You know what the
chicken tenders.
Pythagorean theorem is?
Yes, a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
You get 3
You know what
at
else is the c squared?
Cane's, and that already feels like a
That
lot of
makes
chicken
sense.
tenders.
That's the longest one.
Do you know where I'm at relative to that cup?
With this, this is a fucking equilateral triangle.
No,
bitch.
I am at point C.
I am Steve.
I'm going to fight Ayaan. Why is he at a Dutch angle?
Wait, what do you think of
Dutch
the?
angle again?
Why do you
That's
think?
Dutch angle.
Wait, hold on here.
Switch to my screen. I want everyone to look at Dominic and his big fucking stupid plate of nuggets.
No, I think we've seen that before. Oh, that's a different image. I do want to clarify. A squared plus b squared equals c squared does not mean that c
Wait.
is large.
Put the nuggets back up.
A rule of
This is his
triangle.
vest. I thought he was holding just a knife. Man, this is a knife, chicken nuggets, and the smarmiest little smirk on his face.
A specific rule of like fucking what's the
Those are
word?
Spicy nugs too. Those are
A
good.
specific rule of triangles is that A plus B is always greater than C. Like, always.
Always?
Every two sides are always... So a diagonal is always the shortest path to something.
I'm now
Wrong,
thinking...
because that could just go forward.
I'm thinking of some fucking other funny bits. Like there was an extended period where CM Punk was kind of injured, so they had him on commentary rather than wrestling. But like John Cena kept breaking the table while he was commentating, and every time he'd be like, "John, my diet soda. John, my diet soda."
John, my diet soda.
And there was one point where, like, I think it was like after like the third time, Cena, before slamming someone through the table, nicely hands the soda to Punk, and Punk slaps it out of his hand.
I think I've seen that before in wrestling out of context.
John, my diet soda. John, what are you doing?
This fucking shit out.
I do think that there's a certain amount of vindication that happens when a wrestler gets to throw someone out into an announcing table.
I need you guys to watch the Rhea and Nia fight that they do. Unregulated fight. It's very funny.
Hello?
Why are we in the dark?
So I found out. So I think I was surprised about when we were watching WrestleMania during Logan Paul's match, because always at Logan Paul's thing, he always has someone in a giant Prime bottle costume, and it's normally like a surprise of who it is, and then it's like some celebrity or streamer that gets beat up like afterwards. Like iShowSpeed did it last year. They had KSI the year before that, like in the giant mascot Prime bottle. And I was like, huh, they didn't do it this year. I wonder if they just like didn't have a, like they were like, oh, we're done with that bit. Even though they have the big Prime sponsorship anyway. No, I found out why is that they asked someone to do it, and that was their only idea. And when he said no, they didn't want to do it. They wanted Stone Cold in the Prime bottle.
Why would Stone Cold want to be in the Prime bottle?
I don't know, but Logan apparently offered him $1 million of his own money to do it. And like he was going to do the beer spot, but with a Prime bottle. But like Austin was like, I don't know about that, kid. No, he turned down $1 million because just no one likes Logan Paul.
That's good.
But it's also, it doesn't make sense. Austin is like the most beloved like legend wrestler, and everyone hates Logan, even if they agree Logan is like, yeah, he's pretty good in the ring. Like it's like it's still like
he's good in the ring.
It's not like his brother, where his brother like fucking fights retired boxers or like professional fighters from other disciplines and can't fucking place against a ranked boxer his own age. It's like, no, fucking this is performance. Logan do the flip good.
Yeah. Like he got his start doing the splits.
I don't care.
I haven't watched any of his fights, but I do see him as I'm scrubbing through. Sometimes his face will pop up, and I'll be like,
If it makes you feel better, the wrestler Karrion Kross's whole thing right now is like complaining that like Logan took a shortcut that none of the other ones get, and like people are cheering Karrion Kross for that.
being pretty famous.
Be it like him, Logan. So like most wrestlers have to work their way through the indie circuit. It's a much harder path because like if I look at the average, I'll pull up the average pay for an indie wrestling show. So like, you know, going out for a small crowd, the average, if you can get like 200 is like a thing that some people expect, but sometimes you'll get as low as $20 for a night's work for an indie show. And then sometimes, and this happened a lot back in the day. I don't know how often it still happens. Sometimes you would go back to get your check after the show, and the promoter's gone.
Yeah.
And you
Why
just
did
got
you
stiff for
send
that
me
night.
this listing for Green Lantern merch? I mean, I get this
Did I
could
do
be
that?
no, not you,
Oh.
Ash.
What?
You sent me this listing for Green Lantern.
You know,
What part am I doing?
Stack DM'd something to me earlier today that was just calling me a tiny little gay boy.
Big contrast.
What
Oh yeah,
happened?
Rena. Oh yeah, I thought it was funny. I sent you a Simon Baz jacket.
Yeah, hold on, let me show it.
I just remembered that. I remembered like watching it and saying like, all right, I'm gonna have to bring this up later in the live.
Ash sent me a video that was like, you tiny little lesbian. And I was like, tiny?
Ash also said that to me, and I was like, "You're not lesbian friends."
Pretty sure we're all taller than Ash.
Yeah.
No, Daystar's not taller than me.
I am.
No,
I am.
Yeah, Daystar's taller than
No, you are lying.
No, I'm not.
You're lying. Daystar's not taller than me.
I am.
All right.
Stop lying.
Nonetheless, Stack
Taller than Rhea Ripley.
Stack sent me this video that just said, "Send this to your friends who are like a little gay boy, tiny little gay boy, or something."
And it was funny.
And was Stack wrong?
Yeah,
Are you
I'm
sure about that?
about the same size as Stack.
Tiny little gay boy is the state of mind that you occupy, Ayaan.
Oh, but tiny lesbian isn't?
No.
I'm
Sorry.
I'm the biggest lesbian.
No, you're not. Stack
So
is taller
big.
than you.
I
will eat the other lesbians to gain their power.
Well,
I hear that's generally how it's done.
this is the second time you've made that joke.
I honestly, I never register it as that kind of joke.
I can't believe you're eating lesbians.
Well,
You ever seen Yellow Jackets? Of course I am.
I did think it was funny when Ash saw Liv and Raquel walk out and said, "Why doesn't the bigger lesbian simply consume the little lesbian?"
I stand by that. I think a lot of the problems in women's wrestling right now would be solved if just someone ate Liv.
God.
If they all team up together, they take turns.
I think back in the early 2000s, Liv is definitely the type of heel that would warrant an Undertaker gong or a Kane explosion, and then like they come out.
Yeah.
She's not even like that kind of heel though. She's just a little shit.
Yeah, she's like a Saturday morning cartoon villain who's like very ineffectual, but like has powerful henchmen.
Yeah. She just has like a lot of political power. She doesn't actually. She's scared of everyone.
She's
terrified of everybody.
She's Lord Hater from Wander Over Yonder.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
She's Eggman from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
I hate Rhea Ripley.
I think Eggman would be an excellent wrestling heel.
He doesn't come out of the little spaceship thing.
I'm trying to channel that Adventures Eggman voice. Hold on.
I am so excited to show y'all the story that Cody Rhodes tells because it's so fucking funny. But I know I can't show it because they use like footage to like show the match he's talking about. I know that'll get copyright claimed, but I know y'all will love this.
Yeah, be right.
Why are you spreading his legs?
Oh, I didn't know anybody could see me.
It's gonna. Have you seen Tenacious
Have you
D?
guys been able to see me this whole time? You guys have always been able to see me?
Why is the C-man showing hole?
He doesn't have one.
Have you ever tried this one?
So confident.
So tomorrow, TNA Rebellion is happening.
He can't bend any more than that.
That's all he needs.
So because we're closing on the end, so I might as well brief us on what's happening tomorrow. Let me share my screen real fast.
Put on Squid screen.
So tomorrow this is happening, TNA Rebellion. TNA is a different wrestling company, but it's the one Joe Hendry's in that has a working relationship with WWE.
Believe in Joe Hendry.
That's like the one guy that I like.
He'll be defending his TNA World Championship in a 3-way match with one WWE guy there.
And I see women with this TNA.
Yes. It is not tits and ass wrestling. It is non-stop action wrestling.
Never mind.
Although when the company started, people called it the tits and ass company. It's like that's not what it means.
Is there any way we can stream this?
I will have a stream ready for
Ash and Heather. Who are Ash and Heather?
I'm Ash.
Are you gonna be wrestling?
Yes.
You're wrestling Heather?
Yes.
This is Ash by Elegance, and let me pull up Heather by Elegance.
Are you Heather? Mm-hmm. That's not your name. I have many stage names. Okay.
They're both blonde. How are you gonna be able to tell them apart in the ring?
Well, they're on the same team, so it's the Blondes.
The Blondes versus who?
The Blondes. This is a 4-way tag team match versus the Metaphor.
That's funny.
These two.
Okay.
I'm just getting. One of them is Lash Legend. I know when you watched NXT a while ago, you liked the name Lash Legend. And then the team known as Spitfire. I will just get a picture of them up real fast. Where is this? Okay. Them.
Okay.
And them.
Oh, I like them. They're fun.
So this is a show where there's going to be some WWE people on it, like Ethan Page, the Metaphor, and then these two. Also, Gothic Baby's dad and Gothic Baby's uncle will be there.
What?
The Hardy Boys.
Rena,
you're in a blender. The Hardy Boys. Do they read books?
No, they jump off of Big Thing.
Do they solve mysteries?
Sometimes.
They jump off a Big Thing.
They solve the mystery of who was jerking off Edge off the ladder.
Who was jerking Edge off? Are they baddies?
The Hardy Boys.
Oh.
Stack will know them.
They look like evil.
The Hardy Boys, remember?
Yeah.
They look like evil, Edge and Christian.
Now where's Nancy Drew and all this? Do you ever notice how it took just one Nancy Drew but multiple Hardy Boys to solve the same mysteries?
Well, these guys were too busy doing flips.
Yeah.
You need two guys, one to do flips, one to solve the mystery.
Well,
yeah.
So and they also needed to go into the lake of reincarnation. That was another thing that happened. Don't worry about it.
See, how come the ladies don't get to go into the lake of reincarnation? That sounds fun.
They have everyone who enters a Hardy storyline or goes to the Hardy compound as what has been called their house, some wacky shit will happen to them. There is a volcano on their property who Matt threw someone into, and then they were launched into the air. Gothic Baby magically transformed one of their opponents back to his 2000s goth phase.
That's funny.
I like that Gothic Baby's getting in on it because he is technically more famous than both of
Gothic Baby is the most famous Hardy.
Yeah, I've heard of Gothic Baby.
Being
And I don't
3 years
even
old and surpassing your pro wrestler dad and
I know who Gothic Baby is. I didn't even know that there were wrestlers attached to her.
It's one of my fucking favorite videos where it was like the Hardy Boys were on a pay-per-view and like Revy, the mom, is like filming a video and Gothic Baby comes up with like the iPad and she's like, "You want to watch the iPad? Your father's on TV!"
Gothic Baby don't give a shit.
Do you think Gothic Baby they'll have her do wrestling things eventually?
I mean, they already kind of do. My favorite thing was that
are they gonna have the match for her parenthood?
During the segment that she magically transformed, which Nemeth brother was it? Hold on. Ryan Nemeth into a goth phase. Nemeth fucking referred to her as Gothic Baby like it's her proper title. And he's like, "Not now, Gothic Baby."
You can't say that, Gothic Baby.
That would be a fun way to not put your. I'm sure that her name is out there, but if you just didn't want your kid's name on the internet, you could just solely refer to her as Gothic Baby.
All the Hardy children have fucking crazy names. One of them's name is Wolfgang.
Yeah,
I was a normal name.
The other Hardy children are there too, and I think that
Gothic
some
Baby
might become wrestlers before Gothic Baby, but quite
Did
honestly,
you say there was a guy named
Baby Hardy, and I would believe it.
There they are.
Did you say that there is a? Did you say there was a guy named The Metaphor?
There was
no, that's the name of the group.
There's four of them, but it's the Meta-4.
That's stupid.
Gothic Baby.
So that segment was the Nemeth brothers went to the Hardy compound to steal the tag team titles from them. And while Nick Nemeth just fucking kills Jeff Hardy through a table, while fucking Matt Hardy attempts to drown Ryan Nemeth in a pool and sends him on a vision quest in which he is Bugs Bunnied by all of the Hardy children.
Excellent.
And also Jeff Hardy danced to an instrumental of Not Like Us. In his Will-O the Wisp gimmick.
Interesting.
No, that's not his Jeff Hardy. There we go. Yeah. He said, "I see dead people," and started doing the dance.
Wrestling.
I think Gothic Baby has to be there. But so after Jeff was murdered by Nick Nemeth, I think he went into the Lake of Reincarnation because he was fucked up in Supernatural at the end of that segment.
Oh, who was the lady that Rhea Ripley was begging to pick her? What was that about?
I think it was for who to face for the match after Elimination Chamber, because Io ends up getting that match, and that's when Io wins the title.
She's pretty comes off pretty desperate sometimes.
Yeah, I said this to Daystar, and she didn't understand. I said that Rhea Ripley versus Io Sky was Goku versus Piccolo.
God. So this was one of the wrestlers you didn't recognize. The one on the team you didn't know. It was like you didn't know that he was.
Oh yeah.
The one I called JoJo Siwa.
God, that's not nice.
No,
there.
that's a different one.
She is. I'm trying to remember the name of who she's teamed with right now.
It was the Pure Fusion Collective.
Spell it for me.
Pure Fusion Collective. I don't know what's supposed to be confusing about that.
Okay,
there was like their manager, Sonia Deville.
Yes.
Like I only saw her a little bit. She is so gorgeous. I was like, ooh, she's so pretty. I think she's evil, but she is a very pretty.
Two-thirds of that team is lesbians.
Slay.
Sonia's a lesbian and Shayna's a lesbian.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Pull up Sonia. Pull up Sonia real quick. I want everybody to see Sonia. She's very pretty. I knew there was something about her. Let's go, girl.
Wrestling.
In that bit that when Rhea was trending when she did the move, which she put her ass in someone's face and everyone lost their mind over it. The woman who gets in the ring after the first one and is like, do me next. that was Shayna Baszler.
Moon.
Yeah. She's real. But they just never came up again after that. So it was just like
they just don't have a lot. It's like, characters.
Yeah.
It's like comics. Sometimes a character just isn't relevant for the time being, but they will be later. Don't worry.
Yeah. Very funny, very interesting how wrestling pilled this podcast has become.
It's a good medium.
Because the comics suck now.
Yeah. I mean, wrestling and comics as mediums kind of share they kind of share very, very similar storytelling engines.
Long form serialized storytelling where a storyline from fucking 20 years ago can suddenly be relevant.
Yeah.
This is and like watching this, I'm like, where else am I gonna get to watch storylines that are completely outside of Dominic? It's completely about women having conflicts and interactions with other women, and there's
Dominic could be replaced by a stool that they want for their kitchen, though.
Yeah. That's what we said earlier. He's like the sexy lamp, but instead of a sexy lamp, it's a mustache lamp.
Yeah.
And then Dom gets to do his own things on the side too. Like Dom.
Yeah. Like it's weird how the WWE people have a better handling on multiple storylines than comic book companies do sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's the thing is that like characters can't advocate for themselves, but performers can.
Yeah. Like Superman is not going to talk back to the writers and editors and say guys, I don't think this is in character for me.
Unless there's Superboy Prime.
Yeah, Superboy Prime will say all right, that's not in character for Superman. Or
John Constantine, if you believe every one of those writers.
That's my favorite story that every major writer for John Constantine has met him in real life, and none of them want to talk to him because they're afraid of him. They said the thing about John is if you're his friend. You're cutting up more.
Why is Ayaan at a different camera angle?
This happened a while ago. It's a film technique to show derangement.
Mm-hmm.
The side eye was really good.
Yeah. my chair is super uncomfortable, so I flip my computer around. I'm sitting on my bed now, but I don't want you guys to look at my bed, so I get at an angle.
I think the major difference between wrestling and comic books is the fact that wrestlers, by virtue of the format, have to be able to retire.
Yeah, that's I understood that. That it's that the wrestlers
You can
have to
only drag a wrestler through the mic for so long.
She's not done.
Wrestlers will continue to wrestle as long as they can. Though Mae Young was still going when she looked like this.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, girl, get it.
She gave birth to a human hand on TV at some point.
Nice.
So they did a storyline where she entered a romantic relationship with Mark Henry, Olympic level power lifter Mark Henry, and she got pregnant. And one of the announcers delivered one of my favorite lines because he's so disgusted. And he's like, "Is she gonna breastfeed? Oh, the baby's gonna get powdered milk." But she at some point like gets thrown off the stage and then goes into labor, and what she births is just like a human hand covered in like gelatin, and it's never explained again.
On that note, thank you guys for watching another episode of Ash, and they're fantastic.
The hand grew up, by the way.
Oh, that's good to know. Good to know that he still stands by his mom. We hope you enjoyed this aimless classic episode of us not really having a plan.
I had a plan.
Yeah, Daystar had a plan. Daystar Rhea Ripley'd up in the makeup department. Yeah. Well, we'll see you guys next week where we start goating it up. We straight mountain goating our shit. That has to be a better way to put it.
I don't make no money on this website, folks. Cost me $5,000 a month to host it.